Wu Shuang, lend me some gold. The woman opened her eyes, glanced at him, and frowned, saying, do you plan to waste your days like this? Li Yinzhao shrugged slightly, speaking contradictorily, you know, my family's strict because she's from the Xia family. After all these years, you're still in the ultimate study realm and haven't comprehended the Tao domain. Now, those demons from the great wilderness heavenly central state are being hunted everywhere by the mightiest in the mortal world. Even our Dao isn't stable anymore, and you should start taking some responsibility. Li Wushuang said in a deep voice. Li Yinzhao grinned slightly, saying with a smile, Ping'an is around, and even the demons in the Tao comprehension realm are no match for him unless the Tai Sui god from the central state comes in person. You know my aptitude. Reaching this point is already the best I can do. Li Wushuang stared at him and said, but he has changed your fate. Upon hearing this, Li Yinzhao suddenly fell silent, the intoxication in his eyes seeming to vanish, becoming as a dark crevice, with no emotion visible within. After a while, his expression returned to its usual indifference, and he drunkenly smiled, saying, forget it if there's no gold, Wushuang, I'll go back home. The missus probably already prepared the washboard for me, haha. Saying this, he turned and left. Suddenly, a gust of wind rushed towards his ear. He raised his hand to catch it, and it turned out to be a heavy bag. As soon as it touched his hand, he knew it was a bag of gold. In the future, don't provoke Li Ping'an. He's not Li Hao. Be cautious, or he might really punish you. Li Wushuang's voice came from behind, with a sigh. Obviously, she had already sensed the incident outside the courtyard earlier. Li Yinzhao's body trembled slightly, remained silent for a while, then smiled and said, I understand. In the evening, the Divine General Mansion was exceptionally lively, with many distinguished guests visiting to offer their congratulations. For the Divine General Mansion, Li Ping'an going to battle and returning victorious had become routine, used it. However, other noble families wouldn't miss such a precious chance to ingratiate themselves, and arrived with generous gifts to celebrate. Within the brightly lit Divine General Mansion, the atmosphere was inevitably bustling. Beside the banquet in the main hall, Li Ping'an sat next to his parents. Earlier that afternoon, he had eaten the braised beans and meat his mother had prepared, so he had little appetite for the sumptuous dishes on the table, merely sampling a few bites. Beside him, Ji Qingqing was also quietly eating her food. On the other side sat a robust man with a square face, exuding natural authority. From time to time, guests came to offer congratulations and toast him, but he only took a small sip with a rather indifferent response. Did today's training produce any promising candidates? Contrary to other guests at the table who were discussing how the Tao comprehension realm demons were causing chaos at the borders and highlighting Li Ping'an's martial prowess, Li Ping'an's family was relatively calm. Li Ping'an casually picked up some vegetables with his chopsticks and asked his father beside him. Li Tiangang slightly nodded, saying, there are two promising ones. With proper training next year, they can join your unit Ping. That'll be a trouble for you, father, to instruct them. Li Ping'an politely said. Li Tiangang seemed to sense his mood and turned, saying, during this fight with those demons, you weren't hurt, were you? Li Ping'an couldn't help but smile, wondering if it wasn't too late to ask now. Tao comprehension realm demons are nothing worth mentioning, he stated calmly. Seeing him say this, Li Tiangang was reassured and said, indeed, now that you're also in the Tao comprehension realm, your words carry power, and you're not far from the legendary saint status. The Tao comprehension realm is hardly a challenge for you. Though maintaining his calm, Li Ping'an's mouth subtly twitched at these words. He couldn't discern whether the speaker truly respected him, or simply didn't care about such matters. Beside him, Ji Qingqing's keen intuition kicked in immediately, as she said, although Ping'an is also in the Tao comprehension realm, any demon who has attained this realm may have hidden cards up their sleeve. Caution is needed to prevent suffering a major setback. Li Tiangang shook his head, saying, Ping'an has absorbed all the cultivation resources of our Dao, equipped with a divine weapon and armor, and even granted the royal cultivation technique by Emperor Yu. He is the Dao war god, and cannot be defeated by demons of the same realm. Hearing this, Ji Qingqing rolled her eyes at him but said nothing further due to the presence of multiple guests, and instead addressed Li Ping'an. Child, remember your mother's words, always proceed with caution. Li Ping'an smiled at her, nodded, and chose not to say more, lowering his head to eat. Seeing his wife's gentle demeanor, Li Tiangang couldn't help shaking his head with a sigh, rose from his seat, and said, I'm full, I'll go rest first. With that said, He turned and departed. Such victory celebrations had long become routine for both him and the Li family. Several days later, suddenly, an urgent report came from the Qingzhou border, delivered to the Divine General Mansion in Qingzhou City. When this urgent report reached Li Ping'an, he was sitting quietly in the courtyard, contemplating the Tao. Upon opening the urgent report, his previously calm complexion changed abruptly, saying, "Tao Comprehension Realm Demons? 3 of them?" At the border city, Emperor Yu had the Heavenly Observatory research for many years and, several decades ago, finally developed a formation. Though it didn't possess defensive capabilities, it could detect the realms of invading demons. The materials consumed by this formation were extremely precious, so it was employed only at the borders of each state, with the maximum detectability of demons up to the Tao Comprehension realm. Following its introduction, it greatly lowered the casualty rates of frontier soldiers. After all, gaining early intelligence on the demons' realms facilitated deploying appropriate forces. Otherwise, mistaking a demon of the 4 stands realm for one in the 3 immortal realms would spell disaster for the vanguard army. These demons are inherently cunning, capable of concealing their presence and feigning weakness to lure enemies, aiming to hunt more soldiers and consume their flesh. But in front of the formation, even if they restrain their aura, it is useless. The Tao Comprehension Realm demon he previously killed was detected through its demonic realm, which led to his deployment. Otherwise, following the old battle scheme from 100 years ago, he, the Deu war god, would never have crossed thousands of miles to engage. Could it be an ally of that previous demon? Li Ping'an clenched the urgent report, a trace of somberness in his eyes, as 3 Tao Comprehension Realm demons suddenly appeared, which was too peculiar. He knew these demons also had their network. Go, report the situation to His Majesty. Li Ping'an swiftly exited the training room, paused briefly, then said, "Also, notify the Sword Immortal on Spirit Sword Mountain to request her assistance." With that said, he raised his hand, summoning the golden shining divine helmet and weapons, and immediately ordered his trusted aid squad to assemble. And this news spread in the Divine General Mansion, and upon learning it was 3 Tao Comprehension Realm demon auras, everyone in various divisions was shocked. Ji Qingqing hurriedly said, "Ping'an, this is sudden, let the army probe first, just in case there's more hidden. Indeed, don't recklessly show off, you cannot fall." Li Tiangang also said in a deep voice. At this moment, Li Ping'an saw the importance he held in his father's eyes for the first time. He twitched his mouth slightly and calmly said, "I have my own discretion." Then, he led his trusted aide to battle. "I'm going too. Tiangong, I'll leave this ancestral hall in your care." Shortly after Li Ping'an left, 2 elderly figures stepped out. It was Li Mushou and Li Qingzheng. They wore simple casual clothes, but their expressions were extremely grave. The brothers exchanged glances. Without further ado, each returned to their quarters, retrieved their long-sealed weapons and armor, and headed to the battlefield again. 100 years had passed. They had also reached the Tao Comprehension Realm. With 3 Tao Comprehension Realm demon attacks, they could not just sit and leave the confrontation to the next generation. Meanwhile, at the Qingzhou border, demonic clouds shrouded the sky, swallowing the clouds and clear blue sky, plunging the world into darkness. With the ground violently trembling, a huge monster like a hill walked with heavy steps. Its size resembled a giant tortoise, but its body was covered in rocky lumps, exuding a horrifying demonic aura, leaving gigantic pits with its steps, and when encountering towns along the way, its massive size, taller than the city, caused townspeople to scream. Li Ping'an arrived first, witnessing the scene with fury, immediately wielded his sword to attack. Behind this demon, another demon surrounded by thunderbolts charged out, aiming to kill Li Ping'an. At this moment, Li Mushou and Li Qingzheng, who had hurried over, quickly engaged, each ensnaring a demon, giving Li Ping'an time to slaughter the first demon. With fierce fighting, the vast plains behind the border were covered with scars, the city shattered by lightning, and countless defending soldiers falling. Amid the fierce battle, suddenly, 2 terrifying auras spread from the distant horizon. Sensing the aura, the faces of the 3 fighting changed dramatically, looking on in shock. The 3 demons appeared somewhat frightened, issuing low growls wanting to shake off the trio. The border wall shattered, revealing a triple-headed dragon demon, trailing toxic green mist, rapidly flying towards them. Behind it, in the far distance, a faint brightness approached, cutting into the demon's back, causing it to fall. Is this the Dragon Emperor from the Central State Swamp? Li Ping'an, seeing the 3-headed dragon demon, was struck with astonishment, his hair standing on end. He once roamed around Central State, aspiring to surpass the shadow ahead, wanting to become the strongest in the mortal world, but met setbacks in Central State, faced the strongest monster, and numerous powerful demons. Among them was this Dragon Emperor. This being had nearly stepped into the saint path. Only Ren Qianqin, the female sword immortal, could possibly confront it. Li Ping'an quickly saw, the person pursuing the Dragon Emperor was a young man with hair flying in the wind, his gaze disdainful, his eyes gleaming with shattered lights, seemingly gathering countless colors, the legendary All Heaven's divine eye. During his roaming in Central State, he had heard tales of this mortal world's strongest being and his experiences. The man was even scarier than the shadow he pursued, at 13 reaching the heavenly human realm, at 20 reaching the Tao comprehension realm, and by 30 sweeping through Central State's top sects, never defeated, undoubtedly the top mortal world's champion. Unexpectedly, he arrived here, suddenly realizing, the Dragon Emperor and 3 demons were likely fleeing after being hunted by him. At this time, Li Mushou and Li Qingjung also recognized the Dragon Emperor and the youth's identities, their faces changing, but internally relieved. The youth was known as the Tai Sui God, ultimately belonging to the human race. With him around, the demon calamity could be resolved. In their watchful eyes, the Tai Sui God wielded the divine sword, as if clutching lightning, unexpectedly slashed out, the sword light dazzling, seemingly splitting space, swiftly severing 2 dragon heads. "Spare me." The Dragon Emperor, anguished and desperate, trembled on the ground, lamenting. At this moment, the majesty of the tens of thousands-year-old Demon Emperor dissolved, leaving only pathetic pleas. But everyone knows that if given a chance, it will inevitably return even more violently in the future. As the sword light swept through, the Dragon Emperor's body was sliced open, and the forces of shattering and annihilation on its flesh prevented regeneration. Seeing the renowned Demon Emperor from outside the Central State fall like this, Li Ping'an, Li Mushou, and the others were shocked. It was the first time they witnessed the strength of this Tai Sui God, truly the strongest in the mortal world. At this moment, the Tai Sui God glanced at the few people, his gaze indifferent and unchanged, merely raising his hands slightly. With 3 streaks of sword light sweeping across, they traversed thousands of miles in an instant. The 3 demons in the Tao comprehension realm that had fled were immediately pursued by the sword chi and killed on the spot. A calamity that had just descended upon Qingzhou disappeared like that. The intelligence about this calamity hadn't even been delivered to the imperial city. Li Ping'an felt a bit dazed, but quickly composed himself and stepped forward, saying, "Thank you for your help. I am Li Ping'an of the Yu dynasty, and I have met the Tai Sui God." Yu dynasty. The young Tai Sui God raised his eyebrows slightly, scrutinizing the other party, seemingly understanding something. "Thank you for your assistance. Would you be willing to enter the mansion and sit for a while, so we can properly thank you?" At this time, Li Mushou also approached, cupping his hands and speaking kindly. The young Tai Sui God frowned, just about to refuse, when he suddenly sensed something and looked up at the distant sky. Above Qingzhou City, a door abruptly appeared amidst the clouds and mist, and then slowly opened. This sudden anomaly quickly attracted some townspeople's attention. As exclamations arose, more people noticed this scene, and the entire city's people looked up at the sky in astonishment. Centuries-old legends surfaced, causing some elders to excitedly exclaim, "The Immortal Gate, that's the Immortal Gate." The Immortal Gate actually opened again. Could it be that the Heavenly General has returned? Many townspeople were shocked. They never expected the Immortal Gate to open above Qingzhou City, feeling a bit excited at heart, even fantasizing that they might be chosen by immortals and taken into the Immortal Gate to cultivate. Perhaps they appear ordinary, but they were truly 1 in a million geniuses waiting to shine. At the border, the young Tai Sui God's eyes glittered, saying nothing, but flying straight towards Qingzhou City. Seeing his actions, Li Ping'an and Li Mushou were a bit stunned, hurriedly following him. As they got closer, they too sensed the anomaly above Qingzhou City, and were immediately shocked. "Is that the Immortal Gate?" Li Mushou saw the door shrouded in mist, paused for a moment, then his body suddenly trembled with excitement, and he rushed forward at full speed. Li Qingjung saw it too, light glinting in his eyes, accelerating as well. Li Ping'an suddenly realized that the 2 elders surpassed him in speed. Hearing their excited voices, he felt a tremor in his heart. The Immortal Gate? 100 years ago, that radiant figure disappeared into the Immortal Gate. Could it be that he has returned? Li Ping'an's eyes suddenly became extremely complex. Towards that figure, he couldn't tell what he felt. There was hatred, yet he also deeply wished to see him once, to see with his own eyes if the person was truly as perfect as everyone said. The two elders shot past him, yet he felt as though his own pace was slowing down. The dazzling immortal gate gradually became clear in his sight, and hazily, he seemed to see an extraordinary figure standing at the doorway, overlooking the mortal world, overlooking everything, including him. That gaze was blazing, like a heavenly god's, impossible to look directly at. But quickly, he snapped back to reality, realizing it was just an illusion. As he approached Qingzhou, he saw the immortal gate open slowly, then one figure after another emerged from it. Those figures, like wisps of cloud and mist, floated out of the immortal gate, manifesting in the sky, accompanied by terrifying anomalies. In the divine general mansion, Li Tiangang and others also looked up at this scene, shocked, yet a certain gleam appeared in their eyes.
This immortal gate is not in the imperial capital, it appeared in Qingzhou. Could it be that he sensed Qingzhou's trouble?
Inside the mansion, He Jianlin among the crowd had an excited look in his eyes. In the city, a middle-aged man drinking in a brothel suddenly paused, his wine cup dropping, the precious liquor spilling onto the carpet, unnoticed by him. He stared dumbly at the immortal gate, then gradually, his eyes turned red and moist, his whole body trembling. Meanwhile, behind the immortal gate, in the land of all saints, Source Ancestor and other saints' figures remained unmoved, they only sent incarnations down. As ancient demons were ready to descend upon the land of all saints at any moment, they would not risk going to the mortal world at such a critical juncture, to avoid losing incense fire power. Only the divine king stepped through the immortal gate. Being on the extreme path to saint ascension, his descent to the mortal world caused negligible depletion. Thus, among the incarnations of the saints, his presence was the most terrifyingly profound. This is Qingzhou, the location is correct, that's the divine general mansion, the Li family. The incarnations of all saints stood in the void, overlooking the palm-sized city below. The entire city could be smoothed over or raised at a moment's notice. Let's go. The divine king took the lead to descend. Source Ancestor's incarnation followed closely, the other saints successively descending, their aura restrained, their surroundings anomalies gradually disappearing between heaven and earth. Look quickly, immortals are walking out of the immortal gate. Those immortals are heading to the divine general mansion. As expected of our Yu dynasty's first divine general mansion, even immortals and deities come to visit. In the city, many townspeople were joyfully excited. Some daring ones ran towards the divine general mansion, while most knelt in place, prostrating and kowtowing in the direction of the divine general mansion. At this moment, all saints descended within the divine general mansion. Outside the mansion, the divine formation had not even been activated in the face of the power of all saints. Immortals. Li Tiangang stood at the front of the crowd, looking at the man in the fiery red battle armor leading them. He felt the heat waves emanating from the man's body could seemingly melt heaven and earth, a feeling that made his heart pound with anxiety. He was already at the Tao comprehension realm, but the man before him seemed capable of overturning him with just a breath. Immortal? The divine king slightly raised an eyebrow upon hearing the other's ignorant address. It seemed the Deu divine dynasty was quite closed off regarding matters of the land of all saints. We are all heaven's saints. The divine king spoke calmly. The word, immortal, might have existed only in legends in the past, which he hadn't feared much, but now, having traversed the ancient path and learned of true immortal divine existence, he dared not rashly assume this identity, feeling somewhat wary. All heaven's saints? Upon hearing these words, everyone in the divine general mansion was shocked into silence. They knew little about the all heavens, but they knew the mightiest between heaven and earth were the saints. The divine king saw their shocked expressions and couldn't help but feel amused. Earlier, they mistook them for immortal divine beings, yet didn't react so strongly. Could it be they thought immortal divine were not as great as saints? At this moment, outside the divine general mansion, the Tai Sui god youth had already arrived quickly. Li Mushou and Li Qingzheng closely followed behind, while the last to arrive was Li Ping'an. All saints. The Tai Sui god youth bowed respectfully, though his heart felt a sense of familiarity towards all saints, a kind of innate affection, yet another subconscious part of him repelled this familiarity, as if getting too close would lead to something extremely terrible. Seeing the respectful manner of the Tai Sui god, Li Ping'an, Li Mushou, and the others' expressions changed. The mortal world's strongest, who had just slain demons like slaughtering dogs, hadn't even given them a glance, yet was now so humble. However, they all knew that no matter how strong the Tai Sui god was, he was merely a semi-saint, while these before them were true saints.
Meanwhile, from afar, a crack appeared, and a figure quickly stepped out, wielding a long sword, a Ren Qianshan, rushing here from outside the imperial capital.
As soon as she received the message sent by the 8 directions order, she hurried here at her fastest speed. She knew Li Hao would never want Qingzhou's citizens in trouble, as he had often mentioned the delicacies here, even praising the crispy snacks from a certain street stall. Immortal Gate, Saints? Ren Qianshan paused, seeing the Immortal Gate above the Divine General Mansion, surprised to witness such a scene upon arrival. Next, her fingers tightly clenched the sword hilt, with blood rushing fiercely through her body, unable to contain her emotions. Could it be, he has returned? She sensed the aura of saints, transcending the mundane world, and her heart surged. Has Li Hao become a saint over these years? Though surprised and delighted, she quickly recalled Li Hao's talent, thinking it seemed quite normal. She herself had also stepped into the semi-saint stage. If he hadn't become a saint, it would be strange. Without lingering, Ren Qianshan quickly arrived before the Divine General Mansion. Indeed, we come here this time seeking some assistance from you all. The Source Ancestor spoke, knowing the Divine King was unaccustomed to speaking softly, so he stepped forward and spoke gently. Upon hearing this, the people still in shock in the Divine General Mansion were puzzled once again. All saints descended, and they said they're here to seek help? Li Ping'an searched the crowd with his gaze, but did not see that figure. Even after 100 years, the appearance wouldn't change much. Although he had never met that older brother, his image was already engraved in his heart. After all, statues of that older brother could be seen in every city, which had become guardian symbols across Dao's state cities, warding off demons and evil spirits. Li Mushou and Li Qingzheng quickly scanned the crowd but did not see Li Hao's figure, feeling bewildered. Upon hearing this, their eyes sharpened, sensing these saints' arrival might be related to Li Hao. What is it? Feel free to speak, everyone. Li Tiangang quickly said, facing all saints before him. Even though he had led armies for years, staying composed and calm, now his thoughts were somewhat chaotic. Now, the heavenly catastrophe descends, with ancient demons invading. We seek to request Haoshan Venerate's assistance to save all heavens. The Source Ancestor spoke calmly. Upon hearing this, the interior of the Divine General Mansion was silent. Everyone looked at one another, shocked that all saints had come because the all-heavens world within the Immortal Gate had a catastrophe descending. But Haoshan Venerate, upon hearing this title, everyone's heart fiercely skipped a beat. Li Ping'an, floating in midair outside the Divine General Mansion, felt his pupils constrict, unable to believe everything he was seeing and hearing before him. This saint, who is the Haoshan Venerate you spoke of? Li Tiangang's voice trembled slightly, suspecting he might have overthought. Beside him, Ji Qingqing had already covered her mouth, eyes red. The Source Ancestor smiled, saying, "It's Haoshan. You all are his friends and family. This calamity was inadvertently caused by us. Haoshan Venerate blames us and does not wish to intervene, so we hope you can help persuade him. After all, this concerns the lives of all beings throughout all heavens and will also affect the mortal world." These words spoke candidly. At this point, he knew only by speaking truthfully and showing sincere attitude could they hope to gain Li Hao's forgiveness. As for losing face before these people, he didn't care at all. The dragon pays no mind to the gaze of snakes and insects. Upon hearing the words of the Source Ancestor, everyone in the mansion was once again dumbfounded, unable to speak. They doubted their ears and eyes. What kind of catastrophe is this? Is there truly no one in all the heavens who can resolve it except for him? Li Tiangang couldn't help but ask. He even doubted whether his previous understanding was mistaken, that saints were not the highest in all the heavens, and that there existed beings of even greater power. Hearing his question, the Source Ancestor glanced at all saints and then sighed softly as he said, "Indeed, besides him, there is no one who can resolve it. We are already the strongest forces in all the heavens, and even if we fight to the death in resistance, it would be futile. Only his intervention will suffice." The entire mansion fell into silence. Standing outside the mansion, Ren Qianshan was a bit baffled and stunned upon hearing this, but her heart started racing, feeling excited yet with a sense of familiar recognition. The person she was pursuing indeed still shone so brightly, dazzling beyond her belief each time. Yet, this seemed to be the most familiar feeling. Li Ping'an was stunned, feeling his mind buzz loudly, somewhat blank. He struggled to comprehend the other's words, but the meaning he derived seemed to point to just one thing. That the figure walking ahead of him was the foremost strong person in all the heavens? This. Li Tiangang slightly opened his mouth, speechless. The source ancestor, full of patience, explained the situation in detail, allowing everyone to gradually adapt and come to their senses, then proposed to take them along to all the heavens. In the face of his proposal, Li Tiangang and others did not know how to refuse. Li Mushou and Li Qingjung exchanged glances, with their brows furrowed, vaguely sensing the complexity of the matter. They knew that child too well. If all the heavens faced catastrophe, he would never stand by. He alone guarded the heavenly gate pass. When Liangzhou was in peril, he slew demons across 10,000 miles, ultimately risking his own life to draw the demons into the Mo River, nearly falling. The child's blood remained forever hot, never so unfeeling. There was no reason for Li Tiangang to refuse the proposal, and both Li Mushou and Li Qingjung spoke up to go along. The source ancestor naturally welcomed this, taking everyone from the divine general mansion, including the maids and attendants, with him. As for the soul spirits of the Li family ancestors in the ancestral hall, he moved the entire hall into his saint domain. With the entire divine general mansion evacuated, the source ancestor promised that after the matter was resolved, the Li family could freely travel between all the heavens and the mortal world. Before leaving, the source ancestor instructed the young Tai Sui god to guard Deu, which completely relieved the Li family's worries. Upon hearing this instruction, the young Tai Sui god was visibly unwilling, declaring, "I want to go too. For now, we will not stop you. Once this matter is over, you will be able to go," the source ancestor said to him. Hearing his assurance, combined with the holy master of law's nod, the resolve in the eyes of the young Tai Sui god lessened, and he nodded in agreement. Now, preventing this first saint infant from going to all the heavens held no purpose. Previously, they wanted him to achieve the sixth extreme realm in the mortal world, but now the second saint infant, having achieved it, brought great disaster to all the heavens. Seeing the Tai Sui god forced to yield in front of all saints, Li Ping'an's feelings grew even more complex. "There are others, Saint Zhang, let your descendant go," the source ancestor instructed an embodiment of a saint. This saint gazed at Qingzhou and the mortal world with eyes filled with the passage of time and complexity. Hearing the source ancestor's words, he nodded silently and then disappeared from the scene. Meanwhile, in the back garden of the imperial capital of the Deu divine dynasty, an elderly man was playing chess alone when suddenly, a ripple appeared in the void. The elder's expression changed, lifting his head and exuding a formidable aura. But soon, he recognized the appearance of the figure that manifested. "You are ancestor?" Emperor Yu was stupefied, not expecting the suddenly appearing figure to be the Zhang family ancestor. Soon, he reacted, hastily kneeling. The Zhang family ancestor had long known the deeds of his descendants and held great appreciation and love for this outstanding descendant, sighing lightly. "There's no need for formalities. Your years of diligent efforts allowed me to revive, a remarkable accomplishment." Emperor Yu was thrilled, saying, "As long as the ancestor can be revived, Zhang family reforged the glory of the ancestors, everything is worth it." The Zhang family ancestor murmured, "I will take you to a place. Follow me, and I'll explain while we travel." Emperor Yu was puzzled, looking at him in confusion. The Zhang family ancestor didn't say much but enveloped him, flying towards Qingzhou. Along the way, he explained to Emperor Yu that after his revival, he had been in seclusion, hence he had not attended to the mortal world. Hearing his explanation, Emperor Yu felt both flattered and surprised. Then Zhang family ancestor talked about the matters of all the heavens, leaving Emperor Yu in shock and silence. All saints, being well prepared, quickly gathered everyone and returned to the Immortal Gate. Traversing the Immortal Gate, both Emperor Yu and the Li family members arrived within it. Besides the Li family members, there was also the Xia family's family head, Xia Linglong, who had encountered Li Hao several times and had been brought by all saints to act as an envoy. The Great Wilderness Heavenly Consort family is having Yin Yang Supreme Saint invite them. The Ming family saint said. The source ancestor nodded slightly and then led everyone on their journey. "This is the all heavens, such rich power. It feels like without training, this force naturally gathers into the body, it's too extraordinary. Wouldn't everyone here become martial artists?" Newcomers to this place, all felt the extraordinariness of the all heavens, filled with amazement. Li Mushou and Ren Qianqin followed among the crowd, carefully experiencing the all heavens and also cautiously inquiring about its situation. All saints hoped they would persuade Li Hao well, thus treating them kindly and courteously. Only the divine king maintained a cold expression, a demeanor warning strangers to stay away, and no one dared to engage him in conversation. I've heard that Haoshan suffered an assassination attempt by a saint. Respected saints, I wish to know if this is true, and what happened to that saint? How did that child, alone and unaccompanied in all the heavens, manage to get by? Emperor Yu, more knowledgeable about the matters of all the heavens than the members of the Li family, having not disclosed some secrets to them, now couldn't help but inquire about these events. Hearing his questions, all saints exchanged glances, and the source ancestor did not hide it, stating, "That saint has been slain by Haoshan Venerate. His rise in all the heavens was too rapid. In just a few years, he became unparalleled." The source ancestor didn't conceal anything and gave a simple account of Li Hao's exploits over the past decade in the all heavens. After hearing about this from the source ancestor, the members of the Li family were all stupefied, overwhelmed with an indescribable shock and confusion. Originally, they thought Li Hao's arrival in the all heavens would only lead to smooth sailing, yet within just a decade, he ascended among the all heavens, making even numerous saints who established the human divine dynasty, leaving behind countless faiths and myths, fearful and full of reverence. Rising from the Kanglan realm, defeating all monsters in the all heavens, claiming the top spot, becoming a saint, invincible across the all heavens. Many saints traveling together, upon hearing the source ancestor narrate Li Hao's journey, couldn't help but feel emotional. That youth was truly monstrous, appearing like a comet crossing the skies, dazzling and capturing worldwide attention, known by all. Li Tiangang and others were speechless with astonishment, not expecting that child who had already showcased his brilliance in the mortal world, upon arriving in the monster-filled all heavens world, would be like a dragon in the sea, crossing his own true dragon heaven's gate. Invincible across the all heavens. Li Ping'an's eyes were filled with shock and bewilderment, his complexion turning pale, and his body seemed about to collapse. He didn't expect that the figure he had been pursuing had already walked so far away. The divine king escorted everyone to the all heavens sacred land, then bid farewell to the source ancestor, returning to the ancient hall to guard it. The incarnations of all saints also disappeared, while the source ancestor gathered his aura, but the surrounding dense Tao enveloped him, making him seem like the center of the world, evoking a feeling of involuntary reverence from others. Other saints also compressed their auras, otherwise, if shown, it would be difficult for those below the Tao comprehension realm to bear, unable to even move. As the members of the Li family were panicking with fear, the source ancestor took them to the Tianyuan sacred land, where energy was abundant, and the environment was extremely beautiful, like an immortal realm in the mortal world. The source ancestor allowed them to settle temporarily while projecting the scenes of those divine dynasties being destroyed by the ancient demons. He had previously spoken frankly about Li Hao's exploits, harboring his own intentions, hoping these people upon knowing Li Hao's current special status could effectively persuade Li Hao. At this moment, as ruins and rubble were projected by the source ancestor overhead, witnessing them, the people of the Li family and others including Emperor Yu were stunned. Those fallen divine dynasties, viewed from above, countless cities silent, filled with corpses, as war spread everywhere. In a world overseen by all saints, such a massive tragedy surprisingly occurred. The silhouette of the ancient demon was also projected, with the source ancestor slightly applying a strand of law, instantly making everyone feel an overwhelming evil intention and terrifying oppression, feeling as if just the projection instilled fear. This is the ancient demon, each comparable to a top-tier saint. The source ancestor spoke softly. Currently only by asking Haoshan Venerate to act may they be suppressed, but despite this, it's merely treating the symptoms rather than the root cause. The ancient demon army is endless. Only Haoshan Venerate leading us to seek refuge may preserve the flame, waiting for someone to become a true immortal, perhaps then can reverse the situation, driving the ancient demons away. Hearing his words, while the crowd couldn't completely comprehend, they understood the all heavens are facing an unprecedented catastrophe. Just didn't expect this catastrophe may only have the option to seek refuge. Persuading Haoshan Venerate can only rely on you. The source ancestor solemnly said to everyone, though his gaze was gentle and sincere. Seeing him as a saint yet with such a peaceful demeanor, everyone felt goodwill towards him. Li Tiangang said, "In such a calamity, as martial artists, naturally we must act, there's no reason to retreat." As he spoke, he felt his wife beside him subtly pull him. Confused, he looked over. Ji Qingqing didn't speak, but her eyes showed contemplation, remaining silent. Li Musho's gaze flickered. Although he harbored goodwill towards the saint before him, he always felt something strange about the latter's words. Moreover, he understood Li Hao thoroughly, even though he hadn't seen him for over a century. Perhaps people change. He always believed that a person's nature forms at a young age. Unless experiencing drastic changes, it's difficult to have an opposite change. Senior, what do you think Haoshan Venerate wants? While everyone was pondering, Emperor Yu with a respectful demeanor asked. His attitude was gentle, yet his posture upright, giving a sense of soft yet firm imperial dignity. Upon Emperor Yu's inquiry, the source ancestor glanced at him, understanding he's a descendant of the Zhang family, a crucial offspring for reviving Saint Zhang. The seemingly ordinary question was indeed quite challenging, but his scheming was equally profound. Smiling, Haoshan Venerate and I had a small misunderstanding before. It was our fault. We are willing to pay any price to apologize to Haoshan Venerate, but now the error has been made. Just hope Haoshan Venerate can let go of past grievances, even if for the sake of the beings of all heavens, not for us, but for all living beings. Emperor Yu's eyes slightly flickered. The other's words had already revealed many pieces of information. He instantly understood, matching his guesses almost perfectly. It's nowhere as lightly described by the other. Otherwise, given that child's gentle disposition, how could he neglect the well-being of all living beings? Since it's a misunderstanding, aside from our persuasion, all of you can join us in clearing the misunderstanding. Haoshan, that child has a kind heart. If it's a small misunderstanding, he will forgive. Emperor Yu gently smiled and said. All saints noticed that this mortal emperor's mind was meticulous, hard to deceive, inwardly muttering cunning. The source ancestor smiled. Of course, we had apologized before, but as long as Haoshan Venerate can act, apologizing 10 times 100 times is no problem. On this journey, we will travel with you, just hoping Haoshan Venerate not considering us, yet may look at your feelings and momentarily put aside grievances. Grudges. Emperor Yu nodded slightly and said, when we meet Haoshan Venerate, we'll certainly try our best to persuade him. He had already seen that while these saints treated them politely, they mainly intended to use them to persuade Li Hao. Otherwise, why show such a good face? Moreover, they had no choice and couldn't negotiate with these saints. The members of the Li family stopped saying anything further upon seeing Emperor Yu make a decision himself. The source ancestor gestured to his disciple, Xiao Tianyu. Xiao Tianyu understood the signal, turned around, and shortly after, brought a group of figures with him. Seeing these figures, the Li family members were somewhat puzzled, but Li Musho and Li Qingzheng were stunned, as they recognized several familiar faces among them. These were ancestors of the Li family who had come to the land of all saints before, their portraits still in the ancestral hall. With the introduction from the source ancestor, both sides quickly realized that they were all from the Li family. Li Tiangang led Li Xuanli and others to quickly pay respects, and even Li Musho and Li Qingzheng had to bow their heads in salutation. Although they might be older than these ancestors due to staying in the mortal world, those in front of them were still their ancestors in terms of rank and bloodline. Within the ancestral hall, many heroic spirits of the ancestors flew out to look at these members of the Li family who were in the immortal gate. All saints waited patiently for them to recognize each other. The source ancestor dispersed the projection, as many matters had already been explained in advance to the Li family members in the Holy Land, leaving it to them to carefully persuade Li Hao. A night passed. The next day, the source ancestor led the group, accompanied by all saints, heading to a certain place in the void in search of Li Hao. Thinking of soon meeting Li Hao, everyone was somewhat excited. Ren Qianqin held her sword tightly, her heart surging. After over 100 years, she was finally going to meet Li Hao again. Not long after, with successive crossings of the void, the saints performed shifts of heaven and earth, and such means once again opened the eyes of the group. As a grand saint mountain appeared in front of them, the source ancestor slowed his pace, leading the group to fly slowly closer. On Saint Mountain, Li Hao was constructing the mountaintop. With a powerful primordial spirit, he had long shrouded the surroundings. When the source ancestor and others just traversed through the rift, he sensed their presence. After all, with all saints gathered together, their aura was too conspicuous. However, beyond the aura of all saints, Li Hao quickly noticed many familiar auras appearing. He couldn't help but be stunned, immediately looking joyfully over, at once seeing Emperor Yu, Ren Qianqin, and others. Apart from them, he also saw Uncle Second, Uncle Fifth, and even Auntie Jianlin, who had cared for him since childhood. And that little chubby boy, how did he become a big chubby boy? Li Hao was somewhat surprised to see Li Yanzhao, already in middle age and portly. If not for his unchanging aura, he might not recognize him, the change was too great. As they approached, everyone also saw Li Hao and immediately recognized him. Li Hao hadn't changed much. For someone of his cultivation level, maintaining a youthful appearance over millennia was possible. If not embarrassed, even old saints of tens of thousands of years could present themselves as children. How? The already middle-aged Li Yanzhao couldn't hold back his excitement upon seeing Li Hao, his eyes moist as he rushed directly to Li Hao. Emperor Yu's eyes subtly heated up, yet he remained restrained, with only one thought in his heart. This child indeed hasn't changed a bit, still the familiar appearance. Ren Qianqin bit her lip slightly, tears like broken pearls rolled down her cheeks as she slowly floated towards Li Hao, seemingly afraid that the dream would wake up if she moved too quickly. Beside her, Li Ping'an stared blankly at that figure. Just as the countless statues he had seen, while there were some changes, they weren't obvious. He was even more handsome, full of heroic spirit, with an unparalleled, radiant aura, not a quality any statue could exude. This is his brother. Soon, Li Ping'an noticed Ren Qianqin's appearance. Although behind her, his divine sense could see the woman crying her heart out. It felt as though his heart was severely pierced. Yuan Zhao, Qianqin. Seeing them approach, Li Hao stopped his construction work, happily going to greet them. Then, he glanced further to see the source ancestor and all saints, instantly comprehending the reason. However, at this moment, he didn't want the saints to affect his mood. Regardless, seeing them again was a joy. Hao, I missed you so much. Li Yanzhao directly fell into Li Hao's embrace, crying loudly. Though appearing as a robust middle-aged man, he was like a child, uttering sentimental words. Li Hao was a bit surprised but didn't inquire further. He faintly felt this little fellow hadn't been doing well. Among the Li family members, a beautiful woman with a refined hairpin and a cold gaze was shocked watching this scene. She was Li Yanzhao's wife, having married into the Li family recently. She had heard of Li Yanzhao's great friendship with the sole heavenly general of Deu, calling each other brothers. She had thought it was Li Yanzhao's own boasting. After all, Li Yanzhao's talent was one step short of a rare genius, let alone comparing with that heavenly general. Especially when soon after, Li Yanzhao suddenly became dispirited, drinking daily. When she inquired about the reason, he didn't answer. She grew more dissatisfied, often unable to resist mocking him a few times, and over time, their marital relationship had worsened significantly. Unexpectedly, such a scene unfolded before her eyes. That invincible youth, the heavenly general of Deu, the unbeatable of all heavens, was embracing her seemingly worthless husband. Don't cry, I'm still here. Li Hao gently patted his shoulder, softly comforting him. At this moment, Ren Qianqin also walked over, her eyes brimming with tears, only to gaze at Li Hao with a look of excitement. Li Hao noticed that she too had changed somewhat. The obedient girl who used to hold a sword behind him now exuded an ethereal aura, like a fairy, more beautiful and captivating. Li Hao smiled at her and said, "Have you made any progress in swordsmanship over these years?" Ren Qianqin felt her nose tingle and said, "I've been waiting for you to teach me swordsmanship again." Li Hao felt an indescribable heat surge through his chest, and as if there were sand in his eyes, he grinned and said, "This time, I will teach you the strongest swordsmanship of the all heavens." Ren Qianqin bit her lip, silently looking at Li Hao. Compared to the strongest swordsmanship of the all heavens, what she desired was simply to follow the young man before her, basking in the sun daily, having simple meals, and it mattered not if there was no sword. At this moment, others also gradually flew in front of Li Hao. Li Hao glanced around and found that though many had changed under the sculpting of time, their brows and eyes were still quite familiar. Second uncle, fifth uncle, auntie. Looking around, Li Hao suddenly noticed Li Xiaoran was not among them and couldn't help but ask, "Where's fourth uncle?" Li Musho didn't expect Li Hao to still remember the old fourth uncle and felt that the young man before him was indeed still the child from back then. He felt a surge of emotion, and with tears in his eyes, he replied, "Not long after you entered the immortal gate, the old fourth wandered everywhere and seldom returned to the divine general mansion, so he didn't come this time." Li Hao understood, having heard that fourth uncle liked to wander freely when he was young, being extremely unrestrained. Originally, I planned to find you all after building the Saint Mountain. Since you're here early, it's good. I'll show you the Saint Mountain I built. In the days to come, you may all live here." Immediately, Li Hao beckoned everyone to descend to the Saint Mountain. He specially picked a great spot for everyone to settle. Among the crowd, Li Tiangang and Ji Qingqing noticed that Li Hao's gaze skipped over them, causing their expressions to slightly change and their eyes to darken. Li Ping'an saw that this brother didn't even glance at him, feeling an inexplicable sense of loss but also a surge of anger. He realized that not only did Li Hao overlook him, but he also completely ignored their parents. With Li Hao inviting everyone to settle, this place was an extremely vast open space, capable of accommodating numerous buildings. Li Hao hadn't yet built any structures, intending to let them build their preferred courtyards after they arrived. Li Hao, seeing Li Hao chatting and laughing with Emperor Yu and Ren Qianqin, yet completely ignoring his parents on the side, Li Ping'an finally couldn't bear it and shouted loudly. Li Hao frowned, looking puzzled as he saw a handsome young man. He had long noticed that this individual had the strongest aura among the Li family, being at the peak of the Tao comprehension realm, but to him, these were unimportant. Li Ping'an spoke out in anger, and as soon as he finished, he suddenly felt a cold sweat of regret. Simultaneously, he noticed that the surroundings seemed to quiet down instantly, even to the point of deathly silence. Earlier, with smiles on their faces, Li Yuanhao, Auntie He Jianlin, and others looked at him with anxiety and unease, and also silence. That expression made Li Ping'an feel extremely uncomfortable. Even when he made mistakes or caused trouble in the past, they never looked at him like that. "Since you are living well in this all-heavens sacred land, why haven't you come to the mortal world to visit your parents all these years? Do you know how much they miss you?" Although feeling uneasy inside, he still pressed on and said through gritted teeth. Since childhood, he had been seen as the shadow of that person. Even in his parents' eyes, they were often lost in thought. He realized as he grew up that it was obviously reminiscent of someone else. What he had pursued desperately but could never attain, someone else held easily. Now even displaying an indifferent demeanor, he couldn't bear it. "Parents," upon hearing the other's address, Li Hao's eyes flickered, and he immediately understood. But there was no fluctuation in his heart, and he calmly said, "The person you're talking about is already dead. Hasn't anyone told you?" Li Ping'an was stunned, looking at him in shock and doubt. "What do you mean?" Li Hao had no interest in saying more to him and called Li Musho and Emperor Yu to talk on the other side. At this moment, sounds of breaking through the air came from the void. It was Ji and others approaching here with top treasures, accompanied by friends they had made across the all heavens, altogether quite numerous. "Heoshin, we are here." Ji and others descended in front of Li Hao, also noticing the Li family members nearby. He felt somewhat familiar but couldn't recall, assuming they were Li Hao's friends. He looked somewhat embarrassed and said, "Look, do you think we brought too many people?" Beside him stood thousands of people, including his friends and their associates. Under Ji's selection, there were ultimately still thousands of them. Li Hao glanced over, lightly laughed, and said, "It's not too many. This holy land can accommodate billions, we can fill it first." Hearing Li Hao say this, Ji finally breathed a sigh of relief, and those behind him also exhaled a long breath, fearing Li Hao would expel them. At the same time, they noticed that besides Heoshin Venerate, all saints were also present here. This left them somewhat stunned, not expecting the all-heavens saints to gather here. At this moment, more sounds of breaking through the air came from outside the Holy Land. Many of Li Hao's acquaintances arrived one after another, including Zan Tan, Yi Ancestor, and others. Among them, Li Hao also saw Lin Qingyue, followed by many alchemists including Lin Shanhai and her master. In the blink of an eye, this place was full of people. The Li family members saw the sudden gathering of so many people, all with powerful auras. Many were from the Four Stands realm, and quite a few were in the Tao comprehension realm. They couldn't help but feel secretly shocked. Judging by the appearance of these people, they seemed to be friends Li Hao had made. Li Ping'an stood among the crowd, his face turning alternately pale and flushed as he looked at the figure surrounded by people, like the moon encircled by stars. The many stories he had heard about him seemed to materialize before his eyes. Some said his brother was a figure admired by all, a born ruler. Some said his brother was a peerless genius emerging suddenly, incomparable to anyone. Countless praises and honors made him feel that the figure stood atop a mountain, looking down on everything. Now, the other party really seemed to be like that. "I'm here, and my master has brought her friends. Are there too many people? Lin Qingyue walked up to Li Hao, her first words echoing Ji's concern about bringing too many people and causing inconvenience to Li Hao. Li Hao took a glance and smiled. Is this too much? Does my holy land look like it can't accommodate everyone? Upon hearing this, Lin Qingyue breathed a sigh of relief, then noticed All Saints. Her expression changed slightly. She had heard from the swordmaster about Li Hao's grievances and felt indignant and unjust for Li Hao. It was clearly All Saints who caused the trouble, yet they smeared Li Hao's reputation throughout all heavens, causing his incense fire to be cut off. If you can't hold on, don't force yourself, Lin Qingyue said softly. Li Hao nodded slightly. Not long after, the void cracked open, and the medical saint emerged from within. She scanned the scene, noting the presence of All Saints, yet she expressed no surprise, descending silently before Li Hao. Seeing another saint arrive, the Li family and others were all shocked, feeling that Li Hao's location seemed to have become the center of all heavens. I see your holy land is vast, and I've brought many people, about 1 billion, can it withstand? The medical saint said softly. Li Hao had already anticipated this and nodded. I've already prepared a place for you all, it's a small matter. The medical saint breathed a sigh of relief, glancing at the source ancestor and others. Since she stood alongside Li Hao, being grateful to him, she naturally wanted to advocate for Li Hao, indifferently saying, "Why are you here and not blocking that breach? Earlier, you claimed Haoshin was selfish, and now you want Haoshin to clean up your mess?" Upon hearing her words, everyone present was surprised and looked towards All Saints. The Li family and Emperor Yu and others were confused, saying Li Hao was selfish? They couldn't help but look at All Saints with doubt in their eyes. The source ancestor and others had earlier explained to the Li family that it was due to their own negligence and faults but did not go into detail or mention smearing Li Hao's reputation in all heavens. Now, being casually mentioned by the medical saint, they couldn't help but feel awkward, with more concealed anger, fearing that her words spoiled major plans. It's all a misunderstanding, and we have already apologized to Haoshin Venerate. The source ancestor barely managed to smile, simultaneously giving the medical saint a warning look. On any other day, the medical saint would consider carefully, as she wasn't a match for the source ancestor, and the 7 Tribulation Emperor weapon was enough to suppress all heaven's saints. But now, she had no such concern or fear, ignoring the subtle warning, calmly saying, "If it's a misunderstanding, then why is it still spreading everywhere, saying Haoshin Venerate is selfish, blocking your way to the immortal path? If apologies are made, shouldn't this misunderstanding be cleared up first?" The source ancestor and All Saints' expressions were somewhat unpleasant, but the source ancestor quickly smiled, saying, "Of course, we will clarify this for Haoshin Venerate." "How will you clarify?" "With a simple sentence. I suggest using the boundary stone to project onto all heavens, showing Haoshin Venerate at the immortal gate blocking you, and also project how you ignored Haoshin Venerate's obstruction and led the ancient demon to this realm, letting all heaven's residents discern truth for themselves." The medical saint's eyes were soft, yet her words were sharp as a blade. The source ancestor and All Saints' expressions all changed. Doing so would be akin to cutting off their incense fire. As if it were true, all heavens would know Haoshin Venerate made every effort to prevent disaster, while they were the ones who caused it. By then, Li Hao would likely receive countless support through incense fire. Their numerous followers would also turn against them, except for some core loyalists. "Medical saint, don't overdo it. If you wish to benefit Li Hao, you can, but don't force me to expose your private intentions. Do you want us to fall and ride Haoshin Venerate's coattail, hoping that when Haoshin Venerate clears this realm, you become the supreme here? You've thought too much." The source ancestor's icy voice transmitted to the medical saint. At the same time, the medical saint received transmissions from other saints, some cursing, some advising, others analyzing advantages and disadvantages. Both the medical saint and All Saints maintained natural expressions, but their transmissions became extremely intense. The medical saint smiled, looked at the source ancestor, and transmitted back, "You think too much. If Haoshin Venerate goes to the divine world, I will accompany him. Who cares for this realm?" The source ancestor sneered, not believing the other party's words. The divine world has ancient demons, and it's not easy to stay there. Moreover, even if she truly planned this way, this realm is still a fallback for her. The thoughts of saints are far-reaching and are never as simple as they seem. "Don't make things too absolute," the source ancestor transmitted a warning. The medical saint smiled, and at this moment, Li Hao spoke nearby. The medical saint has a point. I almost forgot about this matter. Everyone, any objections? Seeing Li Hao speak, the source ancestor and all saints exchanged glances, their expressions turning unpleasant, quickly transmitting to each other for discussion. At this point, they knew that if they further angered Li Hao, there would be no way back. Compared to incense fire, life was more important, so they had to bow their heads. No problem. The source ancestor gathered the opinions of all saints and finally agreed to Li Hao's request. Upon hearing his words, everyone present came to a realization. Ji and others finally understood that the previous rumors and smears were actually the combined efforts of all saints, and Li Hao had borne such great pressure. The Li family members and Emperor Yu's face changed. Previously, they had a favorable impression of all saints, thinking that despite their high status, they treated them kindly without any airs of a saint. They believed it was because they had something to ask for, yet were overly humble. Unexpectedly, they had conspired to frame Li Hao. No wonder they requested them to act as intermediaries. Not long after, the sword master also arrived. Seeing the situation on site, he laughed and said, "It's quite bustling." The source ancestor and others heard his mocking words and were somewhat displeased, but the sword master said no more. He was aware of the grievances between all saints and Li Hao and knew Li Hao could handle it on his own. Haoshan Venerate, your holy land is quite large, enough to accommodate billions of people. Our coming here shouldn't hinder you. The source ancestor said to Li Hao. The medical saint said, the promises made earlier haven't been fulfilled, just agreeing does not count. The source ancestor glanced at her, took a deep breath, and immediately began discussing with all saints. He then promised that by tomorrow, the truth would be known across all heavens. Li Hao did not urge them to stay, sending them off, and then projected a part of himself to arrange a place for Ji and others, while his true self flew into the void, continuing to build the Holy Land. The next day, with each boundary stone lighting up, all heaven's world mirrored the scene before the mystical gate. The source ancestor and others chose to compromise, showing the events of Li Hao blocking all saints and enduring their mockery and insults. Soon, all saints entered the mystical gate, attracting ancient demons shortly thereafter. As the projections appeared across various small worlds, all heavens were in uproar. No one had expected that the previously glorious immortal path would be so perilous. I heard that Qinggo small world is littered with corpses, all slain by the ancient demon. Ancient demon, could it be the ancestor of demons? No wonder the immortal path is so dangerous, and Haoshan Venerate was right to stop it. Who spread these false messages earlier, slandering Haoshan Venerate? No need to say, it must be the followers of all saints. As projections spread, all heavens were thrown into turmoil. Many disciples of saint sects felt their Tao heart crumbling, realizing their revered saints could commit such foolish errors, appearing so grotesque before the immortal path. This boundary stone projection showed throughout all heavens, and Li Hao in the void Holy Land saw it too, alongside Ji and other members of the Li family. They finally understood the grievances between all saints and Li Hao, and they understood the injustices Li Hao had suffered across all heavens, explaining why all saints were now pleading and bowing. How, they are so despicable. Li Yanzhao saw the projection and immediately came to find Li Hao, with rage all over his chubby face. Ren Qianqin and Emperor Yu also hurried over with faces full of worry for Li Hao. They knew that Li Hao's journey through the mortal world had been extremely difficult. Everyone saw his glory, but only those who truly cared saw his scars. Li Hao saw their expressions, feeling slightly uncomfortable, and laughed saying, "It's all trivial matters, mere rumors won't affect me. They say rumors are stopped by wise ones, but if those spreading them have too high authority, fake can be passed off as true." Emperor Yu sighed, feeling some resentment toward all saints. Li Hao shook his head, not taking these matters to heart. At this moment, he noticed in the void numerous incense fires gathering. It seems the projection made a huge impact on all heavens. Meanwhile, in the Tianyuan sacred land, the source ancestor and all saints realized that with the spread of the projection, their incense fire sources were rapidly decreasing, turning from a mighty river to a weak stream, and now only threads or sparks remained. Without incense fire sources, their cultivation cannot advance, and would stall. "Let's go, find Hao now, he should have nothing to say." A saint gritted his teeth, said with heartache. Although other saints felt uncomfortable, they knew the most important thing now was to board Li Hao's ship. The source ancestor didn't say much, just about to lead all saints to set off, when suddenly a crack opened in the sky above Tianyuan's sacred land, and then a bloody figure fell from it. It was a saint, but blood-covered, and his emperor's weapon robe was torn. Something's happened. A tremulous shout echoed, and as the saint fell, he saw the source ancestor and all saints, hurriedly saying, "Quick, quick, save the divine king. A terrifying entity from the ancient demon is here." All saints were stunned. Someone recognized the identity of this saint, a three-calamities saint, who now appeared so distressed, with all wounds unmendable. What happened? The source ancestor's heart skipped a beat, his blood seemed to stall, his breath stifled. Could it be the immortal gate was broken? All saints also thought of this point, and instantly their expressions changed. If the immortal gate is breached, wouldn't that mean the worst-case scenario Li Hao mentioned has occurred? In that case, the entire all heavens will be destroyed. Thinking of this, the saints felt a sense of unspeakable emotion in their hearts, panic, regret, and heartache. No, it's not the immortal gate, it is invaded by powerful ancient demons. It should be the second-order ancient demons Haoshan Venerate spoke of, and there's more than one. The saint, seeing the change in faces of the all saints, quickly caught his breath and said, "Second-order ancient demon." Upon hearing this, the source ancestor and others felt slightly relieved. Although Li Hao had said the second-order ancient demons were more terrifying, as long as the immortal gate was not broken, there was still hope. "Let's go." The source ancestor did not hesitate and immediately led the all saints forward. Soon, they arrived at the ancient hall in the void. As soon as they arrived, they felt waves of terrifying pressure emanating from the ancient hall. The source ancestor's expression changed, sensing the intense and savage killing aura. He immediately knew that this was the commotion of the divine king's battle, and it was the great commotion generated by him unleashing his true power in combat. He swiftly led people to charge inside, even though he and the divine king were adversaries, both wanting to kill the other. But at this moment, they knew that without the other, they would be unsupported unless someone could enlist Li Hao as an ally. But Li Hao belonged to a third faction, opposed to both of them. Just as they entered the ancient hall, navigating through the complex paths and side hall structures, they quickly arrived at the crack. Outside the crack, 3 ancient demons were in combat with 7 saints, while within the crack, a bright red light emitted, with dark black mist churning within it. "Quick, help!" The source ancestor's expression suddenly changed, somewhat shocked, not expecting the ancient demons to have fought their way outside the crack. One must know that the gap of the immortal gate was narrow, and the ancient demons could only come in one by one. Killing one as it comes, as long as the immortal gate is not breached, it can still be defended. But now, appearing so many ancient demons at once made him feel the seriousness of the mishap. The all saints took action one after another, swiftly attacking the 3 ancient demons, while the source ancestor led the holy master of law, named Saint, Mo family saint, and several supreme saints into the starry sky within the crack. The blazing red light exuded a destructive aura. It was the domain of the divine king. At this moment, in his domain, the divine king was disheveled, his armor covered in blood, looking a bit weary. In front of him, however, were 3 massive ancient demons swirling around the divine king, continuously rotating, stirring up black whirlwinds filled with primordial spirit-devouring power, shooting magical blades into the divine king's saint domain, making it hard for him to defend. 3. The source ancestor's expression changed, sensing deep malice and majesty from these 3 ancient demons. Is this the second-order ancient demons Li Hao spoke of? He immediately unleashed the source saint domain, enveloping the starry sky, and within his domain, time seemed to slow down. "What's going on?" he hurriedly asked the divine king. The divine king, seeing them arrive, sighed with relief, his face somber as he said, "A second-order ancient demon came, using that special soul-devouring mist to guard the breach. I couldn't break through, and the other ancient demons took the opportunity to crawl in." The source ancestor immediately understood. A single second-order ancient demon could actually open the way. "Be careful, they are much stronger than those third-rank ancient demons." The divine king softly reminded the holy master of law and others. Third-rank ancient demons are comparable to supreme saints. The power of second-order ancient demons is already equivalent to the supreme saint divine realm. "Kill, we must block it." The source ancestor's eyes were extremely solemn, taking out the sky-suppressing whip and charged at one of the ancient demons. "You all restrain another, I'll deal with this one." As he spoke, the sky-suppressing whip swung, and the void resounded with terrifying explosive cracking whip sounds. tearing holes in the black fog surrounding the ancient demons, after which the long whip pierced through, chopping onto the head of an ancient demon, directly lashing it until it was skin and flesh torn, and the destruction of tribulation power at the wound prevented healing. The source ancestor went all out, quickly attacking. This second-order ancient demon's injury only infuriated it, causing it to emit a sharp cry, with black flames appearing all over its body, a whirlpool-like black shadow emerging behind it. Under the rotation of that black shadow, a powerful suction force made the source ancestor feel as if his primordial spirit was being pulled out, significantly diminishing the power of the sky-suppressing whip. He was shocked at heart. The various means of this ancient demon seemed able to injure and affect the primordial spirit. But the primordial spirit had already reached the extreme realm, and he also mastered some special soul-refining skill, allowing a slight enhancement even in the extreme realm through the primordial god-secret technique. Bang! The source ancestor suddenly erupted, cold azure light shooting from his eyes, with the primordial spirit and body suddenly converging, lashing out with a whip. The body of the ancient demon was torn apart, the destruction of tribulation power preventing its flesh from healing. With this successful strike, as the source ancestor just breathed a sigh of relief, he saw that dark mist spreading from the torn body, with soul-devouring power emitting from the mist like corrosive blood, untouchable. Roar! At this time, at the breach of the immortal gate, a low roar sounded again. Immediately, another massive second-order ancient demon flew out from the black mist inside. Seeing the scene before it, that ancient demon quickly roared and charged toward the source ancestor. The source ancestor's pupils slightly shrank. In the void, after 2 days of intense effort, Li Hao finally completed the construction of the Holy Land. Yesterday, he thought all saints would come again, but they did not, which surprised Li Hao, but he didn't think much of it. Now that the construction of the Holy Land was complete, he released an incarnation within the Holy Land, and then used panel attributes to also create a dark side clone. He handed a fragmented immortal sword to the dark side's clone. If encountered by a third-rank ancient demon, the dark side's clone could slay it. After completing these tasks, Li Hao enveloped the primordial spirit over the entire Holy Land, then planned to proceed to the mortal world to gather the people from the Deu divine dynasty into the Holy Land. Haoshan Venerate, something has happened. Just as Li Hao was about to take action, the medical saint suddenly found Li Hao, his expression somewhat grave, saying, "I just received word that several small worlds have suffered attacks from ancient demons. I used the thousand-faced puppet, gifted to me by Saint Mo, to investigate the ancient hall, and encountered the retreating source ancestor and all saints along the way. Saint Mo informed me that the ancient hall has been taken over by ancient demons, and the breach cannot be sealed. They have done their best." Li Hao furrowed his brows, his mind racing, and asked, "Are there any larger ones among the ancient demons?" The medical saint nodded, saying, "The source ancestor reported encountering second-order ancient demons invading, which they couldn't fend off, having lost the initiative, resulting in the fall of 7 or 8 saints. Now they're fleeing towards here, hoping we will put grievances aside and accept them. If the positions were exchanged, they might not necessarily accept us." Li Hao sneered, profoundly dissatisfied with all saints, saying, "Even if they are second-order ancient demons, if they fully commit to sealing the breach, they can still block it.
Those second-order ancient demons can only enter one by Onia. Kill them one by one as they come. Previously, I've already informed them of the terrifying nature of second-order ancient demons, yet they left only a portion to guard the breach, while the rest ran around heedlessly. In the end, they only realize pain when they feel the loss."
Upon hearing this, the medical saint sighed inwardly. A few days ago, the source ancestor and all saints were here with Li Hao seeking refuge, without any intention to resolve this issue. However, understanding that this matter couldn't be settled, she acknowledged that mistakes inevitably come with consequences. Yet, it's the people across all heavens who suffer. Li Hao, seeing the medical saint's hesitant expression, guessed she softened her stance and said nothing but, "If they come, there should be ancient demons trailing them, right?" The medical saint instinctively grasped Li Hao's implication, and the trace of compassion in her heart faded instantly, nodding. "Indeed, I've used the thousand-faced puppet to scout, and there are ancient demons pursuing them. Claiming to seek aid, yet drawing calamity here." Li Hao shook his head slightly, having long lost hope in them. At this moment, he felt no disturbance at all. He withdrew the primordial spirit enveloping the Saint Mountain, then stood atop the high sky at the mountain's peak, having the medical saint indicate the direction, and quietly waited. The medical saint was somewhat surprised upon seeing Li Hao's actions, having expected him to turn away upon hearing this, only to find he stayed instead. "Do you intend to assist them?" the medical saint couldn't help but ask. Even as she perceived the intentions of all saints and the source ancestor, part of her wished to turn away, yet Li Hao stopped. "Keeping them alive, they might be of some use," Li Hao stated simply. Soon, a group of figures tore through the cracks in the heavens, continuously shifting towards them. At this time, the sword master sensed the presence of all saints, his figure flickering over to stand beside Li Hao atop the mountain. The sword master had barely begun speaking when he saw behind all saints the gloomy void filled with rolling dark clouds sweeping towards them, his face changing dramatically. Li Hao said nothing. Instead, he slowly walked out of the Saint Mountain. Meanwhile, leading the Source Ancestor and the Divine King ahead, noticing Li Hao's figure, immediately increased their movement technique. "Haoshan Venerate, those behind us are second-order ancient demons. We can't hold them off alone, let's join forces." Upon spotting Li Hao, the Source Ancestor urgently said. His expression was anxious, yet within he felt clear as a mirror, recognizing that Li Hao would see through his ruse of leading the ancient demons here, fearing Li Hao's wrath, thus pretending merely to seek part of Li Hao's power to join in slaying demons. The Divine King, unlike the Source Ancestor's fondness for acting, bothered not to feign. He focused intently on Li Hao, waiting for his response. Li Hao's gaze swept past them, observing the Holy Master of Law and named Saint among the Supreme Saints behind, appearing somewhat disheveled. The remaining saints had fluctuating presences, some looking spiritually exhausted, severely injured. Roar! At this moment, the roar of the ancient demons resonated through the void. The entire space trembled slightly, as if converging in endless thunderstorm. The people resting on Saint Mountain were all alerted, looking fearfully toward the source of the rumbling, spotting Li Hao, all saints, and the ancient demons relentlessly closing in behind. The number of ancient demons was vast, tallying to over a dozen, with 4 leading second-order ancient demons. This formation darkened the entire sky. The intense evil intent and soul-crushing aura gripped everyone on Saint Mountain, causing their skin to tighten and a chilling dread to descend from their feet to the crown of their heads. What kind of monsters are those? Those are ancient demons, I've seen them before. Are those ancient demons hunting all saints? Why did they drag these demons here? The people atop Saint Mountain were in terrified panic. They realized their purpose of coming here was to evade the impending invasion of ancient demons, not expecting all saints' arrival to bring the demons along. Now, the dozen or so ancient demons approached increasingly closer. The brutality and violence in the eyes of the 4 leading second-order ancient demons suddenly held traces of gravity. They faintly sensed, within that crowd ahead, a figure whose soul power was incredibly intense, distinct from everyone beside him. "Join forces?" Li Hao heard the Source Ancestor's words, his lips curling into a sneer. The hearts of the Source Ancestor and all saints sank, thinking Li Hao refused to agree. "Haoshan Venerate." Before the Source Ancestor could speak again, Li Hao interrupted him, saying indifferently, "I'll deal with these ancient demons, but this is the last time I help you clean up your mess. Once the ancient demons are defeated, you need to make sure that gap is sealed, or no one will be able to save you." The Source Ancestor and others were stunned, wondering if they had misheard. Li Hao was actually willing to make a move. They were pleasantly surprised, and the gaze of all saints towards Li Hao shifted from earlier resentment to excitement in an instant. A feeling of shame washed over them, realizing that this young man was indeed not the despicable person they previously thought him to be, just as the Sword Master and Medical Saint had described. "Haoshan Venerate, these ancient demons are terrifying, especially those second-order ancient demons you spoke of. Even the Divine King and I find them troublesome. Let's join forces." The Source Ancestor's face was visibly excited as he hurriedly spoke to Li Hao, with more warmth and sincerity in his words. But Li Hao ignored the expression on his face. This old fox, whatever he let others see was likely what he deliberately wanted to show, and what he truly thought might be a different matter altogether. Yet Li Hao had no intention of probing his true thoughts, simply lifting his foot to walk. The Source Ancestor and Divine King were slightly taken aback, instinctively stepping aside. At this moment, those ancient demons had slowed down before reaching all saints. They did not attack rashly as before, sensing an implicit threat from the young man among the crowd. Their ability to devour souls gave them an acute sense of souls, and they could detect the dangerous aura emanating from the young man. At the same time, they felt that absorbing this young man's soul might result in a great transformation and upgrade for them, potentially breaking through to the first-level leader rank. All Saints also noticed the change in these ancient demons. Unlike their previously furious madness during battles, there was now a weighty, apprehensive look in their eyes. All Saints suspected it was their illusion and felt slightly shocked. The noisy wind in the void seemed to quiet down slightly at this moment. Haoshan Venerate, the Source Ancestor, wanted to speak. But around Li Hao, cracks in the void emerged one after another, and from these cracks extended several broken immortal artifacts. After that red tassel spear woman killed the ancient demon commander, Li Hao and Nangang Jian swept through the territories of ancient demon leaders and collected 8 broken immortal soldiers, all drained of immortal power, but each weapon still retained a sharp immortal blade. In addition to that remnant blade, there were 9 in total. At this moment, one was held by the Dark Aspect Avatar. Li Hao only summoned 6 of them beside him. It was more than enough for the small skirmish against these dozen or so ancient demons. These broken ancient immortal soldiers revolved around Li Hao like a wheel, as if he were the lord destined by heaven and earth, projecting a commanding presence that made all saints appear as insignificant backgrounds, while he stood before the colossal ancient demons, his seemingly ant-like figure radiating brilliant divine light and might. This scene left countless people refuged on the Saint Mountain dumbstruck. How? The people of the Li family also saw this and covered their mouths, eyes filled with awe. At this moment, the ancient demons sensed the danger radiating from Li Hao growing stronger, and finally, unable to resist, they roared and charged towards Li Hao. As the dark soul-devouring mist spread, black hole-like vortices emerged behind the ancient demons, exuding terrifying devouring power. All saints felt their primordial spirits swaying within them, seemingly about to burst out of their bodies and be absorbed into those vortices. However, the 6 broken immortal soldiers revolving around Li Hao suddenly shot out. The skillful sensation of slicing through the ancient demons' bodies vividly appeared in Li Hao's mind, and in an instant, driven by the primordial spirit, the immortal soldiers unleashed extreme speed, streaking across with shadows like flowing light. The void here wasn't as solid as in the true realm. Where the immortal soldiers passed, the sights of everyone couldn't keep up with the weapons, yet they saw trails of black marks opened in the void. With the emergence of black marks, the bodies of the ancient demons exploded in tandem. Their flesh instantly stiffened, as if struck by billions of volts of electricity, becoming rigid. A moment later, a black aura-ridden primordial spirit shook out from within the ancient demons' bodies. Before the primordial spirit of the ancient demons could react, Li Hao's primordial spirit had already ascended overhead, like a divine being rushing out from the young man's body, radiating golden light, diving towards the ancient demons' bodies. His primordial spirit is golden? All saints couldn't clearly see Li Hao's primordial spirit. Its speed was too fast, but they could see that the primordial spirit emitted golden light, filling them with shock. Moreover, they felt that Li Hao's primordial spirit carried a fearful soul pressure, which had far surpassed their extreme realm primordial spirits. Bang! With the charge of the primordial spirit, those 4 second-order ancient demons were the first to bear the brunt, being smitten to pieces by Li Hao's primordial spirit with a hand chop. Then a golden arc flashed through, diving into the primordial spirits of the 3rd-rank ancient demons, and in the blink of an eye, as the arc ended, the ancient demons' primordial spirits all burst and dissipated. Silence reigned between heaven and earth. The roars of the ancient demons, echoing like from yesterday, now seemed utterly unreal. Li Hao raised his hand, retrieving the 6 broken immortal swords back into the heaven and earth space as they returned sequentially, and all saints gradually came back to their senses. But observing the void filled with motionless, lifeless dozen or so ancient demons, all saints were left tongue-tied, their faces filled with incredulous shock. Earlier, although in the ancient hall they witnessed Li Hao instantly kill a 3rd-rank ancient demon, they thought it was because Li Hao had exerted his full strength. They didn't expect that at this moment, with just a raise of his hand, a dozen more ancient demons would be slain in an instant by Li Hao. It all happened too quickly. The Source Ancestor and the Divine King were somewhat lost. Although they knew Li Hao was strong, they didn't expect him to be this terrifying. The entirely golden primordial spirit was an image they could not erase from their minds. Li Hao raised his hand, collecting the dozen ancient demons into his heaven and earth space. In a blink, the overcast sky was clear once more, and the gruesome corpses of the ancient demons vanished. On Saint Mountain, everyone watched this scene in a daze. Those terrifying ancient demons were actually obliterated by Haoshan Venerate in an instant, which was simply outrageous. Now, you should return to the ancient hall and continue to fulfill your responsibilities, to make amends for your mistakes. Li Hao turned around and coldly addressed the saints and the Source Ancestor. The Source Ancestor snapped out of his daze. It was only then he understood why Li Hao had refused their proposal to join forces earlier. To deal with these ancient demons, Li Hao did not need their help at all. After a brief pause, the Source Ancestor's face revealed excitement, and he said to Li Hao, "Haoshan Venerate, if you have such power, then we need not hide. These ancient demons simply cannot break through." Li Hao's eyes turned cold as he said, "Didn't I explain clearly before? These are just second-order ancient demons. If their leader is a first-order ancient demon, even I would only be able to avoid it. That is a genuine true immortal level existence, and behind them are even more terrifying commanders who could even destroy the immortal gate." Hearing Li Hao's words, everyone felt as if cold water had been poured on them, immediately calming them down. "Is there really no way?" a saint said tremblingly. Li Hao glanced at the person, saying indifferently, "If you still regard yourselves as saints, then bear your responsibilities. The only way is to seal the gap and wait for reinforcements from the immortal army outside. If they arrive, we can all be saved. If not, even I might perish alongside you." Hearing Li Hao say this, all the saints looked sorrowful, deeply regretting their past decision to break the immortal path, but time could not be turned back. "Go now, don't waste time here." Li Hao waved his hand. The Source Ancestor and the Divine King hesitated briefly, before the Source Ancestor said in a low voice, "We will bear the mistakes we've made. Everyone, let's go." Seeing the Source Ancestor bow his head, the rest of the saints said nothing, though many knew in their hearts that if all heavens were to suffer, perhaps this was the only thing they could do before their end. To slow the decline of all heavens, Haoshan Venerate, if you personally sealed the gap. A saint murmured. He didn't finish his sentence, but felt many saints around him looking his way, their eyes no longer cooperative, but rather coldly indifferent. Li Hao shot a cold glance at that saint, saying, "Sealing the immortal gate means being ready to die. If the ancient demon commander can destroy the immortal gate, the first to die is the one sealing it. If I take that role, what about you?" The saint looked uncomfortable, lowered his head, and said nothing more. "Haoshan Venerate, please don't be angry, he doesn't speak for us. You're right, the mistake is ours to bear. Indeed, if the great calamity truly arrives, that is just our destiny." The other saints said to Li Hao. Since the immortal gate was broken and after experiencing these events, many saints had come to recognize the situation. Their yearning to become immortals had turned into hope for survival, but as that hope faded, they now wished to do good one last time, at least not betraying the people of all heavens who once believed in them. The Source Ancestor bid farewell to Li Hao, and then led the saints away. "Senior brother." The Sword Saint glanced at the Swordmaster beside the Medical Saint. He too was one of the saints, and now could only return to fulfill the mission of sealing the immortal gate. Once, in the Holy Land passed down by their master, a sword and a talisman were offered for them to choose from. The talisman was a holy talisman, enabling one to command the Sword Ancestor Holy Land. He chose the talisman, while his brother chose the sword. Afterward, he inherited the master's sword Dao, while his brother developed his own sword Dao. Now, faced with another choice, he once again took a different path from his brother, and this time, it might be a final farewell. The Sword Master looked at the Sword Saint, his eyes filled with complexity, but he did not speak, only manifesting a sense of regret and sighing. As the Source Ancestor, the Divine King, and all the saints departed, Li Hao withdrew his gaze and turned back to the Holy Land. The Medical Saint watched with a complicated expression, never imagining Li Hao was this formidable, understanding now why he survived 12 years outside the immortal gate. If only they had been more rational. With your talent, had you reached the stage of becoming an immortal, this world wouldn't be in its current dire state. The Medical Saint sighed. Li Hao shook his head, knowing past events couldn't be changed, making such discussions pointless. "This Holy Land, I entrust to you both temporarily. Elsewhere, there seem to be ancient demon attacks. It appears more than these have escaped, so I shall deal with it first." Li Hao said to the two of them. The Medical Saint was momentarily stunned, having received reports about smaller worlds being attacked by ancient demons, yet hadn't expected Li Hao to be aware as well. "Take care," the Medical Saint urged him. However, after speaking, She realized she might have said something unnecessary, and smiled at Li Hao. Li Hao bid farewell to the swordmaster beside him and then turned and left. He could tell other worlds were being attacked by ancient demons because he saw the incense fire decreasing significantly, indicating that many who believed in him were encountering calamities. As the saints were chased here by dozens of ancient demons, with the immortal gate unattended, there must be even more ancient demons entering all heavens. Swoosh! Li Hao flew out swiftly, his mind merged with the heavens and earth, sensing the vague intentions of the heavenly Tao. Soon, through celestial divination, he received guidance and direction. He immediately arrived at the nearest small world.
As soon as he arrived, Li Hao smelled the familiar scent of ancient demons.
After consuming thousands of ancient demons, Li Hao was all too familiar with their scent. In a certain divine dynasty within this small world, black clouds loomed overhead as the massive silhouette of an ancient demon swept across the sky. Its soul-devouring domain swept over the cities and land below. In an instant, the divine souls of countless citizens within the cities were extracted, falling dead on the spot. Even the lowly demons and beasts in the wilderness had their souls extracted, collapsing to the ground. Where the ancient demon flew, there was dead silence. And the saints of this small world had long departed. The Holy Land was guarded only by semi-saints, perhaps adhering to the saints' commands, merely activating the Holy Land's array to protect it, unable to address the catastrophe within the divine dynasty. An ancient demon has descended. Run, help, help. Why have all the saints let such a monster in? Who will save us? Will any saint have mercy on us? Throughout the divine dynasty, there were desperate cries of panic and flight. Neighboring divine dynasties, upon hearing the news, also fled chaotically, heading toward the Holy Land. However, outside the Holy Land, a large crowd had already gathered, but was blocked by the Holy Land's array, unable to enter. Let us in, let us in. We've worshipped you, Mu ancestor, for years in Fufeng country. Why won't you let us in? Saints are heartless, saints are heartless. A massive crowd gathered before the array, all wailing and cursing. Within the array, most disciples of the Holy Land had familial roots within the divine dynasty, but with the Holy Land's strict blockade, they could only watch helplessly as their family's divine dynasty was isolated and cursed outside, powerless to act. The saints have gone to slay the ancient demon. Everyone, retreat to your own divine dynasty, or face the consequences. In the Holy Land, a semi-saint stepped out, sternly shouting. Worried that the gathering crowd would attract the ancient demon, dooming everyone. Hearing this semi-saint's authoritative and heartless voice, the crowd outside was both frightened and furious, and perhaps because of their numbers, countless angry curses arose in their fear. Seeing this, the semi-saint's face darkened, gritting his teeth he said. Last warning, retreat 3,000 miles from the Holy Land, or don't blame us for activating the Holy Array and killing without mercy. As he spoke, he summoned the elders, and with the power of the burgeoning saint path flowing into the Holy Array, the array emanated a majestic and vast radiance. Under the pressure of this saint's might, many in the crowd panicked, both cursing and tearfully turning to flee. The people in the front fled, while more from various divine dynasties continued to gather from behind. The princes and princesses taking refuge within divine dynasties sat in opulent carriages, but amidst the surging crowd, the carriages were overturned, and they stumbled out, frightened by the throngs of people. With the Holy Array's pressure, the crowd fell into chaos, and countless weak, untrained civilians were trampled to death, crushed into pulp. Amidst this chaos, suddenly, with a resounding howl, a rift opened in the sky, dark mist emanating from within, and then, the massive, menacing body of the ancient demon emerged. Instantly, the fleeing crowds and the disciples of the Holy Land, along with many semi-saints, were all filled with dread. As a cascade of black mist fell, many screamed in fear and collapsed, their souls extracted. Just as the ancient demon was about to rampage, suddenly, an extreme beam of light flew in from the sky. With a clang, the once dominant body of the ancient demon froze abruptly, then a dark primordial spirit was forced out from its body. Immediately after, a golden light roared over. Boom! The ancient demon's primordial spirit stopped moving, and then its body exploded. This scene left the countless crowds on the ground stunned, and the piercing screams of terror diminished significantly, leaving only some who were utterly terrified still trying to force their way through the crowd, only to find that many around them had stopped moving. Subsequently, countless excited voices shouted, the saint is here." In the void, Li Hao's figure stepped out from the crack, casually retrieving the damaged immortal sword. He glanced at the crowded masses below and found that more people had been trampled to death than the ancient demon had managed to kill within moments of its appearance. He couldn't help but shake his head slightly but did not waste it, raising his hand to absorb the extreme Tao power from the ground. As countless black energies gathered into his palm, Li Hao felt a slight increase in the extreme Tao power within him. This scene seemed akin to the actions of a demon, but having just slain the ancient demon, no one would associate Li Hao with demons. Many in the Tao Comprehension realm and Four Stands realm, with their strong physiques, saw Li Hao's face clearly and immediately shouted his name in excitement. "It's Haoshan Venerate. Haoshan Venerate has come to save us. Haoshan Venerate, please save my daughter, Haoshan Venerate." Along with the cries of sorrow, the crowd knelt down like waves, layer upon layer, worshipping Li Hao. The many semi-saints within the Holy Land were also shocked, hurriedly bowing their heads to Li Hao. From the boundary stone reflection, all saints absolved Li Hao of his grievances. His reputation reached its peak among all heavens, for he once single-handedly stood against all saints before the immortal gate, a courage that shocked countless people. Li Hao heard these calls, filled with excitement, surprise, and sorrowful prayers. He sighed inwardly. Under disaster, people's faces changed completely. However, he still had other small world ancient demons to slay, and obviously, he didn't have time to comfort them here. Li Hao raised his hand, and in an instant, a towering peak rose from the ground. Such earth-shaking power at the wave of a hand made countless people more reverent and excited. Li Hao brought the giant peak before him, shaking it with the object control power of his primordial spirit, shaping it into a gigantic sword thousands of feet long. Then, Li Hao mobilized the attributes of his Chang'an diagram. Previously in the mortal world, he had used the Chang'an diagram attributes on a war banner, leaving his mark on it, which could condense 50% of his power. This mark could be used on any object, and now Li Hao left it on the giant sword peak. With the mark placed, Li Hao used law power to transform the mountain peak, making it difficult to destroy, requiring at least the strength of a semi-saint to break it. Once the giant sword peak is destroyed, the mark could be activated to explode with a strike comparable to 50% of his power. This attack, even without separating the ancient demon's body and primordial spirit, would be enough to forcibly suppress a third-rank ancient demon with 50% primordial spirit power. When the mark was complete, Li Hao calmly said, "This sword peak is infused with my sword intent. If you face a desperate enemy again, you may destroy it to release the sword intent to kill the enemy. Do not use it lightly unless in absolute desperation." Having said this, with a wave of his hand, the giant sword peak swept over countless people's heads, landing beside the Saint Mountain. The earth roared, and the ground shook. This tremor passed beneath everyone's feet, and they all felt it. And although Li Hao's words were calm, they sounded in the minds of countless people with soul-shaking force. For a moment, countless people were shocked and excited, shouting Haoshan's name everywhere. Li Hao no longer lingered, turning around and stepping through the sky fissure, disappearing before millions of people. The many semi-saints on the Holy Land, after Li Hao disappeared, still maintained their humble and respectful demeanor, daring not to raise their heads, until long after, they slowly lifted their heads to look at the place where Li Hao once stood. Once confirming that Li Hao had truly disappeared, their eyes fell upon the giant sword peak in the distance. At this moment, they all saw that the giant sword peak had been transformed by laws, with rock and dust integrated, and the trees on it shaved off, like a naturally forged divine sword. Outside the holy array, countless people continued to call out Li Hao's name, incessantly kowtowing. After slaying the ancient demon, Li Hao followed the demon's scent along the way, seeing the destroyed divine dynasty and corpses everywhere along the path. Li Hao didn't waste it, gathering and absorbing the residual extreme Tao power from the bodies. Having absorbed all the extreme Tao power from the ancient demon's slaughter, Li Hao left the place, heading to another small world. On the way, Li Hao felt that the incense firepower flowing through the void was richer than before. But at the same time, Li Hao saw the incense drifting from other directions, yet it was continuously decreasing. He continued to rush to other small worlds. As the ancient demons rampaged, over a dozen small worlds suffered. These ancient demons were powerful, with each one dominating a small world. Many divine dynasties fell, cities were in ruins, including holy lands which were destroyed and occupied by the ancient demons. The ancient demons lay crouched on the Saint Mountain, satiated, absorbing the remaining people into their domain, preparing to take them back as an offering to their leader. Li Hao's figure shuttled over, like a heavenly god descending. The broken immortal sword traversed tens of thousands of miles, killing the ancient demons and rescuing many imprisoned people. As Li Hao saved the small worlds invaded by the ancient demons, on the other side, in front of the immortal gate of the ancient hall, the Source Ancestor and the Divine King along with all saints returned to fight. There were ancient demons guarding this place, and more ancient demons continued to shuttle in, immediately sparking a fierce battle. With intense slaughter, over a dozen of all saints fell, but the ancient demons here were also purged and executed. In the starry sky, all saints sat in this place resting and recuperating, waiting for the next ancient demon to arrive. Fortunately, now that they're all gathered here, blocking this breach, even if a second-order ancient demon shuttles over, their swarm attacks are enough to kill it, preventing the previous situation where ancient demons rushed out of this place and infiltrated the all-heavens world. Earlier, there were ancient demons chasing us, though Haoshin Venerate dealt with them. Surely some ancient demons ran to various worlds. A saint worriedly said. The Source Ancestor comforted. News just came from the Holy Land. Many ancient demons are slaughtering in various small worlds, but the good news is, Haoshin Venerate took action and is killing those infiltrating ancient demons. Hearing the Source Ancestor's words, all saints let out a sigh of relief. After all, they came here, but the Holy Land behind them couldn't hide from it. Moreover, without them guarding, the ancient demons would ignore the formation, and by then, the disciples of the Holy Land would be slaughtered at will, and the inheritance would be destroyed. Haoshin Venerate. All saints had complex feelings towards Li Hao, indescribable. The Source Ancestor looked at the Divine King resting beside him, his eyes slightly flickering. The Divine King was polishing his Divine Sword Emperor weapon, seemingly in thought. Sensing the Source Ancestor's gaze, he glanced over, then slightly squinted his eyes, transmitting sound. Do not nurture any other thoughts. I am just surprised you're guarding here. The Source Ancestor transmitted back. The Divine King loathes evil and holds hatred towards all heavens, and it surprised him that now he would align with them to guard this place. HMPH. The Divine King snorted coldly, not responding. The Source Ancestor smiled, then sat down on the steps next to him, quietly staring at the immortal gate where demonic chi was gradually infiltrating. Meanwhile, in the distant Tianyuan sacred land, deep in the Source Ancestor's cave, behind a hidden barrier, there bloomed a flower emitting a multicolored misty radiance. The flower's pistil was tightly closed at the moment, but suddenly, the flower gently trembled and slowly unfolded. Inside was a figure curled up, completely naked, like a baby in a womb, yet with the slender appearance of a young man. The young man slowly crawled up, with radiant light reflecting off him, resembling patterns, but as he sat up, these lights sank into his body. If that immortal gate breaks, it seems, I can only seek refuge in the immortal ancestor's relic land. The young man murmured to himself, his gaze exuding a calm radiance. He rose, and as light gathered, the Origin Laws constructed a set of divine robe, which he wore, bearing a 7/8 resemblance to the Source Ancestor. He stepped out of the flower pistil, and the light on the flower's leaves instantly dimmed and withered. He turned and waved his hand. A sharp gleam like a blade flashed, severing the flower's stem, then looked at the other portion of the root buried in the soil, his eyes flickering as he bent down to excavate the nearby ground stretching several dozens of feet. Then he collected it into the heaven and earth space. Swoosh! The young man turned and left, silently flying out of the cave, leaving the Tianyuan sacred land. After arriving in the void, he quietly headed in one direction. After a long time, he arrived at a well-known forbidden zone in the void. This forbidden zone is extremely perilous, hiding countless lethal threats, and even saints exploring it risk perishing. Arriving here, the young man neither paused nor hesitated, as if familiar with the place, avoiding all kinds of prohibitions and dangers within the forbidden zone as he proceeded deep inside, observing numerous corpses and bones of saints who once explored and perished on the way. A slight sneer of disdain appeared at the corner of his mouth. At the heart of the forbidden zone was an ancient hall. Before the hall, there were statues of exotic beasts crouching, emanating an aura of majesty, full of divine charm, seemingly ready to revive at any moment. Moreover, there was a statue with a missing arm, covered in moss, yet it seemed to gaze into the void, a chilling feeling approaching as one got near. Immortal Ancestor. The young man looked at the statue, a hint of sadness in his eyes. I must not die, I still need to preserve the immortal divine bloodline, go to the true realm to cultivate immortality, and restore the glory of the immortal ancestor." The young man murmured softly, his eyes turning sharp. He stepped inside the dilapidated immortal palace, and upon entering, he saw 7 decaying skeletons, all sitting in a drooping posture at the entrance. These 7 skeletons were all in similar sitting postures, with identical bone sizes, and if someone looked closely, they would be shocked to discover the bones all identical, as if they were the same person. The young man glanced at the 7 decaying skeletons, then stepped into the immortal palace. Not long after, the large door of the immortal palace creaked and closed tightly. Elsewhere, in the void floating beneath the all-heavens world, at the lowermost part. Here, it's dark without daylight. Even starlight cannot penetrate, pitch black to the point where you can't see your hand in front of your face, also known as the 9 nether beyond the 33 heavens. At this moment, deep within the 9 nether, a shadow flickered, engulfed in black flames, burrowing further down. The heavens face calamity. This desolate place bears no life. Even if the ancient demon sweeps across the heavens, it won't come here. The shadow muttered to itself, yet continued to delve deeper, soon passing over chains fixed in the void. A glint of coldness flashed in his eyes. Long ago, the source ancestor and several supreme saints forged these chains together to seal him here. Here, starlight does not reach, and the world's energy is thin, making cultivation impossible. Fortunately, this adversity turned to his advantage, tempering him with the 9 netherworld's fire, allowing him to roam the 9 nether freely. This is his second strongest ability, alongside his extreme divine realm power. Once the ancient demon ravages this realm, it'll eventually depart. As long as I survive, I can sneak into the true realm through the cracks left by the ancient demon, and the path to immortality will still be open to me. The shadow, covered in blazing flames, rushed deeper. With Li Hao's tireless pursuit and hunt, within just 2 days, all the ancient demons that assaulted over a dozen minor worlds were slain by Li Hao. Most of his time was spent on the journey. With the ancient demon crisis now resolved, Li Hao reaped a significantly greater amount of incense firepower, more than tenfold what he had before. Now, with all saints exonerating him, the majority of the heavens' incense power is bestowed upon him. Along with resolving the ancient demon threat in these minor worlds, Li Hao's fame resounded through the heavens, attracting vast amounts of incense daily. Li Hao felt that his incense firepower alone was enough to rival that of a 3 calamities saint. If he continues at this pace, in just a century, he might even reach the level of the incense fire divine realm. Consider that the source ancestor took 100,000 years of gradual accumulation to achieve the incense fire divine realm. Now, the population of the 33 heavens surpasses that of the ancient times. If the heavens' faith were concentrated, a century would suffice for incense to transform into the god realm. Besides incense firepower, the invasion of these minor worlds by the ancient demons enabled Li Hao to absorb extreme Dao power, accumulating faster than incense. If Li Hao had delayed or acted deliberately, allowing these minor worlds to fall to the ancient demons, the extreme Dao power he absorbed would be near the extreme divine realm. This demonstrates the terrifying escalation of extreme Dao, outpacing the accumulation of incense, growing rapidly. However, Li Hao ultimately didn't selfishly indulge in this. After resolving the ancient demon issue, Li Hao returned to the sanctuary he had established. "Thank you. Without you, countless lives would have perished." Upon returning, the medical saint promptly spoke to Li Hao. She had learned of Li Hao's relentless pursuit of the ancient demons through her network, unable to assist directly as she could, at most, match them in a fight, not necessarily defeat them. It was a convenient task. Li Hao dismissed it casually, intending to activate the sanctuary, finding refuge in the mortal world, and simultaneously migrating as many citizens of the Deu divine dynasty into the sanctuary as possible. Seats were limited, so he naturally preferred the citizens of Deu. "An old friend of yours has come to see you," the swordmaster arrived, speaking to Li Hao. Li Hao was surprised. An old friend. He immediately thought of Feng and the Lai Sky Saint, but upon sweeping with his divine sense, he quickly realized it wasn't them but a woman of snow-white complexion and peerless beauty. She sat gracefully in the grand hall atop the Saint Mountain, her natural eye shadow exuding an alluring charm. She wore a white fluffy headpiece, adding purity to her allure, donned in a luxurious long dress with a slit reaching up her thigh, revealing snow-white, slender legs like natural jade carvings. A long snowy tail like fur adorned her shoulder, and her nails were bright red, exuding a seductive yet cool aura. Li Hao was momentarily stunned, puzzled. Soon, he found her aura vaguely familiar. It's the Fox Master of the 9 Provinces Immortal Island, the Sword Master said. Li Hao was taken aback, descending to the hall atop the mountain. At that moment, the woman sitting inside noticed Li Hao, her eyes subtly brightening, flashing over to stand before him. Heoshin, the woman appeared directly within a foot of Li Hao, her breath like orchids, the fragrance wafting to his nose, her eyes gleaming cheerfully. Li Hao, smelling that fragrance, found it familiar, staring blankly for a moment before his eyes widened in realization. Little white fox. Looks like I didn't mistake it, it truly is you. The Fox Master covered her mouth, chuckling softly, her arm slipping around Li Hao's, saying, I had wondered if it was the same person when I first heard of your deeds. Later I realized your scent had changed, it turned out to really be you. Her ample bosom pressed tightly against Li Hao's arm, soft like clouds, with her other hand gently tapping her forehead, saying, I should have thought of it sooner. You, master of the 3 immortal extreme realms, could cut off your bloodline, reconstruct your form during the realm's perfection, hence the change in your scent, isn't that right? Li Hao, dazed for a while, gradually adapted, recognizing her as the little white fox he had picked up in his childhood. He muttered, Are you like Feng? The woman giggled, pretty much, but my story is more convoluted. I reincarnated in the mortal world, became the Fox Master of Qingchu Mountain, and had an unexpected demise. One thread of my primordial spirit reincarnated as the little white fox. Li Hao, enlightened, said, So, when you suddenly disappeared, it was because you ascended to this all-heavens world, awakening your past life memories? Yes. The woman, though seductive and cool, now revealed a glimpse of charm and docility, her response laced with a soft, bone-melting sweetness. She laughed. Had I known it was you, I would have come to see you earlier. However, upon returning to the all-heavens, I've been in closed cultivation and know little about the outside world. If it weren't for this major event, I wouldn't have emerged.
Seeing how familiar she seemed, Li Hao's initial discomfort dissipated. He hadn't expected the little white fox he once held in his arms so innocent and cutia to transform into someone so beautiful and mature.
No wonder I couldn't find you anywhere in the mortal world. Li Hao smiled, then asked, Do you want to join in seeking refuge? The Fox Master gently shook her head, her smile becoming more serious as she absorbed the memories of the little white fox, combined with her own long years of cultivation. The fusion of past and present lives formed her current fox persona. I came to find you for this reason as well. Do you have confidence in finding refuge? If not, I might have a hidden place that could help you. Li Hao was slightly surprised and said, You have a place to take refuge? The previous pleas from the Source Ancestor and Divine King indicated they had no other choices, although it's possible they did and simply hadn't revealed them, keeping them secret from all but themselves. The Fox Master nodded, I come from the 9 Provinces Immortal Island, the sacred land beyond the 33 heavens. Our 9 Provinces Immortal Island has 9 island masters, all 9 saints who have cultivated since the ancient times, old 3 calamity saints. Even the Void Ancestor would call us seniors. Li Hao was stunned. The Void Ancestor is not a mere Void Saint, but the mentor to Void Saints. Could someone already considered an old 3 calamity still refer to her as a senior? In her presence, was he just a novice? Though we aren't supreme saints, we've barely touched that realm, so even a supreme saint wouldn't dare to offend us easily. The Fox Master chuckled softly, revealing her background to Li Hao, then said, Moreover, our 9 Provinces Immortal Island is deemed an immortal island due to ancient times traces left by immortal divines. By chance, we obtained an immortal god relic, and through years of research, we've barely mastered a few of the simple immortal divine skills within. Li Hao was bewildered. Were they cultivating immortal divine skills? He had learned battle skills and immortal techniques from Nangongjian and knew well the power of immortal laws, though currently he couldn't wield immortal power to activate them. It's not the true immortal divine skill you imagine, but a rudimentary Tao power bestowed upon mortals by immortal divines. But it's extremely intricate, providing us with a formidable foundation. The Fox Master explained. Li Hao realized, I see. The place for refuge I mentioned is that immortal god relic. The Fox Master continued, if that ancient demon invades, we can hide in the immortal god relic and activate it together. We could hide within the divine yang, a place that ancient demon would hardly expect anyone to stay long in, making it unlikely for us to be found. Li Hao immediately grasped her intent for refuge. While studying the all-heaven star vein, he discovered the all heaven's stars were merely drawn, but the divine young blazing sun was a real star. Therefore, that star emitted terrifying power, seemingly retaining remnants of heavenly Tao power, making it unreachable. Even the divine blood at the final realm of universal force couldn't withstand the scorches of the divine yang for long. Around the divine yang, heaven and earth energy were evaporated into nothingness. Saints could only stay temporarily, for without the supply of the heaven and earth vein, they'd also be injured. But he was different. He had the all heaven's star vein, which allowed the power of all heaven's stars to supply him on that divine yang. Though most would be evaporated, it was enough for him to survive. However, Li Hao didn't plan to seek refuge at the divine yang. If he were alone, this method would suffice, but now the Holy Land carried billions of people, including the citizens of the Deu divine dynasty, too many to fit near the divine yang. How many people can that immortal god relic accommodate? Li Hao asked. Noticing the subtle change on the medical saint and sword master's faces nearby, the fox master smiled and said, "Enough to hold your entire Holy Land." Li Hao glanced at her, suddenly understanding her intent to help him find refuge. All right. Li Hao nodded in agreement. He was worried about how to store the people of the Deu divine dynasty in the Holy Land and where to hide it, but now there was a solution. Do the All Saints know about this immortal god relic? Li Hao asked, curious. The fox master replied, they know we have it, but they don't know it can be used to hide in the divine yang, only that we possess an immortal god relic. The medical saint sighed, unexpected that you have such a method, though it's fortunate the source ancestor doesn't know, or your 9 provinces immortal island wouldn't be safe. The fox master nodded, offering no further comment. Recently, their 9 provinces immortal island and Qianluo sacred land emerged, seeking disaster prevention methods, and naturally they were aware of external matters. If not for trust in Li Hao, she wouldn't have come to reveal such a secret. They caused their own troubles, they must bear them. It's a shame it implicates the people of all heavens. The fox master slightly shook her head, her eyes expressing subtle disdain towards all saints. The 9 provinces immortal island, initially independent beyond the 33 heavens, had conflicts with the all saints, considered an excluded power but still strong enough to establish a foothold. Afterward, the fox master and Li Hao discussed the details and she returned to the 9 provinces immortal island. Just as the fox master departed, several saintly auras descended upon the Holy Land. Li Hao looked over and smiled as he noticed it was Feng and the Lai Sky Saint, along with the Mitn Saint. Have you emerged from closed cultivation? Li Hao smiled. Feng Boping and the Lai Sky Saint exuded an aura even more reserved and profound, carrying a hint of ethereal charm, a sign of a supreme saint, along with the immortal essence remaining from the accompanying immortal pill. It's all thanks to you. Feng Boping's eyes were filled with complexity. Just as he emerged from seclusion, he heard of various troubles outside. He hadn't expected that in the blink of an eye, all heavens would be on the brink of doom. Lai Sky Saint gazed at Li Hao and said, the disasters of all heavens will turn around. They won't just succumb like this. I've already observed the future. Li Hao was taken aback, as were the medical saint and sword master, who all looked at her in surprise and delight. However, Feng Boping showed a trace of helplessness and said, don't listen to her nonsense. She has realized perfection in Lai Dao, and as long as her lies become reality, she will gain immense growth. Li Hao knew the cultivation method of Lai Sky Saint, but feared it would fail this time. If her lies were verified, and indeed all heavens didn't fall, she would have gambled the entire heavens, potentially escalating her cultivation to an unimaginable degree. Of course, if the lie was ultimately proven false, there would be great backlash. Such actions are too risky. Li Hao couldn't help but shake his head and said, if all heavens fall, you'll face annihilation on the saint path. Only then did the medical saint and sword master understand that Lai Sky Saint hadn't actually foreseen the future. No one among the heavens possessed such an ability, and they had nearly been deceived. Lai Sky Saint's expression was calm, saying, anyway, we're in this situation. If all heavens fall, we won't live long. Might as well give it a try. Feng Boping sighed and then asked Li Hao, do you have a good place to take refuge? Li Hao immediately shared the matter about the fox master and was not worried about them leaking it. Feng Boping was stunned for a moment, then exclaimed in shock, is it that little thing? The fox master is actually her? He never dreamed that the fox master from one of the 9 provinces immortal islands was the same little creature that once gnawed on bones at his feet in a small courtyard by the fence. He remembered he once complained the scent on her was too strong and waved to shoo her away, Would she bear a grudge? Now time is tight. The ancient demon must regularly send reports back. If there's no report, it means something's wrong. If several second-order ancient demons couldn't resolve it, they might try other methods, possibly having the ancient demon commander personally come forward. Li Hao told them, "We must quickly fill the Saint Mountain and then take refuge together with 9 provinces Immortal Island." Seeing Li Hao's urgency, everyone's hearts were chilled, knowing that no one was more familiar with the ancient demons than Li Hao, leaving them overshadowed by a heavy feeling. While Li Hao was busy preparing, outside the Immortal Gate, on the vast ancient road, the sky was dark gray, with thousands of ancient demon figures occupying the skies above the gorge. Low growls and furious roars echoed deeply within the canyon. At the standing mystical gate, ancient demons crouched around it, staring at the door, eyes filled with menace and hatred. Previous feedback had been interrupted, indicating that several second-order ancient demon leaders who entered had encountered danger within. Is this the Immortal Emperor's fake realm? Could there be a true immortal inside? 4 to 5 ancient demon leaders gathered, discussing in low tones. According to their speculation, true immortals should have long disappeared from this fake realm. Otherwise, there couldn't have been no news for so many years. We can't enter, but if we could, even a true immortal would be devoured. Now, we can only wait for the commander to arrive. I've heard the immortal race army has come again. Previously, they killed Mantong commander, and it was Kai Ying, immortal monarch from the heavenly palace. Seems they're also eyeing this immortal emperor's fake realm. There must be treasures left by the immortal emperor. I refuse to believe that during the Great War, the immortal emperor poured everything onto the battlefield. The ancient demon leaders all had fierce looks, and their eyes showed deeper hatred at the mention of the heavenly palace. The heavenly palace had been fighting them for years, and many of their kin had died tragically at the hands of the heavenly palace. Although they killed many true immortals from the heavenly palace, it wasn't nearly enough to appease their fury. The immortal patterns on the mystical gate are about to naturally fall off. The age is too old, but once the commander arrives, perhaps he can smash it open. One ancient demon gritted its teeth. Just as it finished speaking, a terrifying evil thought suddenly swept from the horizon, followed by a sudden chill in the air. Accompanied by the howling wind, a gigantic ancient demon, like a towering mountain, slowly flew over. Its movements seemed slow, yet in a blink, it landed outside the gorge. The ground shuddered with a booming sound, accompanied by a terrifying aura and the pressure of primordial spirit, causing all the ancient demons present to tremble. "Commander." 5 ancient demon leaders hurriedly bowed, and one immediately reported, "We have dispatched hundreds of warriors, all fallen in this fake realm. There seems to be a true immortal or a top-tier supreme saint inside." The ancient demon commander's eyes were icy, full of cruelty and murderous intent. It stepped forward, its sharp claws touching the mystical gate, immediately sensing a counterforce. The power of the immortal emperor has dissipated. Only a trace of emperor's might remains, not even 1/1,000th. The ancient demon commander's eyes gleamed coldly, then it lifted its claws and struck the mystical gate hard. The ancient and towering gate shook slightly but did not move, only some rock dust fell from the surface. The ancient demon commander frowned, swinging 2 more punches, still unable to shake it. Its eyes displayed a trace of bloody cold light. Kai Ying, immortal monarch, is hurrying here, aiming for the immortal emperor's treasures in the fake realm. We mustn't let this realm fall into the heavenly palace's hands. Otherwise, the battlefield at the front line will be tougher. If the heavenly palace obtains an emperor's weapon, we would all perish with it. Their expressions changed hearing its words, and the surrounding ancient demons also trembled. I've already reported this to the great king. Before his reinforcements arrive, I will guard this place. That fool Mantong kept such news hidden. Fortunately, his primordial spirit was executed, his soul annihilated. Otherwise the great king would have made life worse than death for him. The ancient demon commander's gaze turned cold, expecting to find a good location but ended up with a hot potato. Here's a demon-suppressing pill. Who among you dares to enter this fake realm? The ancient demon commander's palm revealed a dark orb of light, its eyes landing on the 5 ancient demon leaders. The faces of the 5 leaders changed. The demon-suppressing pill can temporarily drop cultivation, useless in battle, but useful at crucial times. Yet, its effects are miraculous, but the side effects are immense, corroding the immortal seal, and with repeated use, one's level might truly drop. If we can find the Emperor's weapon inside the fake realm before Kai Ying, immortal monarch, arrives, and scout the situation, it's a major achievement, with great rewards. The ancient demon commander coldly scanned the leaders. The leaders immediately understood the commander's intention to gain advantages in the fake realm before the immortal monarch arrives. "I'll go," an ancient demon leader said deeply, extending its sharp claws. The ancient demon commander's cold intent slightly subsided, and the black orb of light flew into the leader's hand. "Scout the situation and report immediately, then let the army quickly search inside," the ancient demon commander instructed. "By your command," the ancient demon leader replied in a low voice. However, in its heart, it harbored its own ambitions. If it could find the treasures of the immortal emperor in that fake realm, and they still retained immense power, perhaps it could use this opportunity to stage a comeback and ascend to become an ancient demon commander. After receiving the order, it swallowed the dark demon suppressing pill. Soon, the bones, bloodline, and even the soul within it seemed to collapse, twist, and the intense pain forced it to kneel to the ground, letting out fierce howls. This pain originated deep within the primordial spirit, and even the primordial spirit itself was descending in realm, making the process extremely painful. The surrounding other ancient demon leaders watched silently. The process lasted for about a quarter of an hour. The body of the ancient demon leader shrank, leaving a pool of black demon blood on the ground. Its aura weakened, falling to a second-order ancient demon, with its immortal power sealed and curled up in a corner, the immortal seal on its forehead dimmed. Inside its body, a blurry chain wrapped around the demon blood and bones, imprisoning the power. If this chain were to be broken free, the realm would rise again.
But after consuming the demon-suppressing pill multiple times, the chain would connect with the phantoms of previously broken chains, overlapping each other, making them impossible to break again, posing the risk of a permanent realm drop.
"Send 10 deputies first," the ancient demon commander ordered coldly. The deputies were second-order ancient demons. Previously, 4 or 5 had been dispatched, and initially, there were favorable reports, but now there was no news, indicating they faced calamity. This time, he directly sent 10 to open the way, secure the battle at the exit, and then let the leader who consumed the demon-suppressing pill traverse through, giving it time to break the chains and restore its realm. Once the chains were broken and the realm restored, unless there was an extremely formidable true immortal in the fake realm, no one could stop it. Within the same realm, the ancient demon clan looked down upon all heavens. Those capable of defeating them within the same realm were the monsters of various races. While the ancient demons acted in front of the mystical gate, outside the canyon, in the void tens of thousands of miles away, a 10,000-strong army was advancing rapidly, led by a woman wielding a bright red spear. She was clad in battle armor, with a purple cloak fluttering behind her, and on her helmet was an imperial blood crown feather from the Phoenix clan, looking valiant and majestic. "Junior sister," the master said that currently, the army is gathering in the southern region at Fallen Immortal Valley, where the battle is fierce. It's a rare opportunity to establish immortal achievements. This chance is hard to come by. Is it worth coming here for that immortal emperor's bloodline? Following the woman with the red tassel spear was a young man in silver-white armor with a knife at his waist, looking extraordinarily handsome, sighing toward the woman rushing ahead. The person has extremely high aptitude. If brought back to the heavenly palace for cultivation, they will undoubtedly become a true monarch in the future. The woman with the red tassel spear said coldly, "According to you, he's just in the saint realm, far from a true monarch, and might not even cross the threshold to become an immortal. Do you really think so highly of him?" The young man in silver-white armor said helplessly, "Though he's just in the saint realm, he has already condensed a heavenly Tao mixed infant." The woman with the red tassel spear looked coldly ahead where a shadow of dark clouds loomed in the sky like a great wall stretching between heaven and earth. Such aptitude is first-rate within the heavenly palace. Heavenly Tao mixed infant. The young man in silver-white armor was somewhat surprised. Being able to condense a heavenly Tao mixed infant while in the saint realm was indeed monstrous. "I've inquired about the mouth of the heavenly mechanism soldiers in the heavenly palace, and it said that this is the fake realm from the late Emperor Fall era of the heavenly calamity Immortal Emperor, dating back millions of years. Unexpectedly, there are still remnants of the Immortal Emperor's bloodline left, having proliferated across generations. With such aptitude, it might be due to the ancestral awakening of the bloodline." The young man in silver-white armor analyzed. "Even if not for the Immortal Emperor's bloodline, the mere citizens in that fake realm make it worth my trip." The woman with the red tassel spear said coldly, "The citizens of the Immortal Emperor, now trapped in the fake realm. Without the sacrifices of the past immortal emperors, there would be no true realm today. Rescuing them is only right. The young man in silver-white armor glanced at her. Knowing his junior sister's loyal and righteous nature, revering predecessors, he nodded and said, "In that case, we should be cautious. Though only the old forces of the ancient demons guard the abyss of initiation, and the defense is relatively weak, the demon king, Kui Jiao, stationed there is not simple. Fortunately, it was injured last time and should still be recuperating at the bottom of the abyss. If it shows up, I'll use the Emperor's golden token to hold it off while you send someone to investigate the situation in the fake realm." The woman with the red tassel spear nodded. As their army marched forward, they soon encountered a patrol team of ancient demons wandering in the void. The woman with the red tassel spear didn't avoid infiltration but led her army directly into battle. She wanted to create a disturbance and then send someone to infiltrate deep into the edge of the ancient road to investigate the situation there. Land of All Saints. Inside the ancient hall, in the starlit sky within the fissure. The Source Ancestor and the Divine King sat stationed here, with all saints seizing the opportunity to sit and rest. Though they could be reborn from a drop of blood in the primordial spirit extreme realm, maintaining strong combat power, they couldn't withstand the erosion from skirmishes with the ancient demons. Thus, when injured, they either took pills or cultivated to rest and restore their primordial spirit. The ancient demons from the doorway were squeezing in one by one, making it not too difficult for the Divine King and Source Ancestor to guard here. They just worried about when this gateway might be breached. As the dark demonic chi surged, the Source Ancestor and Divine King waited quietly. As the demonic chi gathered to its peak, forming a black mist in front of the doorway, they knew the ancient demon had completely entered. Kill, without hesitation, the two swiftly charged out. At the same time, the uninjured among the All Saints also took action, suppressing with the Saint Domain. The black fog quickly condensed, soon transforming into the terrifying shape of an ancient demon. Seeing the size of this ancient demon, everyone's eyes widened with alarm. This is a second-order ancient demon. The Source Ancestor and Divine King immediately stopped holding back, unleashing the power of the God realm. The ancient demon let out an angry roar, casting the innate secret technique of the ancient demons. The black fog shook, and a dark whirlpool emerged behind it. At the same time, it unleashed a demonic sonic roar and a reincarnation projection. With several methods executed simultaneously, the Source Ancestor and Divine King both sensed danger. The reincarnation projection reflected an ancient demon shadow in the primordial spirits of the All Saints, launching an assault towards their primordial spirits. Although this ancient demon shadow's soul power wasn't strong, it still caused some disruption to their primordial spirits. The demonic sonic roar made their primordial spirits feel as if they were being scraped with knives, and the black whirlpool threatened to extract their primordial spirits from their bodies, even affecting the recuperating All Saints and forcing them to join the battle. The Source Ancestor wielded the sky-suppressing whip, tearing through the ancient demon's flesh. Under the destructive power of tribulation, the ancient demon's flesh was hard to regenerate for a time. However, its primordial spirit emitted even denser black fog, obscuring the starry sky. The All Saints felt the eroding power within, as if it could burn through the Saint Domain. Die! The Divine King growled, unleashing a dark black divine fire, attaching it to the divine sword. This was 9 nether power, appearing like flames but capable of freezing and slowing even primordial spirits. Soon, under the combined forces of the All Saints, the ancient demon let out a tragic wail, severely injured. But at this time, demonic chi converged on the door once more, almost forming another ancient demon trying to crawl in. The Source Ancestor saw this and didn't hold back, exchanging glances with the Divine King before fully unleashing their power, quickly slaying this ancient demon. However, they had also expended a lot themselves, using various secret techniques that even with unwithering strength, were difficult to recover from for the moment. And by this time, a second ancient demon had already taken shape on the door, also a second-order ancient demon. All Saints' expressions changed, sensing an ominous foreboding. The Source Ancestor's eyes flickered, but contrary to expectations, he felt a bit relieved. It hinted that the ancient demons didn't have the power to break through the immortal gate, avoiding the worst-case scenario. Kill, as long as we hold the door, they can't break through. The Source Ancestor immediately said. These words brought the All Saints back to their senses, each feeling a bit invigorated. They once again unleashed their full power, suppressing the second-order ancient demon, soon slaying it. But at this time, a third ancient demon appeared, also a second-order ancient demon. The Source Ancestor and all saints continued to fight with all their might, even though becoming quite weary, not daring to pause. The fourth, the fifth, second-order ancient demons kept crawling in, the faces of the Source Ancestor and Divine King change. These ancient demons would erupt with a soul-devouring force before dying, like a shockwave, causing their primordial spirits to tremble. After repeated tremors, their primordial spirit powers became somewhat weakened. Quick, inform Haoshin Venerate of the situation, tell him honestly, he should be able to discern the circumstances. The Source Ancestor immediately instructed the disciple Xiao Tianyu to send a projection message. Xiao Tianyu nodded, quickly projecting his avatar, heading towards Li Hao's holy land. By the time the seventh ancient demon descended, all saints, along with the Source Ancestor and Divine King, were extremely exhausted, their primordial spirits damaged. The speed at which this seventh ancient demon was slain reduced slightly, and as it was on its last breath, an eighth ancient demon had already arrived, letting out an angered roar at the sight of its kin's corpses. On the other side, in the Holy Land, Li Hao was receiving the disciples from Mivu Heaven, who were also relocating to Li Hao's Holy Land for refuge. Meanwhile, waiting for the reply from the Fox Master of the 9 Provinces Immortal Island. There weren't many disciples from Mivu Heaven, so Li Hao gave them a mountain to settle down. Mitn Great Saint moved his medicine garden and cave dwelling into Li Hao's Holy Land, including the holy vein of their Holy Land, which was also transferred over, resulting in the Holy Land having extremely dense spiritual energy. In addition to the holy vein from Mivu Heaven, the medical saint also transferred the holy vein from his Holy Land, and the Sword Master also brought the holy vein from the Sword Ancestor Holy Land. This was what the Sword Saint instructed him before coming, hoping that Li Hao would, in recognition of the holy vein of the Sword Ancestor Holy Land, additionally accommodate some inner sect disciples from the Sword Ancestor Holy Land. Simultaneously, the Sword Saint didn't want the holy vein to end in his hands. This holy vein is much more precious than heaven and earth treasures, nurtured by the heavens and earth. Forming a holy vein requires a vast amount of resources, so constructing a holy land isn't just about building a mountain. The key lies in the holy vein. At this moment, the Holy Land has the holy veins from the 3 great sacred lands, its spiritual energy so dense that it rivals a Supreme Saint's Holy Land. Just as Li Hao was preparing to head to the mortal world to transfer Deu's people to the Holy Land, a figure descended upon the Holy Land's sky. Hao Tian, Haoshin Venerate, Xiao Tianyu's avatar had just arrived here and hurriedly searched for Li Hao's figure. Li Hao, with all phenomena attributes, if not revealed, was difficult to detect in coexisting realms. Sensing Xiao Tianyu's aura, Li Hao soared out from within the palace, seeing a trace of urgency and panic in his eyes, which was extremely rare for a saint. What's going on? Li Hao frowned, his heart sinking. The ancient demons are planning to launch an all-out attack, with consecutive second-order ancient demons coming through. We're barely holding on. Xiao Tianyu hurriedly explained the situation to Li Hao, following his master's words, merely stating the facts, believing that Li Hao could infer that the ancient demon's aggressive approach indicated a lack of ability to break through the immortal gate. Li Hao heard the other party finish speaking, and at this moment, the medical saint and Mitn Saint, Feng, Swordmaster and others also came to Li Hao's side. I understand, I will go and have a look, Li Hao said to Xiao Tianyu. Upon hearing this, Xiao Tianyu showed a look of gratitude in his eyes and said, Haoshin, thank you for not holding a grudge. Li Hao shook his head and said, let's not mention those things. After Xiao Tianyu's avatar left, Feng Boping looked at the Lai Sky Saint and asked, did he just lie? No, Lai Sky Saint looked at Li Hao and said, if you go, we'll go too, although this matter is their fault. As all heaven's saints, we should also contribute to all heavens. Li Hao shook his head and said, if I go, there's no need for you to go, it's meaningless, I'll go check the situation first. Mitn Saint advised Li Hao, be careful, although he didn't lie, he came as an avatar. It's possible to use another method to hide the avatar, especially since they know Lai Sky Saint is with us. As one of the ancient saints, he is aware of some methods that can deceive even the Lai Sky Saint. Li Hao nodded, then instructed them to guard the Holy Land, while he set off toward the ancient hall. The words of Mitn Saint left Li Hao pondering. He activated the all phenomena attributes, then river snow painting and others layered over each other to conceal his own aura. The camouflage techniques he mastered were few, relying on the attributes in the compendium to compensate. As Li Hao made his way to the ancient hall, In the ancient hall, two ancient demons were fighting fiercely with all saints, the source ancestor, and the divine king. At this time, at the gate, demonic chi was still surging, pushing its way in. "Master, I've delivered the message," Haoshan Venerate said he would come. During the battle, Xiao Tianyu hurriedly reported to the source ancestor. The moment the avatar delivered the message, he simultaneously learned the situation. The source ancestor, hearing his words, couldn't help but sigh in relief, saying, "Good, Haoshan Venerate indeed did not disappoint." Other saints also felt a sense of relief, an indescribable feeling at Li Hao truly putting aside past grievances to come to their aid. "Kill, don't let all three stay, otherwise before Haoshan Venerate arrives, we'll lose," the source ancestor immediately said. The All Saints, seeing that surging demonic chi, felt a chill in their hearts. If the three ancient demons stuck together, aiding each other, it would be even harder to kill. They had no choice but to grit their teeth and use some ancient damaging legacy techniques and extreme skills. Quickly, a weakening ancient demon was killed. Its primordial spirit shattered, and both the source ancestor and divine king were injured. The other ancient demon, however, roared as if driven to the edge, the black mist beside it contracting in waves, the demonic chi emanating from its primordial spirit, like a weathering form, sacrificing its own primordial spirit to fully unleash its innate secret technique. The black mist became terrifying. Any saint domain touched by it would have its primordial spirit power corroded, and the saint path they unleashed, which contained primordial spirit power, was eroded against the black mist during attacks, a damage-exchanging damage scenario. In this surging black mist, the ancient demon from the doorway stepped out again. The source ancestor, divine king, and all saints could see that this ancient demon was sacrificing its primordial spirit to enhance the black mist. It wouldn't last long, just wear it out and deal with the one just coming through. They could still maintain only two ancient demons. With the speed Li Hao traveled from the Holy Land to here, enduring two more would be enough to wait for him. Another second-order ancient demon, it's the 11th one. The source ancestor's face darkened. This ancient demon truly intended to use such methods to exhaust them to death. But luckily, there was still Haoshan Venerate. With Li Hao's previous method and speed in slaying that second-level ancient demon, no matter how many ancient demons came, they were likely to be slaughtered. Amidst the tight tug-of-war between all saints, source ancestor, and divine king, as they prepared for the weakening of power in the black mist, suddenly, a mournful cry echoed from the black mist. This voice was hideous and full of pain, seemingly from the ancient demon that had just emerged. The source ancestor and all saints were startled, confused and baffled, thinking perhaps this ancient demon had some ailment. But soon, accompanied by this painful howling, the ancient demon's aura grew terrifying. Indescribable fluctuations emanated in the void, raising goosebumps and stirring the soul. What's this ancient demon doing? I have a bad feeling. Its aura is changing, its body is growing. The All Saints' eyes were filled with astonishment. They had never encountered such a situation before. The source ancestor and divine king also sensed something amiss, and hurriedly said, "Quick, attack fiercely now, regardless of the cost." They realized this ancient demon seemed to be performing some secret technique. Boom! They stormed directly into the black mist, launching attacks against the ancient demon, even though the black mist caused significant erosion to their primordial spirit, inflicting intense soul pain. It was no longer a concern at this moment. They all had a premonition, if they waited any longer, great trouble would arise. Yet as their attacks landed on that ancient demon, suddenly, an intangible and formless force wave, like Gang Qi, surrounded the ancient demon, automatically deflecting their attacks away. This scene left the source ancestor and divine king stunned, watching this ancient demon in shock. A terrifying aura had gradually begun to spread from its body. This ancient demon has issues. The source ancestor's heart pounded, sensing the advent of terror, and he hurriedly retreated. The divine king also sensed the danger, but instead of retreating, he unleashed the 9 nether black flame from his divine sword, slashing at the ancient demon's body, splitting open a gap in the intangible and formless force. But when the divine sword landed, it was like striking divine iron, producing a sharp metallic clang on the body of the ancient demon. The divine king was momentarily lost, for his divine sword, though not a 7th Tribulation Emperor weapon, was still a 6th Tribulation Emperor weapon. Even the Dragon Saint and Mixed Heaven Saint, beings of Supreme Saint level, dared not touch his divine sword, which could cut through them like tofu, let alone with the 9 nether power on it. Bang! The ancient demon swept its claws, knocking the divine king away. It continued to howl in pain as its body swelled and its bones cracked. Seeing this, the source ancestor seemed to realize something and said in a daze, "It is not a second-order ancient demon. It is an ancient demon disguising as a second-order ancient demon." Other saints also realized this point. As the opponent's blood-soaked body swelled, an aura beyond the holy level appeared. The divine aura once sensed when Li Hao transformed to the ultimate immortal form, a vast and powerful presence. At this moment, the aura was 100-fold, 1,000-fold more intense than what Li Hao felt at the time of his ultimate transformation. Is it a true immortal? All the saints were stunned, then fell into despair, their faces losing all color. Run now. The source ancestor had regained his composure, looking at the ancient demon that was painfully roaring, continually restoring its strength and size. He spoke to the other saints. The saints recovered, recalling that Li Hao said true immortals couldn't enter this realm, and this ancient demon had managed to sneak in using this method. Quickly go, find Haoshan Venerate, and assist him with all your strength. Perhaps you can stand a chance against this ancient demon. The source ancestor saw the other saints still dazed and urgently shouted. Master, what about you? Xiao Tianyu hurriedly asked. The other saint disciples of the source ancestor also looked at him with complex expressions. The source ancestor stepped forward slowly, his gaze calming. I will cover your retreat. After all, before Haoshan Venerate, I was considered the foremost in all heavens. Go now. Beside him, the divine king had retreated, turned to look at him, squinted slightly, and then smirked coldly. Go. The divine king spoke to the saints, picking up his sword and standing beside the source ancestor. The saints were shocked, not expecting that the divine king, once despised across the heavens, would choose to stay this time. I won't lose to him, not in any aspect, the divine king said coldly. The source ancestor also turned to look at him, surprisingly, and then they shared a knowing smile. Seeing their resolution, the saints, though conflicted, did not linger further. Every second was precious, and any delay would be a disservice to them. I shall accompany you as well, the named saint sighed. The source ancestor looked at him, seeing his determined eyes, shook his head. We are enough to cover the retreat. You go help Haoshan Venerate. This is a true immortal level ancient demon. We don't know if he has a way to deal with it. The named saint's eyes flickered, but he said no more. Whoosh! As the saints turned to flee, the starry sky within the rift turned empty. The source ancestor and divine king looked at the ancient demon, its body terrifyingly swelling, its aura becoming increasingly daunting, pressing heavily on them. Yet their expressions remained calm. As expected, you're as insidious as ever. Where have you hidden your true body? The divine king stared at the ancient demon, yet the words were directed to the source ancestor, with a hint of mockery. The source ancestor said calmly, I didn't expect your physical body to be so formidable, a mere avatar as well. HMPH, same to you. The divine king sneered. But this avatar of yours can be preserved, there's no need to stay with me. The source ancestor smiled. I'm afraid if you say you're covering, you'd run away. Besides, with me here, we can hold on a bit longer, allowing them to escape farther, at least until Haoshan Venerate can assist. The divine king said coldly. The source ancestor chuckled silently, then sighed with a bit of melancholy. Who knows if the heavens can withstand this calamity, if Haoshan Venerate can hold them off. We'll see that kid's ability then. Besides, if he can find refuge, so can I, the divine king sneered. At this time, the ancient demon's howling ceased, its aura steadily calming. Yet the atmosphere made the source ancestor and divine king wary. The source ancestor, having witnessed the profound powers of immortal divine, felt a nostalgic thrill rising within him. Never faced off against an immortal divine before, let me feel the power of a true immortal. The divine king's eyes sparked with battle intent, and he suddenly lunged toward the ancient demon. The ancient demon slowly opened its eyes, the shackles within its body shattering away, with its realm rising, experiencing a kind of indescribable relief following intense agony. Hearing the sound of air being split, it looked over, eyes gleaming with a red light. With a bang, the divine king's body was hit by that red light, sent flying back, but the divine armor on his chest defended him from the attack, though it was slightly deformed. Is this the strongest power of this realm, a mortal emperor bloodline? The ancient demon leader eyed the two saints before it, noticing their vigorous auras, ranking near the top among holy level. Far superior compared to the fleeing saints. it quickly understood why deploying so many minions resulted in none returning. Die. It raised its hand, a black vortex appearing in its palm, from which strong soul-devouring power emanated. The Divine King and Source Ancestors' faces changed, immediately deploying their saint domains, while releasing all their extreme realm power to resist. But as the immortal power flowed from the vortex, their resistance felt like an ant shaking a tree, their primordial spirits gradually drifting out of their bodies. So this is the power of a true immortal. The Source Ancestor's pupils contracted, filled with shock, yet deep in his eyes, there was a flash of fervor. In the void, Li Hao was rushing toward the ancient hall at full speed. As the ancient hall came into view in the distance, suddenly, the auras of many saints emerged in the void. Li Hao hesitated, hiding in a rift in space, watching as numerous saints hurriedly escaped toward him. Li Hao's expression shifted, he revealed himself and asked, "What happened?" The escaping saints jumped in fright, but upon recognizing Li Hao, they relaxed. The leading Yin-Yang Supreme Saint urgently explained. Haoshan Venerate, the immortal gate has fallen, a suspected true immortal level ancient demon has infiltrated. While speaking, he quickly projected the scene before the immortal gate. Li Hao glanced at it, initially relieved, thinking the immortal gate had been breached. But seeing the ancient demon, Li Hao immediately recognized it as the ancient demon leader, an authentic true immortal level being. Even a true immortal of the true realm might not match it, unless they were a monstrous true immortal. Such a method exists. Li Hao saw in the projection the ancient demon's continuously increasing aura and expanding body, realizing this wasn't a temporary breakthrough but some secret method used to infiltrate as a second-order ancient demon, immediately restoring to a true immortal level cultivation upon entry. True immortal. Li Hao scanned the crowd and couldn't help but ask, "Where are the Source Ancestor and the Divine King?" "They are covering the retreat," the Holy Master of Law replied solemnly. Li Hao was taken aback, surprised they would cover the retreat. However, he had no time to ponder why they suddenly became so self-sacrificing. The descent of a true immortal level ancient demon was an absolute cataclysm and disaster for all heavens. Haoshan Venerate, we will fully cooperate with you to slay the ancient demon. You may arrange as you wish, and we hope you can overlook past grievances. The Ming family saint hurriedly said to Li Hao, sincere in expression. Indeed, all heavens are about to be destroyed. It is we who made mistakes before. We hope Haoshan Venerate will give us a chance to make amends. Other saints also spoke up one after another. This is a true immortal level ancient demon, a true immortal divine. I am but a one disaster saint. Why do you think I can have a solution? Li Hao looked around, fell silent for a moment, and then spoke. All saints were stunned, and their expressions immediately became complex. The Mo family saint said bitterly. Haoshan Venerate, currently among all heavens, only you have the best hope. If you do not wish to take the risk, we will respect your decision. You are right. This is a true immortal level ancient demon. The gap is too large. Even if we all fight desperately, we might not be able to move it even a bit. If you are not confident, you may also leave and seek shelter, preserving the spark of hope. After hearing his words, several saints among them hesitated to speak but ultimately held back and remained silent. Li Hao sighed in his heart. At this moment, he had no mood to blame them for the hole they pierced in the past. The matter had passed, and repeating it was meaningless. This true immortal level ancient demon had descended, and no one in all heavens could stop it. I can only try my best, Li Hao said. If it were the ancient demon commander, he would turn and leave without a trace of hesitation. But the ancient demon true immortal, he had cooked before and analyzed the opponent's body. If given the chance, there might be an opportunity for a kill. Despite the hope being slim, but if he retreated now, the all-heavens world and the mortal world behind would become purgatory. Moreover, the Source Ancestor and the Divine King could not hold on for much longer. If this true immortal continued the chase, his primordial spirit power might not be able to hide the entire Holy Land, only giving the Holy Land time to seek refuge on the Divine Yang. Hearing Li Hao's words, all saints couldn't help but show joy. The Holy Master of Law gazed at Li Hao and asked, Haoshan Venerate, how confident are you? 1%. Li Hao said truthfully. Upon hearing this, all saints' faces slightly changed, their eyes carrying a sorrowful look. But they knew that after all, it was a true immortal level ancient demon. Even 1% hope was extremely rare. Haoshan Venerate is willing to accompany us to the death, truly making us ashamed. A saint said sadly. Li Hao's magnanimity made him feel more ashamed and regretful about the previous matter. Other saints also looked bitter, feeling admiration for Li Hao. If it were them, most likely they would not have such courage and might not forgive. In times of trouble, heroes emerge. Haoshan venerate, let us know how we should cooperate. Even if it means rushing to our deaths to protect you, we will not flinch. The Ming family saint said seriously to Li Hao. Li Hao nodded. Suddenly his expression changed slightly, looking towards the ancient hall. He faintly felt that there was a presence there that had already locked this piece of void space. That true immortal level ancient demon should have already dealt with the source ancestor and the divine king. Although they cultivated into the god realm, in front of a true immortal, they were no different from newborn babies. Li Hao took a deep breath, immediately reflecting his avatar, heading to the Holy Land. At the same time, he looked at all saints. With their cooperation, this battle could be considered as the strongest lineup in the entirety of all heavens. If still unable to resist, all heavens would fall into darkness, forced to flee in disgrace. The ancient demon has noticed us, prepare for battle. Li Hao said in a deep voice. I will lead the main assault. You can exert your own abilities from the side and cooperate with me. It chased after us. Upon hearing Li Hao's words, all saints' expressions simultaneously changed and anxiously looked towards the ancient hall. Leave the combat matters to the military saint, tell us how we should act. The Mo family's supreme saint looked at the military saint. Beside the military saint was the primordial sage. They all came from the cloud realm. After Li Hao wiped out the void holy land, the cloud realm only had the primordial holy land and the military family's sacred land left. The military saint appeared as a little old man, wearing a yellow robe. His expression was extremely calm. Knowing time was tight, he quickly said, Everyone, the black mist range of that ancient demon is vast, able to corrode the primordial spirit. The true immortal level ancient demon's ability will only be stronger. Even if we launch a collective attack, we will be quickly annihilated, meaningless. We can only entrust our strength to Haoshan venerate. Time is pressing. There is no time for careful formation of a large array. But I have a holy array that's been contemplated for years. It's up to you whether you're willing to cooperate. Speak freely. The Ming family saint quickly urged. That's the All Saints Celestial Cycle Array, requiring 108 saints to cooperate. This array can stack 30% of All Saints' power, concentrating it on one person. The military saint spoke astonishingly. Upon hearing his words, all saints were shocked, looking at him in disbelief. Such a military formation? Although the military saint mentioned stacking 30% power, collectively stacking 30% of over 100 saints' power, what sort of terrifying might would that be? Even 101 disaster saints forming an array could probably contend with the source ancestor god king, even suppress and defeat. Such a military formation, they had never heard of before. Are you confident? Why have you never mentioned this military formation before? A saint couldn't help but ask. I've deduced it over 1,000 times myself, only failing twice. The military saint said deeply. This military formation is intolerable by all heavens. Naturally, you've not heard of it. Otherwise, this would be considered a forbidden technique. I don't want to end up like the divine king. Upon hearing his words, all saints' expressions slightly changed. Indeed, such a terrifying military formation, whoever mastered it would rule over all heavens. If this military formation were exposed, not to mention the difficulty of gathering 100 saints, once leaked during the process, it would certainly be suppressed by the Supreme Saint. Hurry and set up the array, the Supreme Saint of Yin and Yang urgently urged. The military saint nodded and immediately began to form the array. Li Hao hadn't expected the opponent to have such an item. All heaven's saints indeed have some secret reserves. The action of all saints was swift. As the military saint set up the array, the Mo family's supreme saint selected 108 saints, arranged from high to low cultivation levels. When all saints entered the positions of the military array, a golden light array rose in the void, and the array's focal point was locked on Li Hao. The power of 108 saints gathered on Li Hao like beams of golden divine rainbows. Li Hao immediately felt streams of saint path power pouring into his own saint path. In his sea of consciousness, the projections of all saints seemed to appear, also standing in the military array positions, transmitting their power like long rainbows. This military array infused not only the power of all saints but also their saint paths, seemingly transitioning over too. Li Hao immediately felt his soul continuation power clawing upwards rapidly. He harnessed heaven and earth's soul continuation, able to condense his soul 360 times. Previously, he shattered this limit, crossing the extreme realm, but now, he climbed past the direction of the extreme realm even faster. Li Hao thought of the Li family's soul-breaking technique, inheriting the true dragon, having numerous ancestral heroic spirits condense his soul, which could break the former limit again. However, their soul continuation was all in the four stands realm, using ancestral spirit continuation, capable of condensing the soul 80 times. Even if breaking the 80 times limit, elevating to Tao comprehension realms level, it would be only over 100 times. Now, this military saint's military array surprisingly also possesses the effects of this method, but the difference is that it's all saints breaking Li Hao's limits with Saint Path soul condensation. With the operation of the military array, Li Hao's aura intensified more and more. At the same time, Li Hao sensed that the aura from the ancient hall became clearer, speeding towards them rapidly at an astonishing pace. "Be careful, it's coming," Li Hao cautioned, his expression serious, ready for battle. Hearing Li Hao's words, all saints tightened their hearts, all looking towards the direction of the ancient hall. Meanwhile, Li Hao's incarnation had arrived in the Holy Land. "Heoshin, is this your incarnation?" As Li Hao's incarnation returned, the anxiously waiting medical saint and sword master quickly greeted him upon arriving at the Holy Land. "Yes, the situation is dire. A true immortal level ancient demon has infiltrated using special methods, beyond my expectations, and we must evacuate immediately." Li Hao's incarnation quickly explained. "Immediately inform the 9 provinces Immortal Island, clarify the situation with them, and urgently evacuate to take shelter. Also, anyone available should go to the mortal world to bring the people from Dao's 19 states, as the Holy Land might not be able to accommodate them. Check if there's space at 9 provinces Immortal Island." He rapidly communicated the situation. Upon hearing Li Hao's incarnation words, the medical saint and sword master were horrified. A true immortal level ancient demon has arrived? This realm has no immortals. Now, a true immortal level ancient demon descends, akin to a tiger entering a sheepfold. "What about your true self?" Feng Boping teleported in, urgently inquiring. Li Hao's incarnation solemnly said, "The source ancestor and divine king have already sacrificed themselves. I, as my true self, along with all saints, prepare to engage in a deadly battle with that true immortal level ancient demon. If victorious, the all heavens remain intact, but if defeated, evacuating will preserve the spark." Upon hearing this, everyone present lost color from their faces. "Heoshin, that's a true immortal level ancient demon, are you confident?" Lai Sky Saint hurried over and urgently remarked. "No confidence, we can only fight, otherwise with the Holy Land this vast, even though my primordial spirit can encompass it, hiding it, the area is too large, and I can guarantee not being detected by second-order ancient demons, but if a true immortal level ancient demon arrives, I'm not certain." Many semi-saints inside the Holy Land, overhearing their conversation, rushed here with urgency, gazing upwards. Upon hearing Li Hao's words, MITN saint and medical saint remained silent, knowing Li Hao was risking his life to buy them time to evacuate. "If you alone were to hide, the true immortal level ancient demon wouldn't find you, right?" The sword master stared at Li Hao. Previously, Li Hao waited outside the immortal gate for 12 years. He didn't believe Li Hao couldn't evade the pursuit of a true immortal level ancient demon. Li Hao's incarnation stayed silent. He could indeed hide himself even if alone, and could use heaven and earth space to carry some people, but the space is limited compared to the Holy Land, sheltering too few. Feng Boping remained silent. He knew Li Hao would never abandon friends. "I'll accompany you in the mortal world. Now, I'll go with you again." Feng Boping told Li Hao's incarnation, ready to act. Li Hao's incarnation reached out to hold his arm, speaking solemnly, "Feng, I have no certainty in this battle. You take care of my friends for me." Amidst the crowd, Ji and others also rushed out. Previously, news of Li Hao's departure spread within the Holy Land, arousing unease. Now hearing Li Hao's words, Ji and others widened their eyes, though their eyes brimmed with redness. They and Li Hao were of the same generation, even older than Li Hao. Now, they could only watch their former opponent, now a friend, charging at the forefront for their chance of survival. "No certainty, I wanted more." Feng Boping attempted to break free but found Li Hao's incarnation immensely strong, startling him. "Stay here and accompany the second lord, missing me as a fishing buddy, don't let another be absent." Li Hao's incarnation's gaze swept the crowd, catching sight of the anxious-looking Li Musho. Li Musho was now in the Tao comprehension realm. Li Hao's voice was soft, yet he still heard, and his eyes instantly reddened with scalding tears rolling down. He felt his heart was being torn apart, yet he couldn't voice it. Only when it's time to charge into battle does a man realize the despair of his own helplessness. Feng Boping felt his throat clog, his voice somewhat hoarse, and said, "Don't talk nonsense, you mustn't die, I won't allow it." Li Hao's avatar felt a hint of amusement and bittersweetness, saying, "Feng, please take care of them for me." Then he looked at the Mitn saint and the medical saint, saying, 9 provinces Immortal Island. Try to get in touch as soon as possible. I will go all out in battle. This avatar will dissipate as fast as possible, he instructed. Mitn saint nodded silently. Though his time with Li Hao was short, they had become chess friends, and Li Hao had helped him with alchemy. He greatly admired this young junior, but now, only sorrow remained. Among the crowd, the Li family looked on in a daze at this scene. He Jianlin, Li Wushuang, Li Yanzhao, and others were already in tears. They hadn't expected to reunite briefly with Li Hao, only to face separation again, perhaps forever. "Hao, why must your life be so bitter?" He Jianlin's face was full of tears, feeling sorrow for the boy in the sky. Upon hearing her mournful whispers, Li Tiangang and Ji Qingqing beside her trembled, their fingers unconsciously clenched. Behind them, Li Ping'an looked at the boy under the gaze of everyone, lost in a trance. Li Hao's avatar quickly explained the situation. Suddenly his expression hardened, and he spoke deeply. "I must focus entirely on the battle. Everyone must evacuate quickly. Don't squander the time we and the All Saints have secured." After speaking, his figure gradually dissipated. Haoshan. How? Seeing Li Hao's avatar vanish like smoke, many were struck speechless. Mitn saint and the medical saint were the first to regain composure, taking action swiftly, one heading out immediately, one urging the Holy Land to approach 9 provinces Immortal Island. Feng Boping was briefly stunned, reflecting on Li Hao's words, his gaze complicated. After saying a word, he casually tore open a rift, entering the mortal world to relocate the citizens of Deu. As they took action, outside the ancient hall's 50,000-mile void, Li Hao and the All Saints waited here. At this moment, in the void, besides the 108 saints within the military formation beside Li Hao, the other saints had hidden within void crevices. Swish, accompanied by a whistling sound, a terrifying pressure suddenly approached. Soon, a figure in the void rapidly shifted, closing in at a visible speed. When the ancient demon's figure came into plain sight, Li Hao severed the transform to immortal energy, his expression solemn, staring intensely at the opponent. His aura continued to rise, accumulating, extreme realm power was in motion. He entered the divine power state, his body emitting golden divine light. Then he transitioned to the ultimate state of transform to immortal, his hair transforming into silver gray, and the tearing of his body in the divine power state's tenfold healing was almost unchanged. His consciousness merged with the heavens and earth, becoming one with this realm. "It's here." The saints were tense, their faces grim, staring at the ancient demon that had manifested inside the immortal gate. For the opponent to appear here meant the source ancestor and divine king had already fallen. 2 former pinnacle saints that shocked all heavens, now quickly faded and perished, leaving a feeling of sorrow and melancholy. No true immortal, just a group of holy level. The true immortal level ancient demon looked down at Li Hao and others, eyes filled with cruel killing intent. Its gaze landed on Li Hao, and compared to the firefly-like glow of other holy level beings, the primordial spirit wave and might emanating from this youth were like the bright moon, far scarier than the 2 ants it had previously slain. But fortunately, there was no true immortal here, for it wasn't the worst scenario. If there were a true immortal, although it wouldn't fear, if that true immortal held an immortal emperor's relic, there would be some concern. The void fell into a momentary silence. Mutually sizing each other up, Li Hao didn't rush to attack. He was uncertain about this battle, therefore, besides fighting, he wanted to prolong the battle time as much as possible. But this silence halted only briefly. In the next moment, the ancient demon revealed a blood-red glow in its eyes. It didn't bother with words. With ants like these, there was no need for chatter. It would subdue them all, then search their souls, and it would know about this world. Too bad that the previous 2 ants weren't their true bodies. Without soul essence, they were annihilated upon being killed, providing no opportunity to search. With a low growl, the ancient demon swung its claws, sweeping towards Li Hao and the others, evidently intending to smash them all. What seemed like a simple attack, in the eyes of the All Saints, they could see the claws cutting across the firmament, tearing and destroying countless Taos in the void, carried with an unbeatable, terrifying power. This is the method of a true immortal? In their eyes, the indestructible and unbreakable Taos were now crumbling and collapsing. Just one strike made the slight hope and faith ignited among the All Saints feel like a flickering candle, about to extinguish. Li Hao's eyes burst with dazzling light, his entire power unleashed, at this moment no longer concealing or holding back. The immortal power within him surged outward, combined with the heaven and earth power attracted by the ultimate transform to immortal, forming a storm cocoon vortex around his body. The eternal Tao domain emerged, the void around Li Hao split, 8 damaged immortal soldiers flickered into appearance, controlled by Li Hao's primordial spirit. They swiftly traversed through the gaps of the ancient demon's claws. Swish, 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 swish. Accompanied by the void's rending, the terrifying pressure between the claws was torn apart by the damaged immortal soldiers, directly slashing at the weak side of the ancient demon's abdomen, attempting to tear through its surface and disassemble its body. And at the same time the broken celestial weapon pierced through, sharp claws swung down, pressing onto Li Hao's head. He roared, gathering all the power within him, displaying his skill with fame arising in his hand, lifted his hand and unleashed a supreme sword strike. This sword was in the stance of the immortal points the way, but the power was unlike the immortal points the way, resembling a mortal's furious slash. Countless bursts of thunder rolled through the void, as if the heavens and earth were echoing with booming rage. That sword shook the sky, causing all the power within thousands of miles around him to surge like a flood, concentrating on the sword light, colliding with the claw. A terrifying sound reverberated, and the heavens roared loudly. Irregular patterns cracked open in the void, the sword light covered the entire claw, and astonishingly, it forcefully lifted the claw. This terrifying impact left the saints hiding in the cracks of heaven and earth around stunned, looking incredulously at the youth sparkling with silver lightning all over. Is this Li Hao's true strength? As the sword light blocked the claw, 8 broken celestial swords, under the control of Li Hao's primordial spirit, swiftly slashed at the side abdomen of the ancient demon, causing a piercing sound. The sword edge cut through the skin of the ancient demon, but it felt like chopping into a wooden stake, with a sense of embedding. Li Hao's face changed, wanting the 8 broken celestial swords to simultaneously disassemble and complete a momentary corporeal dispatch. But his primordial spirit was scattered on the 8 broken celestial swords. The force of object control was divided into 8 parts, weakened, and he couldn't pierce deep into the flesh. At this moment, the ancient demon was also shocked. It was astonished to be injured, being a true immortal, injured by someone of holy level, simply incredible. It emitted a thunderous low growl, its body revealing true celestial pressure, immortal power surging, and the 8 broken celestial swords that pierced its body were immediately shaken out, along with a fierce shock that even Li Hao's primordial spirit felt. And the 108 saints who formed a battle formation together with him felt a shock in their primordial spirits. Though they only bore a tiny fraction of the impact, they still felt dizzy. Li Hao saw the celestial power the ancient demon revealed. His gaze became extremely solemn, his entire bones crackled, the all-heaven star vein appeared behind him, gathering each dazzling starlight around him, surrounding him, illuminating him with brilliant starlight, bringing a continuous stream of power from the all-heaven stars. Seeing this scene, the saints were once again astounded. But Li Hao's actions were not over yet. His body was expanding, Feishan Shangdi displayed, growing from a normal human size to suddenly thousands of feet, directly reaching tens of thousands of feet. At this moment, Li Hao's size was already close to that of this ancient demon. Simultaneous, the heaven and earth law manifestation emerged behind Li Hao. This law manifestation was slightly larger than Li Hao's Feishan Shangdi but did not have the previous vast difference in size. Strangely, around Li Hao's current Dharma aspect, unexpectedly, there were projections of Saint Dharma aspects, although those Saint Dharma aspect projections were only half the size of Li Hao's Dharma aspect. There were over 100, filling the entire sky. Is that my Dharma aspect? The saints in the battle formation were horrified to discover their Dharma aspects were unexpectedly mirrored by Li Hao, surrounding Li Hao's Dharma aspect. Li Hao also noticed this aspect, which he didn't foresee. Even more surprising was, as he displayed the heaven and earth law manifestation, all saints' Dharma aspects revealed with it, bringing even more terrifying power. Is this the road leading to the final realm? Li Hao's gaze flickered, but he had no time to ponder further. He took a deep breath and used his last trump card, the prototype of heavenly Tao forged by the fusion of 3 saints. Accompanied by the diffusion of this prototype of heavenly Tao power, the ancient demon in front of Li Hao subtly changed. Li Hao recalled the 8 broken celestial swords, sacrificially offering the sharpest one among them, pouring his entire power into it. The sword light suddenly flared, slicing in an instant a moon arc into the side abdomen of the ancient demon, so fast that the saint's primordial spirits couldn't capture it. Poof! Demonic blood splattered as the broken immortal sword reached an extreme speed, slicing through the intangible and insubstantial immortal power barrier on the surface of the ancient demon's body, piercing through the thick callous skin, and striking the bones deep within its flesh. The bones of this ancient demon were immortal bones, surrounded and covered by secret patterns of the Tao, indestructible. But now, under Li Hao's full power burst combined with the primal force of the heavenly Tao, the edge of the broken immortal sword became terrifyingly sharp, delivering devastating tearing power at extreme speed and impact, even cutting through those bones. The ancient demon roared in shock and anger. The speed of the broken immortal sword was incredibly fast, catching it off guard. Now its bones were broken at their most vulnerable point, and it fumed, unsure if this was coincidence or if the opponent truly could discern its weak points. But in the blink of an eye, it mobilized immortal power to regenerate and heal its bones. Riding the broken immortal sword, Li Hao quickly traced along its body after breaking the bones, intending to sever all connections within its body and kill it instantly, thus forcing out its primordial spirit. If it were given time to react, the previous injuries would have healed rapidly, leading to a prolonged and grueling battle. Faster, 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 Li Hao wielded the sword with incredible speed, tearing through blood and flesh, weaving between the internal organs and bones. The organs and flesh filled with immortal power were resilient like walls of bronze and iron, yet under the dominating force of the broken immortal sword, they were forcibly torn apart. From the outside, each part of the ancient demon's body erupted in blood mist, skin splitting open, from limbs to neck, head, and other parts, continuously bursting with blood. All saints watching were wide-eyed with astonishment and delight. Is that Haoshin Venerate's attack? So powerful, so fierce, that the ancient demon couldn't even fight back. My heavens, am I seeing things? This is a true immortal. It's wounded, critically injured in an instant. All saints were trembling with excitement, doubting their own eyes, overwhelmed with shock. It was unbelievably unexpected. Although they knew Li Hao was strong, they didn't expect it to be so exaggerated. In a single encounter, the one being suppressed was the true immortal-level ancient demon. However, unlike the delight of all saints, Li Hao's expression turned grave. When he manipulated the broken immortal sword to repeatedly cut through the ancient demon's bones, Li Hao noticed the speed of the broken immortal sword was slowing. Though only less than 1,000 slowed, he sensed it, and this slowing was accelerating, soon becoming even slower. It felt like exhaustion, but Li Hao knew that he was currently at full power, his body not exhausted at all, and the force attached to the broken immortal sword remained strong. Roar! The ancient demon suddenly roared, its whole body brimming with immortal power, rapidly condensing into a barrier of swirling black air, enshrouding itself. Its flesh contracted, immortal power within its blood quickly mobilizing, healing the wounded parts at lightning speed. As the initially pierced side healed, Li Hao's heart sank. Failed to kill. The only way he could kill this ancient demon was to slay its physical form, then exhaust its primordial spirit to death. But now, he was unable to instantly kill its physical form. The sword has dulled. With divine thought, Li Hao controlled the broken immortal sword, suddenly shooting it out from the ancient demon's skull, flying back before him. Looking at the broken immortal sword, Li Hao saw that the blade's edge was indeed worse than before, with many more jagged notches. This broken immortal sword had already lost its power, retaining only its sharpness, and now, after continually cutting bones, its sharpness had greatly diminished. His expression was extremely grim. At this moment, as the broken immortal sword was recalled, the ancient demon's body instantly healed, with previous tears and bleeding parts restored in the blink of an eye. As its body healed, the ancient demon roared in fury, glaring menacingly at Li Hao, too angry, it couldn't believe it had been on the defensive, and amidst its body's rapid destruction, it had sensed a sliver of danger. It was no coincidence that the opponent pierced through its weakness instantly. From the destructive path of the broken immortal sword within, it could feel that this human race was extremely familiar with its body structure. And achieving such familiarity could only be possible by witnessing it countless times, or by having killed many, many times, to gain such understanding. Kill. The ancient demon no longer underestimated or held back. Having experienced the battles of the Emperor Fall era, it was a battle-hardened ancient demon leader, instantly unleashing its innate secret technique, with a massive vortex emerging behind it, like a black hole forming in the void, pulling in the light. All saints, seeing that vortex black hole, immediately felt a dizzying, enchanting effect, as if their primordial spirit was being dragged through their gaze. Simultaneously, the ancient demon's claws once again swiped down like lightning. This time, its claws were surrounded by immortal domain power. Just as Li Hao was about to unleash the eternal Tao domain to resist, he discovered that within the immortal domain's shroud, the various forces of the eternal Tao domain became completely ineffective. The deterrence of the eternal Tao domain was suddenly weakened by more than half, with the holy Tao inside restrained, law power ineffective. Li Hao had heard from Nangang Jian earlier that a true immortal could ignore holy Tao laws, which was the absolute suppression of a true immortal over a saint. Swish! Li Hao drew his sword once more, the all-heaven star vein stirred up a vast power, and more than 100 strands of immortal power from within his body extended, transforming into a tremendous worldly energy in the void, all concentrated on the sword. This strike was more terrifying than any before, enough to cleave a small world. As the sword light cleaved, the claw seemed exceedingly ruthless this time, undeterred, continuously grinding away the blade's glow, eventually crushing it and swinging down. With a bang, Li Hao's body was thrown backward, his massive frame vibrating, and the Tao bone within him fractured slightly. Just one strike, and his body was almost shattered. Li Hao's body healed in an instant, but within the military formation, the faces of the other saints turned pale, all spitting out blood together, overwhelmed by a sense of terror. Each of them endured just 1/300th of the damage Li Hao suffered, yet they were severely injured. Die. Li Hao's gaze was fierce, ignoring the excruciating pain across his body. He wielded the damaged immortal sword again to kill. Using offense as defense, the damaged immortal sword once more slashed at the ancient demon. This time the ancient demon was prepared, immediately activating the immortal domain to envelop itself, though its immortal domain was as dark as a ghostly domain, with eerie winds swirling inside and the Tao twisted. But the damaged immortal sword was still swift, piercing through its immortal domain. It was the concentrated power of 100 saints in the all-heaven star vein, along with the embryonic power of the heavenly Tao, plus the power transformed by 100 immortal powers within Li Hao's body, quantity producing qualitative change. Even with a consumption 1,000 times, continuously destroyed by immortal power, the size of the power was too vast to withstand. Bang! The immortal domain was penetrated, and the ancient demon's body was simultaneously pierced by the damaged immortal sword. Afterward, Li Hao erupted with full force, maximizing the power of his primordial spirit, and the divine bone within his primordial spirit shone with a crimson gold light. Faster, even faster, Li Hao roared in his heart. The heaven and earth law manifestation behind him, along with the surrounding Dharma aspects of all saints, merged at this moment. The Dharma aspects of all saints transformed into strands of light, merging into Li Hao's heaven and earth law manifestation, and then uniting with Li Hao's body. With a buzzing sound, the void seemed to tremble. When Feishan Shangdi merged with the heaven and earth law manifestation, all the saints felt as if the entire world was held in Li Hao's hands. That immense and powerful force far exceeded the holy level by a great margin. Puff, 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 puff. Inside the ancient demon, a series of blood mist explosions erupted, the sound of its body being rapidly torn apart by the damaged immortal sword, and bones breaking. In just an instant, Li Hao had severed over 300 bones within its body, but there were still over 100 remaining. These were the core bones supporting its body. All must be severed and shattered to kill its physical body in an instant. Roar! The ancient demon reacted, letting out an angry roar, and its immortal power burst forth, healing the places damaged earliest, while Li Hao's damaged immortal sword continued to hack within it, but slower and slower. Suddenly, the damaged immortal sword hacked a bone, but it suddenly vibrated and embedded itself into the bone. Li Hao's heart trembled, feeling a sense of despair. His power was sufficient, but the damaged immortal sword was not sharp enough. It was more than enough to slay second-level, third-rank ancient demons, slicing through iron like mud, but dealing with the flesh of this true immortal level ancient demon, which was comparable to top tier 9 tribulations Taoist soldiers, had dulled the damaged immortal sword. Suddenly, black magic power emerged within the ancient demon, enveloping the damaged immortal sword, pushing it out of its body. Watching the damaged immortal sword that caused it enormous harm, the ancient demon let out a low growl, exerting force in its palm to bend the damaged immortal sword, then tossing it towards Li Hao like throwing away worthless junk. Li Hao turned his head to dodge, but his cheek was still grazed by a bloodstain, healing in an instant. This can't be killed. It's clearly been suppressed, so severely injured, yet it can instantly heal. 3 immortal extreme realms. This true immortal level ancient demon must have mastered it as well. To entirely smash its body, to kill it, is not just about defeating, it's 1,000 times harder than toppling the true immortal sea. All saints felt a chill witnessing this scene. The previous excitement and joy turned to clarity as they realized the difficulty of killing this true immortal level ancient demon. The opponent's healing speed was too fast. As long as it couldn't be killed in an instant, all efforts and damage were in vain. They were merely saints. To clash with a true immortal, defeating it was already miraculous, let alone killing it, the difficulty was unimaginable. All saints looked at Li Hao's towering figure, but deep down, they felt despair. Li Hao's performance had already exceeded their expectations, but in the end, this was a true immortal. I will crush you. The ancient demon glared at Li Hao, letting out a furious, sinister low growl. It hated the youth in front of it terribly, and would never let him die easily. Li Hao kept breathing, adjusting his state. The overwhelming and vigorous power within him made him feel like standing in a furnace, hot and expanded, a force enough to shake a true immortal, but not enough to kill it instantly. The damaged immortal sword isn't sharp enough. Previously dissecting the true immortal level ancient demon with it was manageable, but to instantly shatter and sever all its bones is far more laborious than slowly cutting when cooking. Li Hao's face looked grim. Although his power was barely enough, he lacked a handy weapon. I can only use more and more power to drive the damaged immortal sword, using power to compensate for its sharpness. Within moments, Li Hao's thoughts calmed down again. A damaged immortal sword appeared in his palm once more, and as soon as it appeared, Li Hao burned a golden thread within his primordial spirit. The primordial spirit power surged greatly, boosting his object control speed as well. Still not enough, still not enough. 1 golden vein, 2 golden veins, 5 golden veins, burned altogether. Li Hao's primordial spirit burned with golden red flames. It wasn't that Li Hao didn't want to burn more, but the primordial spirit's endurance had its limits, which it had already reached at its extreme. The speed of the fragmented immortal sword suddenly increased, piercing through the side of the ancient demon, and began to swiftly roam within its body again. The ancient demon reacted in pain, shocked and furious. The speed of the fragmented immortal sword was too fast for it to stop unless it turned around and fled. Feeling the rampant destruction of the fragmented immortal sword within its body, it roared continuously, channeling its immortal power into itself to regenerate the damaged parts. As the primordial spirit burned, the speed of the fragmented immortal sword became even more rapid than before, with continuous explosions echoing. In the blink of an eye, it destroyed all the flesh and organs inside the ancient demon, breaking over 300 bones and paralyzing almost 90% of its body, already necrotic. But there were still 30 or so bones left uncut. At this time, the immortal power within the ancient demon exploded, and its whole body injuries immediately healed. Not enough, just a bit short. Li Hao was filled with unwillingness in his heart. Was this the end? Moreover, the fatal attribute hadn't been triggered. Was it ineffective against a true immortal, or was the speed too fast, counting his attack as a single strike? How could this be? Can't kill at all. The All Saints saw the ancient demon's momentum rising again and felt despair. They could see Li Hao had unleashed many fearsome tactics, all exploding the extreme realm, even the All Heavens star vein surrounding heaven and earth vein, seemingly with final realm power. But they still failed. Just the power gathered by Li Hao at this moment made them feel terrified, yet facing this true immortal level ancient demon, there wasn't a power to kill it. Bam! The ancient demon's body just recovered, directly rushed towards Li Hao, suppressing the immortal domain. The mighty pressure seemed about to crush Li Hao's bones. The eternal Tao domain was enveloped by the immortal domain, forcibly penetrated, rendering all laws ineffective. The ancient demon opened its bloody mouth, biting towards Li Hao's head, intending to directly suck out his soul to slowly refine and torment it within its body. Li Hao's face changed, abandoning the fragmented immortal sword. After the previous round of attacks, the fragmented immortal sword had become even more decrepit, its blade curled, no longer of any retrieval meaning. If there was a true immortal artifact, as long as it's sharp enough. Li Hao clenched his fist, feeling the urge to smash it hard, as his power was clearly sufficient. In his palm, two fragmented immortal swords emerged, with his primordial spirit power splitting into two, wrapping each fragmented immortal sword, and heading towards the ancient demon leader. This time, he still attacked the side abdomen's weak spot, but Li Hao no longer attempted to kill its physical body. His hands were unable with the fragmented immortal sword, placing his hope on the fatal attribute. That 1% probability was now the greatest hope. Bam bam bam. The two fragmented immortal swords bypassed the ancient demon's attacks, continually piercing like dragons into the opponent's body at full speed. The previous attack was Li Hao's dissection technique mastered after dismembering the ancient demon, equivalent to one move if calculated according to cultivation technique. Now Li Hao rushed crazily in repeated stabs. Each assassination of the fragmented immortal sword counts as an attack, thereby triggering the fatal attribute more quickly. While the fragmented immortal sword attacked, the ancient demon's sharp claws already embraced Li Hao. Their size wasn't much different. Li Hao didn't plan to confront, retreating continually. Now his body method 9 pills, not as shallow as before when maneuvering back and forth, already entering Dao, able to borrow power anywhere in the void. But the immortal domain's suppression and enveloping slowed Li Hao's actions tenfold, still grasped by the sharp claws. The ancient demon did not pay attention to Li Hao's two fragmented immortal swords but directly hugged Li Hao, intending to bite his head. Previously, a single fragmented immortal sword could not kill it, let alone two, slower than manipulating one sword, barely capable of reacting and dodging. Quick, trigger. Li Hao gritted his teeth, trying to pry open the ancient demon's sharp claws with his arm, but his proudly physical body strength was like pushing against a giant mountain, hard to move. As the ancient demon was about to bite down, suddenly, its body trembled, with a strong feeling of death shrouding it. The ancient demon's pupils contracted. This feeling was too intense, even more threatening than when Li Hao previously severely injured it with the fragmented immortal sword. It felt as if some irresistible force was quickly approaching, similar to heavenly Dao, but above it, a power transcending heavenly Dao. Swish! The ancient demon's body suddenly exploded, turning into countless blood pieces. This scene stunned Li Hao. The All Saints, who were sad and despairing, were also shocked by this sudden development, stunned, and hope rekindled in their eyes. Did it die? Was it Haoshin Venerate's attack? Why did it suddenly explode? The All Saints eagerly stared at all the exploded blood pieces. Li Hao was startled, then suddenly woke up, immediately understanding why. It wasn't the fatal attribute causing the self-destruction, but this ancient demon used this method to escape the influence of the fatal attribute. Seeing a lot of floating flesh pieces, not falling like a corpse. Soon, the black mist surged from those floating flesh pieces, quickly condensing the ancient demon's body. Kill. Seeing this opportunity, Li Hao hurriedly manipulated the fragmented immortal sword at full speed to kill. Bam bam bam. The newly formed deformed ancient demon from the flesh pieces was instantly cut through its physical body, its primordial spirit separated from the flesh. Li Hao's primordial spirit quickly struck, annihilating the separated primordial spirit. But this primordial spirit wasn't the complete primordial spirit of the ancient demon, just a wisp. The remaining flesh, at this moment, is growing rapidly, all transforming into the form of ancient demons, swiftly closing in and merging. The incomplete celestial sword controlled by Li Hao slashes forward, continuously chopping during the fusion process. Then, suddenly, a streak of silver-gray light appears, followed by a horrifying power hitting the incomplete celestial sword, causing the primordial spirit within to fall into a brief halt. And in that brief moment, the body of the ancient demon has already condensed. Li Hao's face turns pale. The opponent uses self-detonation and fate reversal to transfer the fatal attribute's fatality. The fatal attribute acts on the body, but if fate reversal is used, the pull of the fatal attribute can be shifted. When previously slaying the Four Stands realm, it allowed the opponent's divine soul to abandon the body and escape. Now, the opponent is a true immortal, able to dodge without the need to abandon the body. Buzz. As the ancient demon's body recovers, a silver-gray light appears on its forehead, emitting condensed and surging immortal power. At this moment, the void suddenly trembles. The ancient demon leader almost instantly arrives in front of Li Hao, sweeping its claws horizontally, producing a dark, destructive arc, directly cutting Li Hao's body in half. After consuming the demon body of the mixed heaven saint, Li Hao's physical body rivals the 5 Tribulation Emperor weapon. Having stayed on the ancient path outside the immortal gate for 12 years, his physical body advanced to match the 6th Order Imperial weapon. Only the Source Ancestor's sky-suppressing whip could cause some injury, albeit not destroy him. But now, this ancient demon's sweep, Li Hao's body breaks like tofu dregs. At the fracture, it seems to burn incessantly. A special force restrains Li Hao's regenerative power, unable to heal. Massive blood sprays, Li Hao's entire strength is dissipating. The ancient demon leader does not roar, only coldly stares at Li Hao. The momentary death aura just now makes it shudder. Were it not for shifting and dodging it, had its reaction been slower or faced it head-on, it truly felt it might die. Complete annihilation of form and spirit. This truly angers it. The intent to kill is unprecedentedly strong. Even the thought of tormenting Li Hao is gone. It only wishes to kill him swiftly. With a boom, the void quakes, the immortal domain unfolds, suddenly covering the army formation. All saints feel the terror of the immortal domain. Their faces change drastically, urgently evading, yet still, over a dozen saints are engulfed by the immortal domain, obliterated within, leaving only their primordial spirits trapped, unable to even struggle, being devoured by the ancient demon leader right before everyone. Li Hao knows, once eaten by this ancient demon, even the chance of reincarnation is gone, utterly obliterated, vanishing forever from the world. Quick, quick, escape. Li Hao's face pales, never expected that even the collective force of all saints failed in annihilation. The incomplete immortal weapon in his hand wasn't sharp enough, unable to instantly kill this ancient demon's physical body, and killing its body is merely the first step, following with battles of primordial spirits and slaughter. Haoshan Venerate, we have no retreat left. Do you have any methods, regardless of how many perish, whatever it takes to kill it? Ming Sect Venerable Sage urgently transmits to Li Hao. Where to escape? We've committed sins, there's nowhere to flee. The Holy Master of Law also sends a message, his voice filled with melancholy. Unlike the usual cold solemnity, he bitterly says, even if we must all sacrifice, it's worth it. Do you have any other solutions? He knows, once they flee now, they will never have another chance to contend with this true immortal level ancient demon, only be hunted down, killed one by one. No way left. Li Hao senses the conviction of all saints, his impression of them changes, but at this moment, it is meaningless. You all escape, go to my holy land to seek refuge, I'll hold it back. At this moment, Li Hao no longer wishes to trouble these people. He frees himself from the army formation. He is the center of the formation, able to control it, and as he deliberately disbands it, the power within of all saints is severed, returning to their respective bodies. Li Hao's eyes flash with madness, charging at the ancient demon. He doesn't want this battle to end quickly, given such short time. If he flees too, no one can stop this ancient demon. Even the Holy Land cannot take refuge in time. As for all saints, staying here no longer has meaning. They can't help him. Facing the ancient demon leader's immortal domain, numbers mean nothing. Seeing Li Hao's back, all saints are stunned, then a lump forms in their throats. Previously they defamed and maliciously speculated about Li Hao, but now reaching this step, the opponent stays back for them, just like the Source Ancestor and Divine King did before. Go! Li Hao roars, immediately charging at the ancient demon leader. 2 incomplete immortal weapons burst forth again, attacking continuously. This time, the ancient demon leader is somewhat cautious, using the immortal domain to slow down the speed of the incomplete immortal weapons, also dodging itself. It vaguely senses the earlier spine-chilling danger is related to its injury. Otherwise, this human race wouldn't blindly attack meaninglessly. The ancient demon keeps dodging, Li Hao keeps attacking, knowing he cannot stop. Once stopped, the ancient demon will immediately counterattack. Let's go, don't let them down, don't be a burden to Haoshan Venerate. The Ming Sect Venerable Sage looked at Li Hao fiercely fighting with the true immortal ancient demon, his face grim. He never expected that the one who would bear all of this for them in the end would be the young man before him. He gritted his teeth, ordering all saints to retreat and escape. Continuing to stay here was meaningless. Rather, if they survived, maybe they could think of a way to fight again. Although such hope was extremely slim, only by staying alive could hope exist. The Yin-Yang Supreme Saint and the Mo family's Supreme Saint also realized this. Staying here would only end in dying alongside Li Hao, unable to help. Even though the military saint's army formations could provide considerable help to Li Hao, under the ancient demon immortal domain's shroud, they couldn't withstand it and would collapse in an instant. If it's destiny to die, I'll stay with Haoshin Venerate to the end. Since death is inevitable, I am willing to die for all heavens.
Among several hundred saints, some stepped forward with fervent expressions. Witnessing the Source Ancestor and Divine King staying behind, even someone like the Divine King could fight for all heavens, and in front of them, Li Hao, who was wronged by Tama, was fighting desperately in this calamity, someone who should not have been hurt. They felt that if they fled, they could not face their own hearts.
If a saint cannot face themselves, they cannot face their own saint path, and everything would collapse. The name Saint, seeing this, roared angrily, "Go, don't burden Haoshin Venerate. Your remaining here is meaningless. Living with disgrace requires more courage than dying gallantly. Living on is the only hope," the Holy Master of Law also said in a deep voice. The saints willing to stay and fight to the death suddenly had complicated and unpleasant expressions. But their rationality as saints made them unable to deny the name Saint's words. The gap with the true immortal was too great. Even burning their primordial spirits might not harm the true immortal ancient demon. Sadness, despair. The name Saint roared, charging towards the distance, intentionally creating a great noise and commotion. If the true immortal ancient demon pursued him, he would surely die, but in doing so, Li Hao might survive, buying him time. Unfortunately, with such a tragic feeling, the true immortal ancient demon, dodging under Li Hao's assault, had no interest in paying attention to others. To it, only this holy-level human race was extremely threatening. The others were mere bugs to be easily crushed at any time. The Holy Master of Law and the Yin-Yang Supreme Saint, among others, also fled in different directions to avoid being caught in one fell swoop by the true immortal ancient demon. Whoosh, 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 one after another, the saints' silhouettes scattered and escaped like shooting stars, quickly vanishing from this place. In an instant, only Li Hao and the true immortal ancient demon were left in the void. Two broken immortal swords howled with stabs, creating terrifying sonic booms and void cracks, with the void nearly being slashed into darkness, completely disappearing, and plunging into chaotic space currents. Roar. With consecutive dodges, the true immortal ancient demon saw Li Hao seemingly showing no signs of exhaustion. It roared angrily, disregarding the stabs from the broken immortal sword, and fiercely suppressed Li Hao with its immortal domain while flinging a sharp tail stab. Its tail stab tore through the void, nullifying all the Dao laws in the void, directly piercing through Li Hao's eternal Dao domain, and impaling Li Hao's chest. Li Hao couldn't dodge. Under the enemy's immortal domain cover, his ninth stage movement technique was inadequate, and his returning ruin's extreme realm would be penetrated by the enemy, forcing him to take the hit head-on. But as the enemy attacked, the two broken immortal swords stabbed with full speed, causing hundreds of gashes on the true immortal ancient demon's body in an instant. Like a terrifying aura climbing up from the abyss, like a reaper ghost, the true immortal ancient demon immediately felt the terrifying sensation from before again, causing it shivers down its spine. It roared in its heart, never expecting the attack could really appear again. It hurriedly protected its body, again exhibiting reverse fate powers, altering its primordial spirit aura. Boom! Its flesh exploded, scattering in suspension in the void without falling. Only a small amount fell away, disappearing into the bottom of the all heavens world, the nine nether abyss. Seeing the foe repeating its old tricks, a gleam appeared in Li Hao's eyes. He took out another broken immortal sword, concentrating all his primordial spirit power on this broken immortal sword. The previously burned primordial spirit power was exhausted, so he burned 5 golden veins, summoned the 2 broken immortal swords back to his side, and then the newly drawn immortal sword shot out violently. Among the scattered flesh, the true immortal ancient demon's body coalesced. As its wriggling flesh came together to restore its true form, the broken immortal sword thrust in. Poof, 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 poof. The broken immortal sword pierced through its body, wreaking havoc internally, rapidly causing a massive necrosis and severing more than 300 bones. Only me swordsmanship. Li Hao pushed his sword intent to the extreme. With the aid of the sword Dao, his sword edge grew sharper and speed slightly increased. With a bang, When 10 bones remained, the true immortal ancient demon let out a roar, healing its destroyed flesh. In an instant, its whole body recovered completely, and a trace of pain appeared in Li Hao's eyes, just a little more. If only his sword Dao could advance to the 10th stage, maybe he could have severed it. The true immortal ancient demon glared at Li Hao with ferocity. Its mind cunning, having participated in the Emperor Fall era battles, possessing extremely rich combat experience, it had already discerned that Li Hao might launch an attack in the gap of its self-explosion regeneration, so it was prepared early, integrating the immortal domain within itself, compensating for the vulnerability of that regeneration gap. The young man before it, so persistently using the same move, it faintly sensed that the opponent seemed to possess a method to kill it, but currently, this method was failing. Swish! Its immortal domain shook out again, immediately charging towards Li Hao. Li Hao's expression changed slightly. He quickly maneuvered the two fractured immortal swords to continue assaulting the demon's body. The true immortal ancient demon saw this and had to stop, dodging the sharp edges. Li Hao attacked continuously, having lost hope of slaying it. At this moment, he only wished to prolong the battle, to delay for more time, allowing the Holy Land to unite with the 9 provinces' immortal island, migrating to Divine Yang for refuge. With Li Hao's relentless attacks, the true immortal ancient demon also dodged swiftly. Each time it was about to strike, the sharpness of the fractured immortal swords accelerated, forcing it to continuously parry. It hated the young man before it to the core, deciding that when Li Hao was exhausted, it must make him wish he were dead. The fight eventually headed towards a prolonged battle, which Li Hao was reluctant to face. Thankfully, with the All-Heaven Star vein, his energy was endless, yet maneuvering the fractured immortal swords consumed the primordial spirit power. Li Hao didn't know how long his primordial spirit could last. The battle continued, 10 minutes, 1 hour, 4 to 5 hours. The fierce breaking sound echoed endlessly in the void. On the other side, the All Saints had already fled this place. After scattering and fleeing, they quickly confirmed each other's positions through hand orders. Now that the Source Ancestor and Divine King had fallen, Li Hao was stuck in a hard fight, holding the rear. Name Saint and other Supreme Saints became leaders among the All Saints. Given the situation, all of you first seek refuge at Haoshan Venerate's Holy Land. I'll go find MITN Saint to see if he has any ideas, Name Saint arrange. I'll go find the 9 island masters of the 9 provinces' immortal island. I've long heard that their immortal island is mysterious, a treasure of the immortal divine. I wonder if it has any effect, if it can hurt this true immortal ancient demon, said the Holy Master of Law, but he didn't hold much hope in his heart. After all, this ancient demon calamitous event, the 9 provinces' immortal island must have known long before. If that immortal divine treasure had a significant effect, they would have contacted them long ago. In such a calamity, he didn't believe the 9 provinces' immortal island would be so foolish, watching the calamity sweep across the all heavens with open eyes. I'll think about whether the military tactics can be improved, the military saint said solemnly. In the past, he did such things in secret, not daring to expose it to avoid provoking trouble, which led to slow progress in his research. But now, there was no need to worry about these anymore. However, it seemed the time left to them was not much. Go then, everyone find a way, said Name Saint. The All Saints felt heavy-hearted. Although Li Hao was holding the rear, death could come at any moment. In this dire situation, they all racked their brains on how to find hope. Soon, the All Saints arrived in Li Hao's Holy Land. At this time, the Holy Land was bustling with noise, extremely crowded, filled to the brim with people. Why have you come? Feng Boping had just transferred half of Deu Divine Dynasty's people here, and the Holy Land was already full. He planned to send the rest to 9 provinces' immortal island, where there was still space. At present, sensing the aura of many saints, he rushed out of the Holy Land, shocked when he saw the All Saints. Immediately, his gaze swiftly scanned across but did not see that dazzling figure. He wanted to look again, but his heart already felt cold. That figure was too bright and conspicuous, even among millions, it would capture attention without effort, yet he couldn't find it now. Where is Haoshan Venerate? Feng Boping couldn't help but roar in anger. Li Hao went to support them, but they returned while Li Hao didn't.
That is a true immortal level ancient demon. Haoshan Venerate held the rear for us and hasn't returned. The Source Ancestor and Divine King also held the rear and sacrificed.
Yin Yang Supreme Saint explained in a low voice. Facing Feng Boping's roar, If this had been an ordinary day, the three calamities saint dared to roar like that, he would undoubtedly have punished him, but at this moment, he could understand the other's feelings. Held the rear. Feng Boping's body trembled, his eyes immediately turned red. Although he had been sleeping in seclusion in Mivu heaven, after coming out, he had heard about the event. This calamity was made by you. How could you let him hold the rear? You are simply unworthy of being called saints. Feng Boping pointed at thousands, angrily shouting. Seeing him like an enraged yet aged lion, all saints looked dismayed but did not retort. You invert right and wrong, smear him, yet he came to clean up for you. How can you rest easy? Feng Boping roared in slight loss of control. His heart felt utterly bleak. That child hadn't changed a bit, kindness carved in his bones since childhood. In the mortal world's daily interactions, he had long seen Li Hao's true nature. Otherwise, how could merely sharing interest in fishing lead him to follow along, not hesitating to shield him from the world's peering demons when he stepped out of that divine general mansion? Feng Boping's roar spread across the Holy Land like thunder. Many in the Holy Land rushed out upon seeing this scene and hearing Feng Boping's words. Many were stunned, faces drained of blood. In the crowd, Lin Qingyu's body swayed, almost losing her footing. She already condensed the embryonic form of her saint path. As a semi-saint, she even felt a buzzing dizziness. Ji and the others felt their throats dry and a bit disoriented. Besides them, Kai Guang, Lin Shuhai, and Hao Yue Saint's son were present, their eyes filled with shock. Could it be that this unparalleled monster youth would fall here? The silhouette of the young man, even as their competitor, left them with only admiration and awe. Now, as he reaches the mountain peak, he must fall from its heights. Apart from them, members of the Flower Travel Association, including Zhan Tan, all felt the sadness. Since he's no longer here, why have you come? Lai Sky Saint looked coldly at all saints. Although saddened by Li Hao's decision, it deepened her impression of the young man. The Mo family's supreme saint sighed bitterly. We are powerless to help Haoshan venerate. We came here seeking refuge, hoping to gather our strength and figure out a solution. Don't misunderstand us. We're certainly not fleeing. If we could kill that true immortal ancient demon, even if it means being shattered with no chance of rebirth, I would be the first to step out. That's right, I would too. All saints echoed. It was our mistake before. Now the mistake is beyond repair, and forgiveness is not something we dare to hope for. Regardless of forgiveness, it holds no meaning. All we wish for now is to preserve a spark of hope, so more people may survive. A saint spoke. Indeed, now with Haoshan Venerate holding the rear against the true immortal ancient demon, although we are willing to die fighting alongside him, it serves no purpose. If you doubt us, if that true immortal ancient demon chases us, we are willing to fight to the death. I swear by the saint path. I understand your feelings, but the urgent matter now is to find a strategy. We must not fail them. Yin Yang's supreme saint gazed at Feng Boping and others, speaking solemnly. Haoshan Venerate buying us time is not just for us but for you too. He may collapse any moment, and that true immortal ancient demon could strike at any time. We must not delay any longer. Once we find a refuge, you may express your anger however you wish, but for now, please take action. Feng Boping's fists clenched with cracking sounds, eager to punch the person in the face, but he knew they were right. If they survived this far, it was surely because Li Hao was holding the rear for them. Even Li Hao set aside his resentment for the bigger picture, so he couldn't let the young man down at this moment. The medical saint and Mitn saint's eyes flickered. Though they resented them, they agreed with Yin Yang's supreme saint's words. Besides, with their current strength, without Haoshan Venerate holding ground, if they sought to use force, they couldn't prevail. The two looked at Feng Boping, who gritted his teeth and said, "Then let's get to work. We will join with the Nine Heavens Immortal Island for refuge." Initially, Haoshan was leading the effort, using primordial spirit power to shield the Holy Land from the ancient demon's detection. But now facing a true immortal level ancient demon, we can only hope the 9 provinces Immortal Island's immortal god relics can isolate us. Hearing his words, all saints also realized how difficult it would be to seek refuge. But they remained silent, saying nothing. Let's go to the 9 provinces Immortal Island. The medical saint said. Feng Boping nodded, then looked at all saints. Come help. Let's activate the Holy Land and move quickly. Upon hearing this, all saints immediately took action, feeling a slight sense of relief. Yet, the heavy shroud of death still lingered in their hearts, though slightly less oppressive than before. Soon, with the help of all saints, a void passage was constructed in the void, allowing them to span 1,000,000 miles with ease. The Holy Land was transferred through the passage, taking less than a minute to shift to the position of the 9 provinces Immortal Island. Within the Holy Land, all saints had applied their domains, so even during such a fierce transfer, there was no impact on the people there. Otherwise, ordinary people without cultivation would have been torn apart by the void. In the 9 provinces Immortal Island, the Holy Master of Law had already arrived beforehand, explained the situation, and projected the earlier battle's events. The 9 island masters of 9 provinces Immortal Island, ancient demon kings with long lifespans, had already transformed into saints. Watching the projection of all saints fighting alongside Li Hao, although appearing to suppress that true immortal ancient demon, they were actually in dire straits. After all, the true immortal ancient demon couldn't be killed, and their recovery far surpassed theirs. Ultimately, it was certain death for them. Haoshan. The Fox Master was pale, memories of the mortal world's occurrences flashing through her mind. She hadn't expected the situation to leave her without an opportunity to repay her debts. With all saints' arrival, the island masters faced reality. Only Fox Master harbored resentment in her heart, but given the larger picture, she acquiesced to the other 8 island masters' decision. After some discussion, they led all saints to their most mysterious immortal god relics. It was an immortal god cave mansion, and it remained relatively intact. Though called a cave, it was more like a divine hall inside, with a vast space large enough to accommodate both the 9 provinces Immortal Island and Li Hao's constructed Holy Land. With the extraction of the immortal god relics, the 9 island masters moved the 9 islands of 9 provinces Immortal Island into the relic, and then Li Hao's Holy Land as well. Having done this, Feng Boping saw there was still extra space in each immortal island, and immediately discussed with them about bringing in the remaining people of Deu. With this remaining space, we can bring those in the Tao comprehension realm from all heavens, as they have more value in survival than ordinary people. Upon hearing Feng Boping's words, the Holy Master of Law interjected. Feng Boping looked at him coldly and said, "This is Li Hao's will. Speaking of value, he has more reason to survive than you, but now?" The Holy Master of Law was momentarily speechless and said no more. The Mo family's supreme saint sighed, be it the Tao comprehension realm or ordinary people, they are all lives. It's thanks to Haoshan's shelter that we live to this day. Since it's Haoshan's wish, we should follow the thief saint's suggestion. Moreover, whether we can truly escape that true immortal ancient demon remains uncertain. The Fox Master was the first to express support and agreed with Feng Boping. Once the other island masters also agreed one after another, they, along with Feng Boping, tore open the void to bring the people from Deu. The Zhang family ancestor also tore through the void to help. With the cooperation of several saints, it took only a mere 15 minutes to transfer all the people. Let's go to the Divine Yang. Once the immortal god relics were filled, everyone set off for the Divine Yang as previously planned. Only then did all saints learn that the place of refuge was on the Divine Yang. The purpose of the immortal god relics was mainly to resist the erosion of the Tao and laws on the Divine Yang. The Divine Yang was a true star, incredibly fierce, filled with chaotic and destructive energy. Even a saint would feel uncomfortable when close, unable to stay for long. As the immortal god relics approached the Divine Yang, the blazing light gradually became blinding, and waves of terrifying destructive power surged, but were blocked outside by the immortal god relics. Soon, all saints, piloting the immortal god relics, arrived in front of the Divine Yang, descending upon the holy crimson star. The surface of the star roiled with golden magma, occasionally surging with dark blotches. To avoid detection by the true immortal ancient demon, one could only dive into the Divine Yang. Under the control of the 9 island masters, the immortal god relics descended onto the Divine Yang, sinking into the fierce magma. The surrounding destructive power increased several tens of times from before, completely engulfing the immortal god relics. Those inside the immortal god relics felt the air suddenly become scorching hot, with a sense of feverish heat throughout their bodies. Not good, there's a destructive power entering the cave mansion. Quick, block it. As the immortal god relics sank, the destructive power within the Divine Yang penetrated inside. Even a saint had to respond cautiously to this force. If it fell on a holy land or immortal island, it would cause massive casualties. All saints quickly took action, manifesting domains and barriers, enveloping the immortal island and holy land. The burning sensation immediately retreated, while the destructive power of the Divine Yang slowly eroded the domains and barriers of all saints. The immortal god cave mansion was incomplete, unable to completely ward off the erosion of the divine yang. Fortunately, the remaining gaps could be sealed by the combined efforts of all saints. At this rate, it feels like we can sustain ourselves for at most 10 years before we will be exhausted. The named saint, who unsuccessfully sought out the mitn saint in Mivu heaven, contacted the Holy Master of Law and others, coming here together. After observing for a moment, he calculated the consumption. There is no heaven and earth energy around the divine yang. Even the heaven and earth power is burned and destroyed. It is an absolute domain of death, making cultivation impossible. In this refuge, one can only comprehend the state of mind without increasing one's cultivation realm. 10 years, just a mere 10 years, the ancient demon, if it massacres all heavens, will not possibly exit this realm in just 10 years. The yin-yang saint spoke in a deep voice. This refuge could only reluctantly extend their lives by 10 years, how fleetingly short. Though this place is not good, it happens to be an excellent hiding spot. That ancient demon surely wouldn't think we would hide here, even if it did, it wouldn't thoroughly explore. The Mo family saint pondered, after 10 years, we can sneak out, check the situation outside, replenish our strength, and then come back to continue hiding. It's all we can do now. We don't even know the situation outside. That Qianluo palace vanished. I went looking for it, but it has already migrated and is gone, probably also in refuge, but it hasn't contacted us, probably has its own refuge method. One of the old three calamity saints sighed. That Qianluo palace had secluded itself for many years, now sensing the crisis, it was the first to slip away without contacting them. Who knows how Haoshan Venerate is doing? His power is more terrifying than we imagined. Never seen such a strong saint. I feel much stronger than the source ancestor. Maybe that true immortal ancient demon can't kill him. A saint expressed concern. Lai Sky Saint and Mitn Saint remained silent. Feng Boping had a gloomy expression, found a place to sit, not in the mood to speak. Before coming in, he sent a message through the token, informing Li Hao they had already taken refuge in the divine yang, telling him to escape quickly, but no response came, not knowing if the message was too late. It will be fine. Lai Sky Saint found Feng Boping, looking at his gloomy expression, whispered comfortingly. Feng Boping was silent, not in the mood to speak. Don't know what's happening outside now, if Haoshan Venerate can't hold all heavens. All saints stood together, thinking of the horrific scenes outside, feeling as if countless sins were burdens on them, all major disasters they caused. Even the communication tokens cannot pass messages on the divine yang. We are now completely sealed. Unless we leave the divine yang, we can only wait now. Everyone, try to think of a solution. The named saint said solemnly to all saints. All saints were silent. If a solution could have been devised, it would have been thought of when the ancient demon first emerged. As everyone took refuge in the divine yang, in the void, Li Hao was still in a fierce battle with the true immortal ancient demon. Li Hao was attacking continuously, buying time. The true immortal ancient demon was furious and shocked to see Li Hao seemingly tireless. Never had it seen such an enduring human race. After careful scrutiny, it struck again, swiping a claw towards Li Hao's head. Li Hao's face changed. He hurriedly controlled the fragmented immortal swords to quickly strike back. The two fragmented immortal swords had long been blunted, becoming even more ruined, causing extremely limited damage to the true immortal ancient demon, only able to scratch the surface a little, but even so, as long as it inflicted damage, it could trigger a lethal attribute. Seeing Li Hao speeding up his attack again, the true immortal ancient demon ignored everything, directly swatting towards Li Hao's head. Boom, simultaneously feeling threatened. Li Hao's head exploded, the immortal path law confined him, even his ability to resurrect by the drop of blood was restrained and couldn't heal. Moreover, the drop of blood resurrection technique that leaves some blood elsewhere, allowing resurrection if fallen here, couldn't work in front of a true immortal. If the primordial spirit was obliterated, the intact body would still be a corpse. The primordial spirit is the core. Li Hao quickly severed his neck, discarding the part corroded by the immortal power, and his head regrew. Meanwhile, the true immortal ancient demon also suffered a deadly attribute attack. It chose to self-destruct again, but this time, it only blew up part of its body to transfer the deadly attribute's reaping power. Li Hao felt a sinking feeling in his heart. This true immortal ancient demon seemed to find a way to avoid the deadly attribute. Continuing like this, the restraining effect of the deadly attribute would only get weaker. As the true immortal ancient demon regenerated, Li Hao didn't attempt to attack in the gap. He had few broken immortal swords left. Each attempt severely damaged a sword. After all, inflicting such significant damage in one go, the sword itself would endure immense pressure. Previous attempts had repeatedly failed, and Li Hao realized he couldn't kill it. Now, without the augment of All Saints formation, it was even more impossible. However, as it was healing, Li Hao maneuvered the broken immortal swords to continue stabbing, striving to repeatedly hit the deadly attribute. It seemed Li Hao's luck improved. Just halfway through the true immortal ancient demon's body reconsolidation, it felt the reaping power, persistent as a clinging maggot, again, causing great alarm and opting to self-destruct and transfer once more. Li Hao seized the opportunity to launch another attack. With continuous fierce attacks, the true immortal ancient demon fell into a defensive cycle of self-destruction, unable to strike back for a moment. But after several minutes, Li Hao's streak of luck seemed to run out, turning into a streak of misfortune. Hundreds of successive attacks failed to trigger even the 1% chance. The true immortal ancient demon's body reassembled. This time, it was angrier than before. Luckily, it had figured out that even though the force was terrifying, as long as it wasn't touched, survival was possible. And with its repeated self-destructs and transfers, it had mastered a way to avoid it, not fearing it as much as before. As its flesh coalesced, a black whirlwind suddenly erupted around it, enveloping it. Within the whirlwind, vast immortal power emanated, and next, a black lightning kept forming. Li Hao's face changed, hastening his attack. But the immortal domain around the true immortal ancient demon was tighter than before, making it extremely difficult for the broken immortal sword to pierce through. Li Hao saw that the true immortal ancient demon's eyes were burning with black smoke, seemingly angry to the extreme. Li Hao suddenly had a bad feeling. The opponent seemed to employ some secret technique to completely kill him. Kill. Li Hao gave up maneuvering two broken immortal swords and instead infused his primordial spirit power into one, quickly breaking through the opponent's immortal domain again, leaving a scratch on it. However, the attack frequency of one sword was visibly reduced by half. At the same time, the black lightning forming before the true immortal ancient demon emitted a terrifying wave, causing Li Hao's hairs to stand on end, sensing the breath of death. Dodge. Li Hao considered fleeing, but his movement technique was at the 9th stage, making escape impossible. The movement technique taught by Nangang Jian was a holy level battle skill, but Li Hao's understanding of it was just at the beginner level. Trigger. Trigger. Li Hao fixed his gaze on the opponent. As long as the deadly attribute triggered, it could interrupt the opponent's attack, forcing it to dodge. The broken immortal sword slashed rapidly, but it seemed that even fate didn't favor him this time, with hundreds of continuous attempts failing to trigger it. Earlier, when luck was good, it took 10 attacks to trigger. Boom. Without any warning, that black lightning condensed to the extreme arrived instantly. In that instant, it reached Li Hao, hitting his body, too fast for him to react. In the void, Li Hao's body seemed frozen. Then, suddenly, with a boom, it exploded. His huge body completely shattered, annihilated by the black lightning, turning to nothingness. The black lightning, like a bloodthirsty maw, completely devoured Li Hao's body. This time, the true immortal ancient demon opted to attack Li Hao again, instantly destroying Li Hao's flesh completely. A body comparable to a 6th Tribulation Emperor weapon was utterly defenseless. The void fell silent. Only the silhouette of the true immortal ancient demon, slightly panting, remained. Its scarlet eyes scanned around, suddenly tightening as it stared at a part of the void. Whoosh! There, a golden light sped away at an unimaginable speed, rushing into the distance. At the same time, the broken immortal sword that had been repeatedly stabbing it also chased after it with even greater speed, about to disappear from its sight. Roar! The true immortal ancient demon let out a furious roar, as the human race's primordial spirit had escaped after its flesh was shattered. Escape! 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 In the void, Li Hao's primordial spirit fled at full speed, a wave of lingering fear in his heart. At the moment of the attack hitting, his body couldn't react in time, but his primordial spirit did, detaching immediately to dodge the attack. His body, however, was shattered, utterly annihilated, leaving not even a drop of blood. Such terrifying methods made Li Hao's heart tremble. Is this the power of a true immortal, with secret techniques, far beyond what a holy level could withstand? Faster, faster! Li Hao roared in his heart. The golden veins within his primordial spirit ignited, fleeing at an unimaginable speed. The speed of the primordial spirit is not restricted by movement technique. It depends on the object control speed. The faster the object control, the faster the primordial spirit. After a few breaths, Li Hao had already moved 100,000 miles. In just an instant, he could leap thousands of miles, as fast as lightning. But at this moment, Li Hao suddenly felt something pursuing from behind. He glanced back and saw a pitch-black shadow hurtling through the void like an agile fish in the sea, clearly a true immortal ancient demon, but it wasn't its flesh body, it was its primordial spirit. The other chose to shed its body and pursue using its primordial spirit. Using its flesh body, even a true immortal level being couldn't catch up to Li Hao's current primordial spirit speed. After devouring ancient demons for 12 years on the ancient road, Li Hao's primordial spirit had become terrifyingly powerful, far exceeding the extreme realm of the primordial spirit. Roar! The shadow of the true immortal ancient demon flickered like a wisp of smoke, moving swiftly through the void, using some special primordial spirit secret skill to speed up, closing the distance with Li Hao. Li Hao's expression changed. This couldn't continue. He suddenly turned, transforming his primordial spirit into a sharp blade, slicing towards the opponent at full speed. The true immortal ancient demon seemed surprised that Li Hao dared to turn back and attack, but did not slow down, roaring as it charged. As a member of the ancient demon clan, feeding on souls, even a true immortal of the same realm was no match for it in terms of primordial spirit, let alone a mere holy level being. Boom! In less than a 10,000th of a second, their primordial spirits collided. The next moment, the true immortal ancient demon let out an angry wail as its primordial spirit was torn open by Li Hao. Li Hao looked at the injured true immortal ancient demon, a hint of killing intent in his eyes, initially wanting to kill the opponent's flesh body to force out its primordial spirit, then engage in a primordial spirit battle. He felt that his primordial spirit power was not weaker than the true immortal ancient demons. This risky move paid off. Die! Li Hao turned, ready to strike again. At this moment, the ancient demon's primordial spirit ignited with a raging black mist, emanating terrifying waves.
Li Hao's expression changed. Was this a primordial spirit's secret technique?
The opponent's primordial spirit aura intensified significantly. Sensing the danger, Li Hao swiftly turned and continued his escape. The ancient demon's primordial spirit roared, pursuing Li Hao, who ran desperately, crossing millions of miles under countless stars in the void. Eventually, aided by the secret technique, the ancient demon's primordial spirit caught up with Li Hao. Its primordial spirit transformed into a large black net, trying to envelop Li Hao's primordial spirit. Li Hao roared, burning the golden veins, slashing at the net. At this critical moment, Li Hao applied the sword intent from only me swordsmanship and the guidance from the immortal, using it on his primordial spirit to squeeze out of the black net and accelerate it away. The ancient demon primordial spirit did not expect Li Hao to escape and roared, trying to chase again. But, having transformed into a net earlier, its speed dropped, and with the secret technique nearly exhausted and heavy primordial spirit consumption, it stopped. The earlier counterattack from Li Hao, causing injury to its primordial spirit, made it cautious. Without its flesh body, if its primordial spirit was killed, it would truly die. Furious, it felt threatened by a holy level being. Watching Li Hao's primordial spirit escape into the distance, it gritted its teeth and chose not to pursue. It turned its gaze to the void, observing several small worlds suspended. During the chase, it sensed many soul auras in this realm, far more abundant than expected. If it devoured them all, its wounded primordial spirit could recover and even improve further. Whoosh! It turned around, heading back to its flesh body, and the weak primordial spirit power left in the flesh body also guided it to meet here. If Li Hao were to counterattack now, it was prepared to use the secret technique again. On the other side, Li Hao continued fleeing, and after several minutes, noticing the lack of the ancient demon primordial spirit's presence behind, he stopped burning the divine vein, slowing down. That ancient demon primordial spirit must have ended its secret technique. Li Hao's eyes flickered, pondering whether to go back and kill it. However, he vaguely felt that the true immortal ancient demon was extremely cautious, and although angrily pursuing earlier, seemed to have reserved some power. After contemplating for a while, Li Hao ultimately decided to leave first. Before his flesh body was destroyed, he received a message from Feng. They had already taken refuge in the divine Yang. This allowed Li Hao to feel somewhat relieved. He concealed his aura, maneuvering through the void, making a loop to ensure he wasn't being followed before stealthily heading toward the divine yang. As he soared higher, Li Hao arrived before the divine yang and immediately felt a scorching sensation over his body. However, the primordial spirit could absorb sun essence for cultivation. Even though there was no energy of heaven and earth here, the sun essence was extremely abundant. You can indeed cultivate the primordial spirit here. Li Hao was somewhat pleasantly surprised. However, he felt that with the intensity of his primordial spirit, staying here was already challenging. Ordinary primordial spirits of other saints wouldn't last long, let alone absorb sun essence for cultivation here. With a thought, Li Hao opened the heaven and earth, took out the command token, and inquired about Feng's location. Though his flesh was destroyed, the heaven and earth space followed his primordial spirit. Receiving Li Hao's message, Feng Boping, sitting sadly on the mountaintop within the immortal god relics, suddenly widened his eyes and then jumped for joy in place. "You're alive, you brat, you brat!" Feng Boping was so excited he became incoherent. Beside him, Lai Sky Saint was stunned and then widened her beautiful eyes in surprise. Soon, Feng Boping informed Li Hao of the immortal god relic's location. Following the directions, Li Hao arrived at the immortal god relics. The saints within the immortal god relics, having received news from Feng Boping, were glad to learn Li Hao had not perished. This news filled the saints with joy and excitement, and they all stepped out of the immortal god relics to welcome Li Hao. Seeing all the saints there, Li Hao wasn't surprised and proceeded to meet Feng and the Swordmaster, among others. Your body." Feng Boping was stunned to see Li Hao was only a primordial spirit. Li Hao smiled and said, "Though my body was destroyed, fortunately, I preserved my life. I left some of my divine blood in the Holy Land, so this is akin to shedding my skin like a golden cicada." While speaking, he arrived at the Holy Land, raised his hand, and summoned a drop of preserved blood from within the Holy Land, which flew to him through a gap. As the primordial spirit and divine blood merged, the drop of divine blood rapidly grew, and in the blink of an eye, he was reborn, his flesh restored. Seeing Li Hao safe and sound, Feng Boping felt not only excited but also relieved. Engaging in battle with the true immortal and returning alive was already a miracle. Li Hao's physical body was destroyed, which revealed the difficulty and danger of this confrontation. "It's good that you're alright, it's good that you're alright, but next time, don't be so reckless." Li Hao nodded, feeling Feng's agitated emotions, and felt a bit guilty himself. Sorry for making everyone worry. "You care about that? As long as you come back, it's good." A rare smile appeared on the sword master's face. The Lai Sky Saint approached, pinching Li Hao's arm, saying, "You really made everyone worry this time." Feng almost shed tears. The last time I saw him like this was when he was expelled from the sect years ago. At this, she suddenly remembered that her former master, Mitn Saint, was still by her side, and couldn't help but glance back with a mischievous look. Mitn Saint gave a wry smile and said, "Indeed, back then it was my fault. That's all in the past, I was just speaking off the cuff," Lai Sky Saint quickly replied. Feng Boping gave her a look. Although the matter from before remained a scar between him and the other party, this trip to Zumi Heaven was somewhat of a reconciliation. As they conversed, all saints gradually approached. "Haoshan Venerate, it's good that you're alright." Named Saint saw Li Hao return alive, with undoubted joy in his eyes. Initially, he thought Li Hao would sacrifice himself like the Source Ancestor and Divine King to buy them time. They anticipated another greatest combat power of the human race would fall, yet Li Hao managed to escape from the true immortal ancient demon, a miracle indeed. Moreover, it seemed to reflect subtly that Li Hao was stronger than the Source Ancestor and Divine King. This was shocking news. The young man before their eyes repeatedly shattered conventions, demonstrating his brilliance at the supreme pride of heaven battle, becoming a saint without incense fire. What about the ancient demon? Even though the Holy Master of Law was thrilled by Li Hao's return, he couldn't help but think about the true immortal ancient demon. Upon hearing his words, everyone was startled and looked towards Li Hao, their eyes revealing inquiry and concern. Li Hao's expression turned grave and he said, "I couldn't kill it, instead, my physical body was instantly destroyed by it. I fled in haste, managed to shake it off, and arrived here, now that ancient demon." He paused, then said solemnly, "Is either searching for me throughout all heavens or slaughtering." Upon hearing the word slaughter, all saints' faces changed, and they involuntarily clenched their fists. This was not out of anger, but a profound sense of shame. Although they foresaw this upon taking refuge here, without their support, the ancient demon would surely rampage across all heavens, slaughtering innocents, creating devastation. Yet, as the reality unfolded, it left them feeling wholly unsettled and ashamed, akin to ants crawling upon the skin. Faced with everyone's silence, Li Hao said nothing of blaming or reproaching. The mistakes were already committed. Any words were too late. Perhaps if he had stayed stationed outside the immortal gate himself, he could have stopped the actions of all saints. He felt regret in his heart, glancing around the Holy Land and noticing many Deu people. The ability to recognize them as Deu people mainly stemmed from their clothing. Despite the plethora of all heaven's divine dynasties, each dynasty's attire had distinct differences, an extension influenced by what the dynasty itself revered, impacting various aspects. Things have come to this, it should have been expected long ago. Feng Boping, however, turned cold, briefly sweeping his gaze over all saints. Then, worried that Li Hao might charge out again, said, "Don't think too much. We are seeking refuge here, recuperating for 10 years. With your potential, there is a strong likelihood that you will advance another level, perhaps even cultivating to Supreme Saint. Then, with the military saint's army formation, you might be able to confront that true immortal ancient demon." He had heard about the army formation from all saints' mouths. They initially thought Li Hao, like Source Ancestor and Divine King, would die, planning to choose another as the military formation's core. Upon hearing Feng Boping's suggestion, all saints came back to their senses, immediately understanding Feng Boping's intention, and several people began to speak persuasively. Others remained silent, hesitant to speak. After all, the fault lies with them, causing the calamity onto all heaven's beings. Now they must persuade Li Hao to abandon them. If not for the greater good, their Dao hearts would crumble from shame. That's right. You have been cultivating for under 30 years, yet you have become a saint, able to slay the old 3 calamities. Now, having spent 12 years on the ancient path, you exceed both Source Ancestor and Divine King, even escaping from the true immortal. If you train for another 10 years, perhaps you might truly confront the true immortal. Named Saint promptly said, eyes filled with strong hope and confidence in Li Hao. The young man before them is undoubtedly the most extraordinary prodigy in all heavens over time. A 30-year-old saint. Although exaggerated, they could barely accept it, but in just 12 more years, he surpassed the degree of Source Ancestor. This rapid ascent overturns their understanding. Li Hao nodded, thinking similarly. In this place of refuge, he continued to delve into artistic skill. Although there was no celestial energy here to cultivate, his cultivation didn't require abundant celestial energy. Mainly it was the state of mind. 10 years of dedicated study, Li Hao was confident he could defeat the true immortal. Li Hao nodded, agreeing with their view. All saints inwardly sighed with relief, also feeling a sense of expectation and enthusiasm, as though hope was faintly visible again. 10 years. If given 10 more years to this young man, would he continue to create miracles? Thinking of Li Hao's monstrous talent, a faint sense of hope stirred in the hearts of all saints, albeit small, yet it was still hope. Outside this holy land, so many barriers, this is. At this moment, Li Hao noticed the barriers enveloping the Holy Land, somewhat surprised. It's been too long, the immortal god relics are defective, with destructive power from the divine yang seeping in, forcing us to use barriers to block it. With our strength combined with all the saints, we can only sustain it for 10 years. The Fox Master explained to Li Hao, her gaze complicated. The memory of the little white fox from the mortal world blended into her own original memories, becoming just a part of them, like a dream. Yet now, the figures in this dream were becoming clearer and more familiar. In the mortal world, the other party guarded a solitary city, and now almost fell for the all heavens. Defective? Li Hao was taken aback, focusing his gaze on the immortal god relics outside the Holy Land barrier, instantly seeing indeed the streams of destructive power permeating and roaming, colliding with the barrier outside the Holy Land.
It was only then that Li Hao understood why they previously mentioned 10 years of this sanctuary could only last for another 10 years.
However, to him, 10 years would be sufficient. During these 10 years, whatever Haoshan Venerate needs for cultivation, we will fully support and provide whatever is needed. Named Saint said to Li Hao seriously, whether you need heaven and earth treasures, or other divine medicine, as long as we have them, we will give them to you. As he spoke, he looked towards all the saints, saying, now, if any of you have divine medicine beneficial for cultivation, please offer them. As long as we pass through this tribulation, This goodwill will remain in my heart, and I will surely repay it in the future. Name Saint, you're being too formal. There's no need for you to repay us. Without Haoshan Venerate, we'd be dead by now. This is a debt of life-saving grace, and we won't fail to recognize it, an old Three Calamities saint said. Indeed, I have here a divine medicine that temporarily enhances the strength of the divine sense, but its effects are excellent, even useful for the primordial spirit extreme realm. I have 3 yin-yang xuanji pills here, capable of nirvana and rebirth when critically injured and dying, and enhance and strengthen all aspects. I also have here. All saints offered their divine medicines. Li Hao slightly waved his hand, stopping them from taking out more. These divine medicines held little significance for him. Even those for cultivation only assisted cultivators in breaking through to the extreme realm. Yet he had already reached the extreme realm in all aspects, making the effects of these pills negligible, unable to break past the extreme realm limits. I'll speak when I need them, Li Hao said to all the saints. All saints saw that Li Hao showed no hint of temptation in the face of numerous divine medicines. They couldn't help but be stunned. Even the Source Ancestor and Divine King would have found it difficult to remain calm amidst this outpouring of medicine. Haoshan Venerate, don't hold back. If any of this can aid you, even a little, it's worth it. You are the hope of the all heavens. A saint earnestly said. Li Hao lightly shook his head, saying, no need to mention it anymore. I need to prepare for cultivation. Upon hearing this, all saints immediately refrained from saying more, not daring to delay Li Hao. Time was pressing now. Cultivation was a race against the clock. Just as Li Hao was about to leave, he suddenly noticed his incense fire decreasing, and he paused. Decrease in incense fire meant either a change in believers' faith or death. Thinking of that true immortal ancient demon, Li Hao's expression changed slightly. That ancient demon might already be slaughtering. Li Hao's expression turned somber again, with a heavy heart. After all, it was the lives of the all heavens, numbering beyond count, far more than tens of billions. In just one small world, there were over 1 trillion of the human race, with dozens of divine dynasties. Let alone adding up the 33 realms of the all heavens. What's wrong? Feng Boping saw Li Hao's expression was off, and couldn't help but ask. Li Hao lightly shook his head, saying, my incense fire is decreasing, that ancient demon must be slaughtering. All saints were stunned, and immediately a few saints noticed their incense fire decreasing as well. They exchanged glances and quickly inquired with other saints. But other saints' incense fires showed no change, while those few saints immediately looked grim. Their followers were mostly concentrated in one small world, which was also their main place of preaching. Now it seemed that small world had clearly been invaded by the ancient demon. Damn! That damnable ancient demon! A few saints gritted their teeth in anger and cursed. If you wish to see the outside situation, I have a Tao Tribulation Emperor weapon that can map any coordinates and scenes in the all heavens. At this time, a saint appearing youthful suddenly said. Name Saint, Mo family's supreme saint, and several other supreme saints couldn't help but look at him. Name Saint seemed to recall something and said quickly, is it the heavenly mirror? Indeed. The saint was a bit surprised, not expecting Name Saint to have heard of this artifact. I obtained it in an ancient forbidden land, able to view any place in the all heavens. Even the divine yang outside can't block or interfere. I just tested it, the youthful saint said. All the saints turned their eyes towards him. A saint asked, can it also peer into the Holy Land from the outside? The youth's face showed a trace of unease, nodding, indeed. All saints froze, looking at each other in astonishment. This emperor weapon was indeed heaven-defying, which implied that if the owner wished, they could even spy during others' cultivation? No wonder they had never heard him mention this mirror before. After all, such a treasure in anyone's hands would make all saints uneasy. No one liked the idea of being watched during cultivation or other private matters. No wonder you established Lark Tower, the leading intelligence organization among all heavens. A saint sighed, but his expression was cold as he looked at him. His gaze seemed to indicate that he suspected he had also been spied upon. This young man was named Dark Saint, who established Lark Tower, known within as Master Sparrow, extremely mysterious. Rumors and speculations have always circulated among all heavens, guessing which saint this Master Sparrow really is, but there has never been an answer. I once felt a slight prying. Could it be you? The medical saint suddenly squinted, staring at the other with a hostile expression. Dark Saint's face slightly changed, shaking his head. No, I would never pry into the supreme saints. Despite his words, the looks from everyone, including the Mo family's supreme saint, were somewhat cold, clearly suspecting that they too had been spied upon. The other party did not know how many secrets were grasped, yet they themselves were never aware of it, although they knew the other was the Master Sparrow of Lark Tower. Lark Tower collected intelligence through various channels, and they did not expect their Master Sparrow to be the most ruthless, directly prying from home. Enough with the nonsense, let's see it. From now on, this mirror must be placed in a public place, not to be privately controlled by anyone. The Yin-Yang Supreme Saint snorted coldly. Dark Saint smiled bitterly. He knew exposing this mirror would lead to this situation, especially now during the disaster avoiding period, and it was still unknown if there was a future. If it were before the appearance of the ancient demon, exposing this mirror would certainly bring him disaster. With a silent sigh, Dark Saint nodded, no problem. When he chose to reveal this mirror, he had already made all sorts of preparations, but he did not regret it. Perhaps his peeping over the years was a vile act, but at this moment, he was at least open and frank. Swish! Dark Saint's palm turned over, and a simple silver mirror appeared. Only the size of a palm, its edges were flowing silver, patterns containing natural Tao laws. Everyone looked over, only to see this mirror under Dark Saint's control, reflecting a beam of light, projecting like an image onto the immortal god relics in the Holy Land. Subsequently, Dark Saint locked the position, recognizing those saints with reduced incense fire, knowing their location in the Holy Land. Accompanied by a silver light, a tragic scene suddenly emerged in the reflected light. Mountains of corpses like forests, seas of blood, everywhere were fleeing, wailing figures, and many were simply eyes glazed over, their bodies unharmed, but their souls absorbed, becoming corpses. Black mist surged, enveloping the sky, under which it seemed like purgatory. All saints' faces changed when they saw this scene. Li Hao also frowned, seeing countless citizens fleeing in panic and terror in the projection. These citizens couldn't understand why suddenly such terrifying demons descended, slaughtering everywhere, while those famous saints they worshipped and prayed to daily had suddenly disappeared, with no one coming to aid and slay the demons. In the black mist, a hideous giant figure soared, and Li Hao instantly recognized it as the true immortal ancient demon he previously battled. The other was joyfully sweeping down, continuously harvesting souls on the ground, occasionally descending, its massive body landing in a city, trampling countless citizens to death. Among them were old men, children, beggars, and wealthy landlords, all without distinction, becoming mere flesh. Seeing this brutal massacre, all saints looked extremely grim. Li Hao's face quickly turned dark, his fists clenching involuntarily. Although he had accepted the fact that all heavens would be slaughtered, truly witnessing this scene made a fire of fury burn within him, an uncontrollable feeling of anger. Those faces filled with despair and sorrow in the endgame were too touching. And this was just one city, while a small world had thousands, even tens of thousands more. The imagined disaster compared to the direct impact on the eyes was completely different. This beast, all saints gritted their teeth, filled with anger and pain. They hated the ancient demon and also wanted to slap themselves. Dark Saint's face suddenly changed. The true immortal ancient demon in the projection seemed to become aware of the heavenly mirror's spying, suddenly looking towards the projection, seemingly staring at Li Hao and all saints across countless spacetime. That pair of scarlet, cruel eyes made all saints' hearts jolt. Not good, it can sense our spying. Dark Saint's face changed drastically. His Emperor's weapon was the Three Tribulations Emperor weapon, but in terms of offense and defense, it could not match Supreme Treasure's, having almost no related abilities, only this peeping feature. Yet, he was undetected even when spying on the Supreme Saints, unexpectedly noticed by this true immortal ancient demon at once. The true immortal ancient demon in the projection seemed to open its mouth, roaring, and immediately the projection abruptly cut off, disappearing. With a crack, a fracture appeared across the center of the heavenly mirror. Dark Saint painfully picked up the mirror, caressing the crack. "It won't detect our location, right?" a saint exclaimed. Dark Saint raised his head, seeing similar tension on the faces of other saints. Enduring his heartache, he said, "No, just before sleeping, the Tao soul of the heavenly mirror informed me it's preventing reverse detection." Upon hearing his words, the saints slightly sighed in relief. It was too risky just now. This is a true immortal, not easily spied upon. All saints were filled with fear, lingering unease. Li Hao's face, however, remained dark. The scenes in that projection lingered in his memory. 10 years, in 10 years all heavens would likely be reduced to ruins. How many people would have to die? Old people, children, women, civilians, emperors, all would die. Countless cultivators, day and night, strive in their cultivation, yearning to ascend, to become saints, only to be erased by this sudden catastrophe. So unfair, so cruel. Li Hao was silent. Do I really have to watch all heavens fall before my eyes? Previously, he had accepted this fact, but seeing the tragic scene with his own eyes, his heart wavered. Little Hao, don't overthink it, there's nothing we can do about it. Feng Boping saw Li Hao's expression was off, and quickly spoke, eyes full of worry. All saints also saw Li Hao's expression. Their faces changed slightly, hurried to comfort him, fearing that Li Hao might act impulsively. Although they were also very angry just now, they had calmed down at this moment. But Li Hao, although seemingly calm, was not at peace inside. 10 years. Faced with the comfort of all saints, Li Hao felt that those voices were very far from him, clearly near his ears, yet seemed to come from far away. He did not listen carefully, nor wanted to try hard to hear clearly, before his eyes echoing those faces full of sorrow and tears. After a long time, Li Hao took a deep breath. The membrane around his ears seemed to disappear. Many sounds suddenly rushed in, becoming clear. Li Hao looked at the tense appearance of all saints, smiled slightly, then glanced at the Holy Land and the 9 immortal islands, said, "Here can only last for 10 years, I'll find a way to make it last longer." Feng Boping changed color, said, "What are you going to do?" Li Hao glanced at him, did not speak, just smiled. "Don't do anything reckless, if you die, we will have no hope." Feng Boping sensed Li Hao's thoughts, suddenly became anxious. Li Hao shook his head, said, "Taking refuge here, as long as the true immortal ancient demon does not detect it, is an absolutely safe place. As long as the Holy Land can last longer, reinforcements from outside the immortal gate can be awaited, as news has already gone out from here." He thought of that red tassel spearwoman, thought of Nangang Jian. Even if the red tassel spearwoman is unreliable, having fought side by side for 12 years, Li Hao trusted Nangang Jian. He said he would come back to support him. He would definitely come back. All saints at this time also realized what Li Hao wanted to do. Their expressions changed drastically. Dark Saint also felt a bit regretful, hurriedly said, "Haoshan Venerate, don't be impulsive. What if the reinforcements don't arrive?" Li Hao was silent. Naturally that possibility exists. Various accidents could prevent Nangang Jian from returning. "I'm not being impulsive." Li Hao took a deep breath, slowly said, "Just suddenly thought, if this true immortal ancient demon absorbs the souls of all living beings in all heavens, it might undergo a transformation. Breaking through true immortal is possible." Upon hearing Li Hao's words, all saints were stunned, then all blood on their faces faded. How could this happen? Is it relying on absorbing souls to enhance? Holy Master of Law couldn't help but exclaimed. Li Hao slowly nodded, absorbing the souls of all living beings in all heavens. The strength of this true immortal ancient demon might reach the level of a commander. Then unless he can break through to true immortal within 10 years, or even cultivate to the pinnacle of true immortal, only then could he have a chance to contend with the ancient demon commander. But this is only his estimation. After all, the gap between true immortal and immortal lord, Li Hao had never experienced, but that red tassel spearwoman is an immortal lord. Saying can instantly kill true immortal is not exaggerating. All saints were horrified. The hope they just saw seemed to shatter in an instant. Li Hao didn't say more. He must hurry. Every minute and second, this true immortal ancient demon is slaughtering and massacring. He must find it as soon as possible. In theory, taking action now is most suitable, because the opponent is increasing in strength every moment. But he couldn't leave Feng, Swordmaster, and many friends behind. They were his closest friends. This battle is extremely dangerous, life and death uncertain. And 10 years, if he falls, they can only live for 10 years, it's equivalent to a death sentence. Therefore, Li Hao wants to make this Holy Land last longer, regardless of whether reinforcements from Nangang Jian and Red Tassel Spearwoman can arrive. At least longer time can bring a glimmer of hope. This is also the only thing Li Hao could try to leave them at this moment. He walked out of the Holy Land, walked out of the barrier, stood among the divine Yang. Standing here with his physical body, he felt a searing heat all over, but it was not unbearable. He released the primordial spirit, absorbing the dense sun essence here, enhancing the primordial spirit power. Meanwhile, while absorbing sun essence, Li Hao wasn't idle. he began to rebuild the Holy Land again. But this time, he did not use the previous method to build, instead chose an incredible method. Carving. And not carving the Holy Land, but carving a shell large enough to envelop the Holy Land and all 9 immortal islands. But such a shell needs to cover billions of lives. How incredibly huge. Li Hao sat cross-legged in the void, focused his thoughts, began to conceive how to start carving. Haoshan. Lai Sky Saint and others watched Li Hao's actions. Their faces were grim, wanted to persuade him. Feng instead was silent. At this moment, he did not speak again. He knows Li Hao's character too well. Once a decision is made, it won't be easily shaken. Quickly persuade him. Let's think of a way. He just escaped back, and is going to continue fighting. Isn't that going to his death? All saints were a bit anxious, although the situation Li Hao described made them desperate. Li Hao going to fight now feels like suicide, also hope vanishing. Don't disturb him, don't affect him, give him time, every second is precious now. Feng turned, coldly said to all saints. All saints looked at him, but were stunned, seeing a kind of stilled sadness like a deep pool in this elderly man's eyes. They were silent, a feeling of drowning struggle, but still unable to rise. In the void, with contemplation, countless thoughts swirled, those faces that died tragically, the blood-red eyes of the ancient demon, words of all saints, faces of Feng and others filled with urgent worry. Li Hao slowly let his heart settle, knowing that the more at this moment, the less he can be anxious, the less distracted. Distraction is the most time-consuming thing, causing time to flow away wasted. Soon, countless thoughts gradually cleared, his mind sank deep in his heart, only the thoughts of carving and constructing remained within. Previously on the ancient road, Li Hao's carving arts reached the 9th stage, already entering Dao. He was well versed in the myriad techniques of the carving arts in this world. Jade carving, wood carving, luminescent carving. The styles of carving differed, ranging from antiquated elegance to solemn grace. Each technique carved with varying depths and precision, containing different powers, yet carving a cover similar in size to the immortal god relics, which can protect the Holy Land for eons, was extremely challenging. Not only due to the size of the cover but also its ability to withstand. Relying solely on the cover's resilience to resist the erosion of the divine yang would not last long. The hard will break, the soft can endure. The cover must possess the circulating, alternating power of yin and yang. Li Hao's eyes glimmered, envisioning the cover's surface like interlaced oars, alternating back and forth. But such a fluid movement belonged to living carvings. Carving, by essence, lies in the carving itself. I need the carving materials. Li Hao's gaze swept over, looking at the blazing, massive divine yang. At this moment, the immortal god relics were sinking in the center of the divine yang, surrounded by a fiery flow resembling both liquid and gas, from which thick sun essence emanated. The fiery flow, like scorching currents, also resembled a substance melted nearly to vapor, swirling and undulating around.
Li Hao's eyes sparkled, pondering what material could best serve as a cover against the erosion of the divine yang's power. Naturally, the divine yang itself.
But to carve the divine yang? This idea was exceedingly bold, something Li Hao had never contemplated, but at this juncture, he felt a strong sense of challenge. He took a deep breath, exercising his power to gather the fiery flow around the divine yang, molding it together. This fiery flow, while soft, was imbued with Tao power. Li Hao could easily carve solids, but carving something akin to vapor or water posed some difficulty. Li Hao withdrew an incomplete immortal sword, attempting to sculpt it. However, though the incomplete immortal sword was sharp, it was akin to a blade piercing into water, which autonomously evaded. How can one sculpt water? Li Hao couldn't help but fall into contemplation. He had never thought about such a problem. How can water be carved? How can air be carved? In the immortal god relics, all saints, along with Feng Boping and others, saw Li Hao sitting in the void amidst the divine yang, seemingly lost in thought, surrounded by intense fiery currents, nearly obscuring his visage. The searing heat and disordered yet sequential destructive power deterred them from staying long. What is Haoshan Venerate doing? I don't know, but he seems to be devising a solution. Let's not just watch. Haoshan Venerate is working so hard for a solution. We can't just sit idly by and place all our hopes on him. We must also strive hard. Indeed, all saints took a deep look at the youth, then also began to ponder solutions. The Dark Saint found several saints proficient in artifact refining, requesting their assistance in repairing the heavenly mirror. As for the heaven and earth treasures needed for the mirror's repair, the dark saint was lacking, but a saint generously provided in advance. In this life or death moment, all saints united in effort. Before long, the heavenly mirror was repaired. This time, the dark saint dared not use it to directly spy on the true immortal ancient demon but instead probed the edge of the small world. Viewing slowly from the edge inward, fleeing people could still be seen, indicating that the small world had not been completely massacred by the true immortal ancient demon. The opponent is indeed feeding, devouring the souls of the human race and other races. The dark saint felt shock and fury. With the true immortal ancient demon's power, if intending purely to destroy this small world, it was possible for the whole small world to be split in half. But now, the opponent's goal wasn't destruction but feeding. Other saints, observing the scene, grew even grimmer. Feng Boping, Lai Sky Saint, Mitn Saint, and others also began pondering solutions, occasionally gathering to discuss, yet under the current circumstances, no effective solution could be devised. In the face of absolute power disparity, wisdom seemed pale and powerless. Time passed. 2 days elapsed. The slaughter in the small world persisted. Half of the small world had fallen, and within the divine Yang, Li Hao was still immersed in contemplation. He had tried numerous carving methods in the interim, but all had failed. The fiery flow could gather and disperse, as soft as the wind. Could it be, the upper limit of the carving arts is the 9th stage? How can this world carve the wind? Li Hao's eyes revealed confusion. His exhaustive pondering ended in failure, bringing tremendous frustration, even causing him to harbor a trace of doubt about his carving arts. Simultaneously, within the immortal god relics, a saint suddenly appeared, bringing all saints astounding news. In the depths of the divine Yang, there was an altar like fiery stone, upon which laid a sword. That sword was engulfed in flames, or rather, it was the embodiment of flames itself, the incarnation of the flame Tao's origin, terrifying beyond compare, even more so than the divine sword of the divine king. One distant glance scorched my eyes, showing signs of burning my own saint path. The saint excitedly relayed the situation to everyone. How did you find that place? Named saint's first reaction was shock and delight, yet couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. I couldn't think of any solution, so I wanted to see what differences there might be between this divine Yang and other stars. Thus I delved to the deepest place. I have a flame Tao Emperor's weapon, which protected me from the eroding power of the divine Yang, but as I approached that sword, my Emperor weapon warned me of immense danger if I got closer. The saint said excitedly, "That must be an extraordinary sword, likely not just an Emperor's weapon. Even the Source Ancestor's 7 Tribulation Emperor weapon wouldn't be this terrifying. I suspect it might be an immortal artifact, a true immortal artifact." Hearing his words, all the saints became somewhat excited. If they could obtain this immortal artifact, it would be a tremendous gain, adding a glimmer of hope to their battle against the true immortal ancient demon. If we could acquire this sword, with the strength Haoshan Venerate has previously displayed, perhaps we could kill that true immortal ancient demon. Let's go, we should all take a look and figure out a way to extract this sword. You one disaster saints don't need to join the excitement and risk injury, just a few of us will go. The Yin-Yang saint said, and immediately called upon the named saint, the Holy Master of Law, the medical saint, among others, to proceed. Mitn saint received word and followed to investigate. Feng, along with Lai Sky saint, the sword master, and others, knowing Li Hao was about to seek a decisive battle with the true immortal ancient demon, thought that having an immortal artifact in hand would indeed bring more hope, so they too accompanied several supreme saints to the depths of divine Yang. This really isn't a place for people to stay. In the depths of divine Yang, several supreme saints followed the Qing saint to this place. Besides them, the Fox Master and the 8 Island Masters from Immortal Island also arrived here. They were all half a step into Supreme Saint and could barely stay here for a short while. The dense destructive power around made them all feel unbearably hot. In just a short moment, they were already drenched in sweat, feeling as if their bodies were being scorched. Is that the sword? Feng Boping squinted and looked. Before his eyes was a strange scene. The surrounding intense flames, like magma, whirled around, leaving a space with a diameter of 100 feet. There, a sword was embedded in a rock as crimson as crystal. The blade was blazing with fierce flames, its sharpness intense. Just one glance made him feel a piercing pain in his eyes, prompting him to close them quickly. Yet, his eyeballs seemed to burn, with intense pain followed by blood soon seeping from Feng Boping's eye sockets. The other saints also suffered when they saw this sword. Their eyeballs were ignited immediately. Not only their physical eyes but also their own saint domains showed signs of burning. Such a terrifying sword. The few supreme saints fared slightly better. Although their eyeballs did not burn into holes, they experienced a prickling sensation and discomfort, like a fiery hotness.
They were somewhat shocked. Being supreme saints, just a glance at this sword left them almost injured. Too terrifying.
With their experience and instincts, this was definitely not an emperor's weapon. Compared to this sword, the Source Ancestor's sky-suppressing whip was like a firefly next to a bright moon. Moreover, they had a feeling that this sword ranked among the top even among immortal artifacts, extremely terrifying. At this moment, they shared the same feeling as the Qing saint. Approaching this sword would be dangerous. But, since they had already come this far, it was absolutely impossible to return in disgrace, ignoring such a treasure. The named saint exchanged a glance with the Holy Master of Law and others, then looked towards the Fox Master, the Nine Island Masters, and Feng Boping. The named saint said, "This sword is extraordinary. Let's combine our strength to see if we can extract it. There shouldn't be anything guarding around this sword, right?" The Yin-Yang saint was cautious, looking around but not sensing any other presence. The Holy Master of Law said, "The sword itself is terrifying enough. It doesn't need any guards. I wonder which immortal left this sword here in Divine Yang." During their conversation, the Fox Master and Feng Boping, among others, all agreed to jointly extract this sword. As they joined forces, their saint domains cooperated and overlapped. In an instant, the surrounding heat seemed to lessen. Then, the named saint was the first to make a move, approaching the divine sword. As he drew near, the previously lessened heat suddenly returned and intensified more and more. When he got within 10 feet of the divine sword, the searing radiance made the named saint feel as if his body was being torn and roasted. Waves of pain emanating from his primordial spirit made him grit his teeth and bear it, continuing to approach the divine sword. This time, coming within 3 feet, immense destructive forces overwhelmed and shattered his saint domain. This is not good. Seeing this, the Holy Master of Law's face changed drastically. He hurriedly exerted his full strength, reaching out to grab the named saint. When the saint domain shattered, the named saint's pupils contracted. He felt a blaze rushing toward him, and his entire being caught fire. Not just the body, but even the primordial spirit burned, threatening to consume and annihilate him in an instant, dispersing him into nothingness. He hastily retreated, but the burning was too fierce. He felt he was about to die. At this moment, the Holy Master of Law and others assisting saint domains enveloped him, dragging the named saint back. The flames on the named saint continued to burn. He endured the agony, striving to expel the flame Tao power from his body, barely stopping the burning, but his physical form was disfigured, shedding a layer of skin, and healing slowly.
Such a terrifying sword, could its naturally radiated power alone be so dreadful?
The others halted their steps, not daring to approach recklessly. Having caught his breath, the named saint felt a lingering fear, never expecting that after countless years of cultivation, he would come close to being killed by a sword that, without an owner and seemingly still dormant, did not even display its true might. This sword seems more fearsome than we imagined. Even for an immortal artifact, it shouldn't be so. Not even the true immortal ancient demon forced us to evaporate to dust just by nearing it. The Holy Master of Law's expression was grave as he stared at the flame-covered hilt, never imagining such a treasure lay deep within Divine Yang. However, even if they had known beforehand, it would have been futile. Let's go back first, find the military saint to set up a formation, gather the strength of 100 saints, then try again. The Mo family's supreme saint said solemnly. The Yin-Yang saint nodded slightly, and soon the others did not linger here for long, as every moment was a torment and a drain. Quickly, once they returned, they immediately gathered all the saints, and spoke of the red flame immortal sword within the Divine Yang. Subsequently, under the leadership of the military saint, the saints formed a formation, overlapping their saint domains, and dove deep into the Divine Yang. The core of the military formation selected this time was the Mitn saint. Among all the supreme saints, his strength was one of the strongest. Even the Source Ancestor would show him considerable respect. With the military formation support, the Mitn saint felt an unprecedentedly powerful force, unimaginably strong. He felt that in his current state, even if faced with the Source Ancestor, holding the 7 Tribulation Emperor weapon, he would be unafraid. As he approached the red flame immortal sword, very soon, the Mitn saint felt a strong sense of oppression. His complexion changed slightly, and with extreme realm displayed, he fully exerted himself to reach the red flame immortal sword's side. Light shone from his eyes as he grasped the red flame immortal sword. The red flames on the hilt immediately adhered to his arm, and soon, a power ignoring the saint domain began to erode. His arm was ablaze, including the primordial spirit within it, burning with severe pain directly affecting the soul, causing even a saint to sweat profusely from pain. He gritted his teeth, desperately trying to pull the sword out. But as he exerted force, the sword was firmly embedded in the red stone, not moving at all. Instead, the hilt itself seemed to quiver slightly. Bang! Just this slight tremor caused the Mitn saint's arm to explode. Not good. The Mitn saint's face changed suddenly, hurriedly retreating, as flames around the sword chased after him like a fiery dragon. Seeing this, other saints intervened, slightly blocking the fiery dragon's power, and the Mitn saint took the opportunity to retreat 100 jong away from the sword. It stuck. This sword seemed to awaken from slumber just now.
The Mitn saint's face was grim. He didn't expect that with the combined power of 100 saints, and even as a supreme saint himself, he could not pull out a single sword. It was terrifying.
This sword is likely not an immortal artifact, but something far more dreadful. Feng Boping observed this and said gravely, "Let Haoshan venerate try later. Such a powerful weapon, if mastered, would certainly be like adding wings to a tiger." The Yin-Yang saints said solemnly. The saints exchanged a glance and withdrew from there, no longer wasting energy in vain. Upon returning to the Holy Land, Feng Boping glanced at Li Hao, seeing him still in meditative thought, not disturbing him, believing now all hopes rested on Li Hao. Within the divine Yang, Li Hao with closed eyes, pondered repeatedly in his mind, how to carve the wind, carve the water. He seemed to delve into a daze, thinking of all the carving methods he mastered, yet without exception, none could achieve it. How should one carve the wind? How should one carve the water? Li Hao, at 10th stage of the artistic path, could use heaven and earth as a canvas, embellishing the world. At 10th stage of the cooking Tao, he could use heaven and earth as a furnace, simmering all things in the world. In Li Hao's impression, the carving arts should also be so. Carving all things in the world. Everything is carvable. Yet now, merely wind and water gave him a feeling of helplessness, unable to carve even those, let alone carving a barrier that could enshroud the Holy Land and stand firm in the divine Yang for over a decade. Carving, carving. Li Hao's eyes were in a daze, various thoughts flitting across his mind. He could use holy blood as ink, to stain the sky red, so why not change to a carving knife? Thinking thus far, Li Hao was suddenly shocked. A sense of touching something emerged. He hurriedly grasped this glimmer, focusing his thoughts, his gaze growing increasingly brighter, until suddenly 4 characters surfaced in his mind, like enlightening enlightenment, giving him a sense of revelation. Great craftsmanship lies in no work. The essence of carving is in the carving itself, the carving of refining and subtlety. Yet the truly supreme carving is naturally formed. To carve a tree will never match a real tree, and a real tree, does it not grow on its own? How is it not carved by the time of heaven and earth? To carve this knife, it can be time, it can be space, it can be anything. Li Hao suddenly realized, so this was the true meaning of carving. Upon realizing this, the problems faced earlier quietly disintegrated in an instant. How to carve the wind? Wind is in the breath. How to carve the water? Water is in the sway. Before Li Hao, a panel notification suddenly leapt out. You have comprehended the state of mind in carving. Transcendent entering saint. Li Hao's carving arts, at this moment, broke through the 9th stage bottleneck, advancing to the 10th stage. Numerous pieces of information sprang forth, yet Li Hao's state of mind was unprecedentedly clear and tranquil. This enlightenment not only broke the 9th stage in carving arts, entering the 10th stage, but the essence of carving arts also gave him insight into the sword Tao, an understanding not brought by adding points, but an integration between the truth of carving and the essence of sword Tao itself. Or rather, this carving arts itself, if applied in combat, was not impossible. Everything can become a carving knife, why not a sword? Li Hao raised his hand, a vast stream of flames gathered. He did not carve, but assembled them, which in itself was carving. This kind of carving bore no traces, transcending common understanding of carving, yet aligning with Li Hao's current realm, great craftsmanship in non-work. This was his carving Saint Tao, without signs of carving. Flames countering flames, what Li Hao needed to do was concentrate them, to become more condensed, forming a wall, a fortress, enveloping the Holy Land and the 9 provinces immortal island altogether. Swoosh! Li Hao stepped into the ultimate transforming immortal realm, gathering the flame flow with increasing speed, soon forming a wall of flame flow in the void. Li Hao placed it outside the Holy Land, blocking the breach of the immortal god relics, instantly isolating the chaotic flame flow outside. What is Haoshan Venerate doing? Inside the Holy Land, all saints and Feng Boping and others saw Li Hao's actions and were surprised, quickly shocked to find Li Hao was actually sealing the breach of the immortal god relics. The condensed wall of flame flow did not release destructive power inward, instead became a thick shield to block the flame flow. It seems Haoshan Venerate has found a method, using flame flow to block flame flow. This method is too clever. Impressive. With this, as long as the flame flow doesn't dissipate, it can at least block for 1,000 years. All saints were amazed, eyes showing admiration. They all knew Li Hao's talent was monstrous, but now they felt it directly once more. At this moment, Li Hao integrated the many insights of carving art's 10th stage. The speed of flame flow gathering around him accelerated, quickly forming one flame flow wall after another, blocking all the breaches of the immortal god relics. At the same time, Li Hao carved a gigantic covering to envelop the entire immortal god relics, thus creating a double-layer protection, ensuring at least 10,000 years without dissipating. After finishing these, Li Hao felt relieved in his heart. Meanwhile, the calm immersed in carving earlier now turned to excitement. He had not expected to have an epiphany this time, allowing the breakthrough of the carving Tao heart realm, achieving the transcendent entering saint state of mind. This was his 3rd transcendent entering saint state of mind, meaning he could also elevate his sword Tao to the 10th stage. If sword Tao reaches the 10th stage, it equals a 3rd sacrificial Tao, and after sword Tao 10th stage, his swordsmanship will undergo a qualitative enhancement. Li Hao did not hesitate, directly embedding this transcendent entering saint state of mind into the sword Tao. Then, he chose to add points. Your sword Tao has been elevated to the 10th stage. Following the panel prompt, numerous insights of sword Tao surged in. Li Hao closed his eyes, sitting quietly in the divine yang, surrounded by scorching flame flow, seemingly oblivious, all mind immersed in absorbing this sword Tao. On his panel, numerous swordsmanship were rapidly transforming, advancing to a deeper level. Only me swordsmanship, at this moment truly entering saint. Rumble, suddenly, a muffled thunderous sound arose above Li Hao's head. Li Hao was startled, even on the divine yang, could it attract heavenly tribulation? At this time, inside the immortal god relics, all saints also vaguely heard the thunder, then saw, above Li Hao's head, the flame flow dispersed, exposing intertwined lightning, accompanied by a vast celestial might. Such a scene, all saints found all too familiar. It was the heavenly tribulation for becoming a saint. Has Haoshan Venerate summoned heavenly tribulation again? Isn't he already a saint? What is going on? All saints were bewildered, incredulous. Named saint and several supreme saints, as well as some old 3 calamity saints, suddenly changed their expressions, realizing the reason. It's sacrificial Tao. Only sacrificial Tao can summon heavenly tribulation for becoming a saint multiple times. Mo family's supreme saint said, eyes showing shock. Sacrificial Tao is the most difficult path in becoming a saint. Li Hao not only walked it once, now actually another sacrificial Tao? Hearing Mo family's supreme saint's words, other saints were stunned, feeling a numbing of the scalp. At this time, Li Hao knew it was bad, quickly taking action, charged into that heavenly tribulation. Quickly disappear. Li Hao wielded a damaged immortal sword, suddenly swung out, piercing through the heavenly tribulation. This sword came from his only me swordsmanship, extremely fast, carrying a breath of annihilation, sweeping away the newly formed thundercloud directly. The vast celestial might within those thunderclouds was also scattered by this sword, vanished without a trace. Li Hao was eager to obliterate the thunderclouds, worried about the movement here leaving a flaw that the true immortal ancient demon might detect. Watching the newly formed thunderclouds being shattered by Li Hao's sword, all saints were somewhat dazed. Such a method of passing tribulation once again left them feeling like their eyes were opened wide. Yet, among them, some suddenly reacted, secretly praising Li Hao's meticulous thinking, understanding Li Hao's intention. With the thunderclouds dissipating, this tribulation was considered over. Li Hao immediately felt the sword Tao more transparent, cultivation seeming to have improved, but not as obviously as the first sacrificial Tao. Li Hao did not linger, Divine sense swept out, quietly emerged from divine yang, probed outside, finding no aura leaked. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief, then proceeded to the immortal god relics, descending above the Saint Mountain. Gentlemen, I will go find that ancient demon. Li Hao glanced at Feng and others, seeing Ren Qianqin, Li Yanzhao and others also looking at him urgently, couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Haoshan Venerate, please don't rush, we found a sword that seems to be an immortal artifact, maybe you can pull it out and use it. Name Saint urgently shouted. Feng Boping immediately said, indeed, but that sword is very perilous. Li Hao was somewhat stunned, then his eyes brightened, asked, where is it? In the depth of divine yang. Go. Li Hao immediately said, lead the way. Now that true immortal ancient demon is outside slaughtering, feeding cultivation, Li Hao didn't want to waste a moment. Name Saint and others immediately led Li Hao, also bringing along military saint, selecting over 100 saints, accompanying Li Hao to the depth of divine yang. Upon arrival, Li Hao saw a divine sword, embedded in red soil, emanating a terrifying might. Li Hao's eyes focused, heart showing joy. This sword indeed seems not like an emperor's weapon. However, be careful. Feng Boping hurriedly said. Military saint began forming formations, 108 saints forming a formation, with Li Hao as the core. Li Hao once again felt the surging power infused into him. For all saints to treat this sword with such caution, it must be extraordinary. Li Hao, not taking any chances, revealed all his power and walked towards the sword. As he approached, Li Hao immediately felt waves of terrifying aura, and he vaguely sensed that the sword had a blurred consciousness that seemed to be asleep. Soon, Li Hao stood before the sword. He raised his hand to grasp the hilt, and immediately felt an unimaginable burning sensation piercing from his palm. At the same time, the crimson flames surrounding the sword enveloped him. But Li Hao's powerful strength was dozens of times greater than that of a named saint or supreme saint, using this immense power to fend off the crimson flames. Li Hao exerted force to pull the sword, but found it seemed to be fused with the red earth, not moving an inch. His expression changed slightly, and he unleashed all his power, instantly feeling the sword in his hand slightly tremble, while a terrifying will assaulted him. This will ignored the saint path and the thick power around Li Hao's body, directly slashing into Li Hao's sea of consciousness. And Li Hao had just performed the sacrificial Tao, with sword intent within his sea of consciousness, which seemed to respond to stimulus and clashed with this will. Li Hao's body was blown backward, his palm scorched black, his sea of consciousness shaken. In just an instant, Li Hao suffered severe injuries. However, fortunately, the sword intent of the sacrificial Tao he had just condensed in his sea of consciousness blocked that will. Li Hao's eyes deepened as he looked at the sword in shock. He'd seen Nangong Jian's sword that was an immortal artifact, but it was nowhere near as terrifying as the one before him. This was likely not an immortal artifact, but an even more fearsome weapon. He merely moved it slightly and triggered such a terrifying will. This weapon was surely beyond his current capability to control. Failed? All saints froze at this sight. They just saw Li Hao effortlessly approach the sword, hopeful for success, but unexpectedly, the situation suddenly changed. Li Hao took a deep breath and said, "This sword is not something we can control now. I suspect even a true immortal might not be able to master it." His words were extremely shocking, leaving all saints in astonishment, yet there was no doubt about Li Hao's words. Their expressions showed they too felt the terror of this sword. What do we do now? Such a precious treasure, yet we can only look at it, not use it. All saints exchanged bleak looks, then turned to Li Hao, their eyes showing concern. The inability to use such a precious treasure wasn't the main issue, rather, it was Li Hao going to battle the true immortal ancient demon. They were hoping for a few extra chances, now lost. Li Hao glanced around, understanding their thoughts, but he had no discouragement in his heart. It's okay, even without this sword, I have confidence this time. Li Hao took a deep breath, led the group back to the Holy Land, and untied the army formation, saying, "Wait for my good news. If anything unexpected happens, you can stay here for at least 10,000 years. During such a long time, someone is bound to come to this realm, or else the situation in the true realm may be extremely dire." Listening to Li Hao's advice, all saints felt heavy-hearted. "You must come back alive, or I will find you," Feng Boping, staring at Li Hao, said earnestly. Li Hao understood Feng's sentiment, smiled lightly, and said, "I will definitely come back. You must live. I believe you can win." Lin Qingyue walked up to Li Hao, her eyes red and swollen, yet no tears appeared, having been wiped away. Li Hao nodded gently, then looked towards Ren Qianqin, Li Yanzhao, the swordmaster, and others, sensing from their eyes the heavy expectation and concern placed upon him. Li Hao said nothing further. He took a deep breath, bid farewell to everyone, then turned and left Divine Yang. However, He Jianlin watched the young man's silhouette departing, in a trance as if seeing the scene of the youth stepping out of the divine general mansion, with a sense of heartache. The people seeking refuge in the Holy Land and 9 provinces Immortal Island were all silent. Among them, many Dayu citizens recognized Li Hao as the only heavenly general in the Dayu divine dynasty for centuries, often discussed as a presence revered and admired by countless children, claiming to never have lost. Yet in this battle, he faces an unprecedented immortal divine, transcendent being. Will he still win? When Li Hao left the immortal god relics, and quietly slipped out of Divine Yang, the small worlds outside the all heavens were already in chaos. The true immortal ancient demon invaded the silver rainbow small world, consuming the souls of each divine dynasty, trampling the sacred land as well. Many Dao comprehension realm from other divine dynasties, upon hearing the news, fled this small world. The true immortal ancient demon paid no mind to them, seeing the entire all heavens as its hunting grounds. These crawlers had nowhere to escape. Even if they escaped elsewhere, it would only delay death, for it has ample meals before its eyes, sufficient for it to enjoy. And those Dao comprehension realm who fled, immediately spread the news of the silver rainbow small world to the all heavens. The all heavens quaked, and various major forces were shocked, contacting all saints, only to find that saints of the all heavens sacred land had already vanished. This made many forces feel uneasy, sensing a strong foreboding. They hurriedly contacted alliances, organizing manpower to resist the ancient demon. Although it might not be effective, they could not sit still awaiting death. Boundary stones reflected, and various small worlds were united as never before. Many formerly hostile divine dynasties immediately signed ceasefire agreements personally by their emperors, and then the armies of both sides crossed borders, contacting other forces and divine dynasties. In merely a day, the silver rainbow small world was eaten clean by the true immortal ancient demon. Inside, either empty shells remained, corpses, or those who fled early. The entire small world became dead silent. The true immortal ancient demon promptly reached the adjacent frost snow small world. These small worlds were all its hunting grounds. It strolled leisurely, not in a hurry, planning to eat it clean before seeking the immortal emperor's treasure rumored by the leader. By then, perhaps it could ascend and transform into a leader, and the acquired immortal emperor's treasure might not need to be handed over. At this time, many experts of Frost Snow Small World had already fled, while more civilians were unable to escape, waiting to die in despair. Aside from the human race, other races within the small world, like beasts and insects, were also thus. The true immortal ancient demon is the enemy of 10,000 clans, sweeping the 10,000 clans in the true realm, naturally showing no mercy to these dragon snakes and ants. Seeing another small world fall, still without the appearance of saints, the all heavens were somewhat in despair, yet more sounded the counterattack horn, forming alliances, as one semi-saint after another gathered, convening a demon hunting meeting, with many divine dynasty emperors, and ancient secretive old semi-saints participating. In this catastrophe, they chose to counterattack, choosing to sacrifice some to draw the ancient demon's attention, transferring others, seeking safe places. At this time, in the Demon Hunting Alliance meeting, it was a hidden place, a huge venue, with nearly 1,000 semi-saints standing. Nearly all remaining semi-saints of the all heavens were present. Besides semi-saints, formidable Dao comprehension realm experts, some sect masters from major forces, divine dynasty emperors, and prestigious figures from the all heavens were gathered here. The atmosphere on site was solemn and serious, filled with killing intent and gravity. All saints are gone, catastrophe descends. This is the greatest heavenly disaster grooming ever. The ancient demon from beyond the heavens invades. We martial artists, having cultivated until now, should establish fate for all beings now. This first army of the Demon Hunting Alliance, formed by the Heavenly Frost Divine Dynasty, Golden Pool Divine Dynasty, Blazing Dance Divine Dynasty, and you 300 semi-saints as captains, building into an army. The commander will be taken by Mu Ancestor, who once refined the saint path, failed in Dao discussion, but he is familiar with the military saint, and has competed with the war saint, absolutely capable in battle planning. This second legion, formed by you Heavenly Feather Divine Dynasty, Dark Knight Divine Dynasty, Lingxi Divine Dynasty. In the meeting, as discussions continued, armies were formed, rights and responsibilities defined. All heaven's forces united at this moment for survival. Even if we unite, it might not be enough to slay the demon. Haoshan Venerate blocked the immortal gate for 12 years. All saints brought in this demon. Now vanish, not even all saints could defeat it. Even if more of us gather, it's just sending ourselves to death. Someone said, effectively throwing cold water, but no one denied it, as it was the truth. And after a pause, the person speaking solemnly continued. Sacrifice, I'm not afraid, but it must carry value. Even if we all perish, we must make the ancient demon pay the price it ought to. We can't just foolishly fight it, must use other advantages we are familiar with here. Does anyone recall, within all heavens, there are many forbidden lands, extremely dangerous. Hearing his words, many semi-saints present had their eyes light up. Forbidden lands. In the all heavens, many dangerous lands deterred approach, places even saints were reluctant to risk lightly. And these forbidden lands, based on danger levels, have long been ranked by enthusiasts, lining up in sequence. Divine Yang ranks only 5th among forbidden lands. Among the top 7 forbidden lands, even saints face danger within, said by my master himself. The 9 Netherworld, ranked 3rd among forbidden lands, the location sealed the Demon King years ago. That Demon King can break free, this ancient demon might too. The 9 Netherworld cannot be chosen. The 2nd forbidden land, Tinluo Palace, rumored to be a fatal forbidden land. Once you catch sight of the ancient palace within, death follows within 7 days. Correct. Records show 3 saints fell into Tinluo Palace's curse, said once Tinluo Palace's body is seen. Even after leaving the forbidden land, Tinluo Palace appears intermittently, followed by terrifying events. No one knows what happens before death, but everyone seeing Tinluo Palace dies within 7 days. Even saints aren't exempt.